the Channel One Countdown.
Hey man, good one there from Kim Promise. And actually this guy is doing a whole lot this December. I don't know if he's actually going to have a Kim Promise land. I don't know yet, but I'm looking forward to it. But let's move on to number 9 on the Channel One Countdown. And at number 9, I have my bestie. Yeah, bestie for life. Shatawale. I mean, he said recently that he lost, a huge amount of money because the track list for GOG was leaked without his permission. Charlie, so if you're leaking people's songs, don't be doing that. It's no good. But this time around, he has a brand new one for you. He calls Wash. Let's see. Yeah, so let's wash it. Go ahead.
Number 9.
Wash. Make them feel am. Lie on the talking, no be goat. Them no see nothing yet. Natural I go jam them, no be boat. If na crown, na define, na king level, I go give them. I no be vibes got up, but me and my girl, we dey see them. Wash. We dey wash them a dirty. 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 Wench. Wash. Wench. Wash. A heavyweight I be, no lightweight for Stan Maleno. From Shukura to Nima, Isle Koniga. All these girls you see around me, they love my pele. Mona big girl, if you're out of big girl, change your style. Make them feel am. Lie on the talk, it no be goat. Them no see nothing yet. Natural I go jam them, no be boat. If na crown, I define na king level, I go give them. I no be vibes got up, but me and my girl, we dey see them. Wash. We dey wash them a dirty. 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 Wench. Wash.
Hello, welcome to Footprint. My name is Samuel Atamensa. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll be following after the journey of this wonderful gentleman you are about to meet. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Hailing from Apam in the central region of Ghana, but born in Asylum Down in Accra, Kwesi Pratt Jr. is a veteran journalist whose journalism career began early in 1969 while in secondary school, doing radio with GBC and having worked with the Ghanaian Times newspaper, among others. He is the managing editor of the Insight newspaper and founder of the Pan-African TV. He played a key role as a member of the Alliance for Change, the organizers of the 1995 Kumi Preko anti-government demonstration. He tells the rest of his story now.
Welcome back. So it's Mr. Kwesi Pratt Jr. And we're going to have a nice conversation with Mr. Kwesi Pratt. And, this man is like an elephant. Pun intended, actually. You know him based on which part of him you feel. And so we are going to break everything down in this episode of Footprint. Just maybe you'll get to know the other side of Kwesi Pratt. For those of you 20 years, 30 years and below, I'm sure you know him as a radio or TV commentator, but trust me, he's way more than that. Uncle Kwesi, good to have you here.
Thank you, sir.
And it's an honor to be hosting you, I must say. I won't even pretend.
Wow.
And I thank you for accepting our invitation. Which part of Ghana do you hail from?
I'm actually supposed to be coming from the central region.
Supposed to be coming from the central region?
Specifically Gomwa Apa.
Apa,
Yeah.
Apa,
Yeah.
aka Apam.
Apam. Yes. Yes.
So this is Apam, Mumford, and this, the
Abura,
beach area. Yeah,
that area.
good,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
But you never grew up there, I suppose.
No, I was actually born at a Salam Down in Accra.
In Accra.
Well, that's where my parents were living when I was born.
Okay.
But I was specifically born at the Anti-Sisi maternity home.
In Latebiokoshi.
No, at the Straha Market. General Post Office,
Yeah,
right
Sisi,
behind
yeah,
it.
I
There used to
know.
be an Anti-Sisi maternity home.
Yeah, which later moved to Latebiokoshi.
Okay, I'm not aware of that. But that's where I was supposed to have been born. That's where I was told I was born.
Of course.
Yes.
And you grew up in Asylum Down.
Yes, but that was very, very early. We moved to what used to be Lagos Town, now Accra New Town. I guess around 1956 or thereabout.
Ooh, when were you born again?
1953.
53. Oh,
Yes,
lovely.
yes,
Lovely,
yes.
lovely.
And then we moved from Lagos Town to what is today known as Kotobabi in 1957. And at the time, it was a very dense forest.
Forest.
Yes,
Kotobabi.
Kotobabi. There was no road from Lagos Town to Kotobabi. The street
You don't
ended.
say.
Yeah, the street ended at Agbajena.
Yeah, Agbajena. Yes.
Agbajena. That's where the street ended.
Before you get to Nkansanja,
Exactly.
before you get to the cave,
Fantastic.
Rempe down.
Yes. But from Agbajena all the way to Kotobabi to Pig Farm and so on, we had to do the journey by foot.
Are you serious?
Yes, yes. So that's when we moved in to Kotobabi.
I can't believe this.
Yes. And
So you mean Kotobabi, present day Kotobabi, as in Accra Newtown Kotobabi or Accra Newtown Agbajena Kotobabi, Pig Farm, was forest?
it was forest. And the remarkable thing about Pig Farm was that it was just a farm. It got its name from the fact that a lot of people were running piggeries in Pig Farm.
Oh, wow.
So that's how it got its name,
I'm amazed at this story.
Yeah.
I mean, so from 57, you got yourself into the what is now known as Kotobabi,
Exactly.
and you lived there for a very long time.
I lived there all my life, practically. That was the family home. So
Yeah.
even if I traveled, I always came back to Kotobabi. And not just Kotobabi down.
Because so this is where the night market is.
Exactly. Beyond the night market.
Yeah.
And actually, when we moved in there were not more than 6 or 7 houses in the whole
Are
area.
you serious?
Yes,
So means you saw the emergence of Kotobabi,
exactly.
right,
Exactly.
in your own very eyes.
Yes, exactly.
That's a story to be
Yeah,
told.
yeah.
And you saw the buildings spring up one after the other.
I remember when the Nkansanjan building was put up.
It was a sight to behold.
Oh, we used to walk there just to have a look. I mean, it was something extraordinary.
The story
out-
building with
out
tiles.
of this world. And
Yes,
so on. We used to
with
go
glass.
there just to watch it. But that was not the only building which was striking. There was also a Bavana who used to be a minister in the Nkrumah
Nkrumah
government.
regime,
And
yeah.
he built his house also in
That's
Kotobabi.
another story building.
Another story building. Why it's two-story building.
Yeah.
And it was so amazing.
That's
that we-
further down,
further
going
down,
to Pig Farm.
Going to Pig Farm. And where the PNC now has its
Their
headquarters.
headquarters, yes.
And we used to go there just to admire the building. Now I passed by a Bavana's building and it's nothing. Yeah, and this story about buildings,
Yeah.
There was also the story, I think, in the early 60s of Kroboduse's house in
Which
Roman
one?
Ridge.
The one in Roman Ridge,
The
yeah,
one in
which
Roman
has now
Ridge.
been turned into
Yes.
flats.
And there was a story that he had imported a golden bed and so on. And we used to go there and marvel at the building. Wow. As I grew up, that building became nothing. In fact, now it's been pulled down.
It's been pulled
It's
down.
been pulled down.
I think they put up flats there.
Yes.
Wow, but it's very interesting. I mean, I used to encounter you in the early 80s. We were in secondary school, but in the whole area, everybody knew about Kwesi Pratt.
Yeah, notoriety. Notoriety, that was the word, you know.
Oh, but I didn't know that you saw the emergence of Kotobabi and Accra New Town, Lagos Town, then Accra New Town, and so how was schooling like for you at the time?
Well, I started school at the Barnes Memorial Institute, you know.
That was an international school.
Below West Africa Secondary School.
Yeah, Barnes
you know,
Memorial.
you go past West Africa Secondary
Like
School.
we are going towards Pehe.
Exactly. And we used to live between West Africa Secondary School and Barnes Memorial Institute, you know. So that's where I started schooling.
Remember a school popped up called RACO?
RACO.
Royal
yes,
Accountancy something
yes.
within that general
within
area.
that general area.
Yeah.
Now it's also interesting that the best school in those days was not a private school, it was a government school. That was the government school near the Raito Cinema.
Which cinema?
Raito Cinema. You know, if you veer off the Accra Newtown Road, you know, there's a left turn which takes you to Caprice. There's a left turn which takes you to Caprice Hotel.
Okay, so this is the ANT, Accra Newtown Experimental.
Okay, maybe that's what they call it now. But
Yes.
in those days, it was one of the model schools which was established by Nkrumah.
Oh, okay.
And all the ministers, all the members of parliament and so on had their children in that school. That was supposed to be one of the best schools in the country at the time. But it was a government school. I didn't have the privilege of going to that school.
So they did one here, Newtown. They did one in Kumasi, Dakujum, which is State Experimental School.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. You know.
Wow, so it was such a good school.
Oh, it was a fantastic school. It was a school that everybody who mattered sent their children. I never went to that school. I didn't have the privilege of going to that school. But Barnes Memorial was quite an interesting school.
Oh, even in our time, it was quite popular. Is it still around?
It is.
Oh,
It is. I've passed there a few times. I haven't entered. You know.
Are they aware that you went there?
They have invited me to the school on a number
so
of occasions,
obviously-
but I haven't had the time to
Yeah,
go.
obviously, they'll go. So from Barnes Memorial, then you did a common entrance.
No. My father was a trade unionist and kept moving from place to place. You know, he worked in Koforidua, he worked in Kumasi, he worked in Tamale and other places.
So you're following your dad around.
And everywhere he went with me.
Whoa.
So I spent some time in Koforidua,
Okay.
you know. And then from Koforidua, I went to Kumasi.
Which years were you in Kumasi again?
Kumasi must have been in the early 60s, early 1960s, you know. And I actually went to the Patasi Local Authority Primary School.
That place was also bush at the time.
Oh my goodness. We were living in the Kwame Nkrumah estates, you know, and the nearest school that I could be sent to was the Patasi Local Authority Primary School. And I did about 2 years in Patasi,
Oh, right.
you know, and then came back to Accra, you know, and schooled at the Nima 1 primary school or middle school, I forgot.
Nima 1.
Nima 1.
Is it the school that used to be around the area closer to Kanda?
New Era.
Oh, New Era.
There was a New Era school.
Yeah, New Era.
We used to share
New Era Preparatory
a
School.
wall with the New Era
Okay,
Preparatory
yeah,
School.
Yeah.
So I was there, and then one day, Father made a decision to take me to the Eburi Presbyterian Boys Boarding School. So I ended up at the Eburi Presbyterian Boys Boarding School, where I stayed for a year before moving on to secondary school.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, this must account for something because, you know, as a kid, there's this inconvenience of just when you are making friends in the school, you are moved somewhere else, you have to leave your friends and move, and you are always a stranger in another school. But looking back, it did something for
I
you.
think there were many advantages for me. First of all, I made lots and lots of friends at very early age. I also got to understand the country quite well
Very much so.
and got to mingle in different cultures and so on. You know, I also did some schooling in Tamale.
Wow.
I actually went to the Sakasaka Primary School.
Hey.
Yes.
So you were able to learn some Dagbani?
I used to speak
Yeah.
Dagbani, but I've lost it.
You will lose it.
I've lost
Yeah, I
it,
can
you know.
understand.
And Tamale, the other thing is that we stayed close to a village. You know, this housing projects had started,
Yeah.
and Kalpohin Estate was being built. You know, so we were the first people to stay in the Kalpohin Estate, which was just a few steps away from the Kalpohin village. So we mingled with the villagers. You know,
And this was still in the 60s.
yes, this was still in the 60s.
Whoa.
Yeah, this was still in the 60s. Yeah.
But you were young then. Did you know anything about politics at the time?
Yes, to some extent.
Okay, so
Okay.
this will be through your father?
Well, there's an interesting story about my mother. You know, my mother's cousin was Mr. Kojo Botiu,
Oh,
who was the closest
That's
person to
very
Nkrumah
close.
in those,
Yeah.
one of the closest people to Nkrumah in those days. And you can't forget the fact that Nkrumah and Botiu came on the same boat from England. They were virtually inseparable. Now, when they came then, a decision was made to look for somebody who would look after them, you know, cook for them, look after the house, and so on. And my mother was selected virtually as a housekeeper for all of them, and all of them used to live together, you understand? So she used to tell stories about the arrest of Nkrumah, you know, what food he preferred, and so on. So even as children, we knew these stories. And these stories meant a lot to us because those stories were also our history and so on. So that was part of it. Now, the other part of it was that my father was a trade unionist, and the trade union movement was part of the Convention People's Party.
yeah.
And my father rose to become the General Secretary of the Public Workers Services Union and actually acted, I think, on a few occasions as Secretary General of the TUC, you know. Now, my father was one of the first people to be sent to the East
For training.
for training, for political trade union training.
Okay.
You know. So
Which
he,
country would this be?
he went to Czechoslovakia. He went to the party school in Czechoslovakia.
Wow.
You know, so that also introduced all of us in the family to some politics. I wouldn't claim that we understood it fully.
Oh, but it was quite exciting
Yes,
to do
but
that.
you go to his library, and in those days you find all the books, Das Kapital, you know, books on Karl Marx and so on. I couldn't read and understand,
Yeah, at the
but I
time.
saw the books.
Yeah.
And then his friends used to come for discussions and studies, and we used to serve them, you know, and so on. So we got to hear some of the conversations. You know.
So tell me, growing up, what kind of pastime drew your attention? Were you into football? Were you into what other things were you doing apart from, if you like, studies?
Walking distance from my house, you know, there's a guy who was called J.K. Mensah. He was a boxing coach.
Which house would this be? In Accra?
Kotowabi,
Okay.
Kotowabi down. So he established the J.K. Mensah Boxing Club, very close to my house, you know. And this was a place where people like Floyd Robertson, Joe Tete, and so on used to train.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
very close. And all of us as young people were attracted to these huge figures. I mean, Floyd Robertson, you know, and all. So Joe Tete and so on. So we used to go to the gym. And then gradually we started boxing. So I got into boxing at a very early age.
Wow.
You know, got into boxing, worked on the punching bag, worked on the skipping rope, and so on. Boxing was quite exciting for me in those days.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you know.
But even thereafter, you still, I'm sure, have been following the art of boxing or the game.
Well, if I tell you the story which pushed me out of boxing, you understand why I don't pay much interest in boxing.
Would like to know.
You know. Well, I was so badly beaten in a bout. You know, the guy beat me to pulp. You know,
Was it a tournament or just training?
training session, and this guy, I think he was called Amuaku. And until recently was a security guard at the University of Ghana. We got into a boxing fight, and he beat me so badly. He really beat the hell out of me.
Amuaku, are you there?
So I went home with cuts on my face and
Wow.
all of that. And my father said, no, that's the
Never
last time
again.
you go there. So
And that was it.
that was it. That's how I parted ways with boxing.
Wow.
But I played some football, not the kind of football that Pele and others play, and so on. But
Area football.
no, eventually I played for a club called Black Power.
Black Power.
Black Power.
Kotobabi Black Power.
No, Intema.
Oh, later on.
Yes. It was a small club of friends and so on, and we used to play, and I used to play 5.
Central defender Kwesi Pratt.
I used to play 5.
Oh, that would be interesting.
And I was fielded in most of the matches, not because I was an excellent player. No, I wasn't an excellent player. I don't think that I was a good player.
Why would they?
But the point is that when the attackers were approaching me and they saw me coming, they left the ball and ran away.
What you shout at them or what?
I don't know, but the attackers did not want to encounter me on the field.
I don't know, Bubuga. Which was it?
But the interesting thing too was that I was such a small person. I've always been very, very small, and yet no attacker wanted to confront me on the field.
Now, tell me, growing up in Kotobabi, Newtown area, within that period, we saw the springing up of all these cinemas, from Circle, Orion, is it Oxford? Oxford
was in Malata.
Yeah, and all
And
those
then
places.
Raito, I think, was in Accra, Newtown.
Okay.
There are so many of them.
Yeah.
But you know that the most popular one was Opera.
Of course. But
Yeah,
Opera was in
Opera.
Accra Central,
Opera was
right?
in Accra Central,
Yeah.
right at the Central bus stop.
Yes.
And the most favorite one was the 12 o'clock one.
So you used to go to 12.
Yeah, we used to go to 12.
Oh, you remember some of the movies?
Yeah, Captain Zorro and all of those. The
watched
cowboy
Captain Zorro?
films. Yeah, the cowboy
Those are
films.
what we used to call cowboy films.
Cowboy films, and I still learn lessons from the cowboy films.
God, they used to shoot people and chase people and all that.
No,
They never got to where they were going on the horse.
the thing about the cowboy films is that they still tell the story, the history of the United States of America.
Oh, okay.
How some guys came from Europe and just seized the land and massacred the indigenous Indian population in order to establish a basis for what today is the United States of Africa, of America.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
that for me was a very important lesson, and it's
okay.
still a very important lesson for me.
So I never thought about that. If I never even watched a cowboy film, so I wouldn't even know. But that's instructive.
Yeah.
People, so we are here on Footprint, and I am speaking with Kwesi Pratt Jr., aka Massa. He's here telling his own story. I bet you've never heard this part of it before. This is Footprint. I'm Samuel Atamensa. We will take a short break. When we come back, we will see how he moved on to secondary school. Which school do you think he ended up with? We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is Footprint, and I'm with Kwesi Pratt Jr. Yes, Kwesi Pratt Jr. And if you join us halfway, he's told us how he started, where he's been, what we now call basic school experiences from different parts of the country, Ashanti region, Greater Accra region, Eastern region, some Northern region. Now, we want to find out, Kwesi, at which age did you enter secondary school?
I must have entered secondary school around the age of 12, 13.
And you wrote the common entrance?
Yes,
Or
I wrote the
you
common
went
entrance.
through the other
No, I wrote the
route?
common entrance examination. So I didn't have a middle school leaving certificate.
Of course, you didn't go up to
No,
Form
I didn't
4.
go to Form 4.
So
I
you wrote
ended
the
up
common entrance when you got to
Form 1.
Oh, from one, just from one.
From one.
No, you were a break.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, you were, man. You were. Others won't believe, but I know. For you to pass common entrance in an elementary school in Form 1.
No, in a special school. I was in a special school.
Which one would this be?
Eburi Presbyterian Boys
Eburi.
Boarding
Okay,
School.
okay.
It was supposed to be one of the special schools
Eburi.
at the time. You know.
Is that the same place Kweku Sechado went to?
I think so. Not just Kweku Sechiado. The Bedema brothers
Oh, okay.
were also there.
Well, they were there at the same time as yourself.
Yes. I think we were classmates. You
Oh,
know.
wow.
Grew up with all kinds of people. You know, all kinds of people.
Right. So you ended up with which secondary school?
I ended up in Tema Secondary School.
The mass school.
Yes, but that was strange because that was not the school my parents wanted me to go.
Oh, I see.
You know, I think my parents wanted me to go to one of the Cape Coast schools. You know, but I filled the form. You know, and in filling the form, I chose Tema. So when the results came and I had gained admission to Tema, my parents were quite worried. I never told them that I chose it myself. You know.
But why did you choose Tema?
Because I'd come into contact with people who had been to Tema Secondary School and they had spoken eloquently about the school, I was also attracted by the fact that the headmaster of the school was Father Boa, F.K. Boa.
FK Boy, yeah.
And you know, in those days, he was such a big name in education and so on. And just the fascination of the new city of Tema and so on. So I chose Tema Secondary School.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this will
as
be
my first choice and my second choice. You know, I didn't want to miss Tema.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you chose Tema School 1, Tema School 2.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, your parents sitting down thinking that the man is going to St. Augustine's.
Or Infante Primo or
Infante
something.
Primo.
You know, I chose Tema. You know.
They reacted to that, right?
Well, they were shocked. I mean, how come that, you know, your admission is to Tema? And then they were assured that it was a good school, and so I went to Tema.
Wow, wow. So how was it like when you got to Form 1? Which year did you go to Form 1?
Must have been 1967, I think.
Okay.
1967, must have been around
Form 1?
19 Yeah.
How was it like?
Well, when school reopened, I was sick. So I couldn't go to school with my colleagues. I went much later, a couple of weeks later after I had recovered. Now, mind you, I was coming from a boarding school, one of the toughest boarding schools in the world. I mean, just the weather itself is a challenge.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to wake up at 5:30 in the morning, and you woke up at 5:30 in the morning, you couldn't see your neighbor because of the fog and the dew. It was extremely cold then. I mean, today, Eburi is not as cold as it was in those days, you know. And then we had to do a lot of farming. We had a huge school farm. It was a Presbyterian school, discipline was very high. All of us had plots that we had to keep, you know.
Yes, yeah.
And the problem with the plots, almost every morning the teachers came on inspection. You stood on your plot and they came on inspection.
That's the plot for farming.
No. Green grass.
Yeah,
so
yes.
everybody had some kind of plot, you know. And then if the teachers determined that the grass was too high, you got 12 lashes.
12?
Lashes of the
To
cane.
be caned?
Yeah, 12 lashes of the cane. And if the teachers determined that the grass was too low, you got another 12 lashes. Now, how were you to determine whether the grass was too high or too low? So, as for the lashes, we got so many of them. You know, so many lashes of the cane.
So by the time you got to secondary school, you were a pro.
By the time I got to secondary school life was very, very easy.
That's correct.
You know, I mean, it's difficult to describe it, but we used to fetch water at a place called Darwin.
What?
Darwin, I think so. I think I got it right. We used to cross the street to the other side of Eburi, deep into the valley.
Moving towards Nsawam.
No, the other side.
Moving towards, if you like.
Behind the police station, you know, there was a place that we used to fetch water. And you can imagine us, you know, at age 12, 13 and so on, going to fetch water in this cold and so on, you know. So it was tough.
It would be tough.
I get to Tema Secondary School and everything is laid on, you know, proper dormitory, mattresses, bed sheets, spring beds. You just have to turn on the tap and water is flowing and so on. It was like heaven, you understand?
And Tema itself too was nice.
Yes. And the experiences we had in primary school and so on were much tougher than the experiences in Tema Secondary School. So I was never bullied.
Oh yeah.
I was never bullied. I mean, there was one time one of the seniors, the first few days of my arrival, tried to bully me, and in the end, I'm sure he regretted for making that attempt.
Why would that be the case?
Why he regretted?
Yeah.
Oh, because I resisted his bullying. I resisted his bullying with all the force I could command.
Are you serious?
And I'm sure that he regretted trying to bully me.
Because Charlie...
And this guy is a top musician today. I mean, he's playing in Europe. One of Ghana's best ever organists. I don't want to mention his name.
Oh, no, I mean, it's school matter. He went to school.
And he was the son of a university professor and so on.
Wow.
And he tried to bully me, and
you showed him that, Charlie.
we settled the issues, nicely and quietly.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So 5 years in Temasco.
Yeah.
You remember some of the friends that you made whilst you were there, who are still around?
Many of them. There are so many of them. One person that I still relate to very closely is Richard Prempeh. Richard Prempeh, he's known in business circles as a dealer in wine and so on. He's quite big.
Oh, okay.
I think he was also associated with Crown Apartamento and so on. Richard is a big boy in business, And we're in the same class. I think we're in the same class from Form 1 to Form 5.
Wow.
There was a guy called Richard Afrani who became the principal or rector of the Koforidua Polytechnic. There's Dr. Morrison, who was also my mate. So many of them.
But none of them ended up in politics that you know about?
I know that a few of them have been associated with political parties and so on, but really, I mean...
Minister...
No, not really.
Okay.
Not really.
But, those after you have really done well with politics.
Well, there was one girl at the time, woman now, who I became very close with. I mean, in Tema, we used to organize political parties as part of our school curriculum, and actually to contest elections and so on. And we formed a political party in Tema Secondary School with Mrs. Atuahoy, Charlotte. I think she was then the presidential candidate of the party we formed in secondary school.
Wow.
And we won our elections. I mean, that year we won the elections.
So Charlotte was your mate?
No, she was my senior.
Senior, okay.
But there's something interesting about this seniority in secondary school and so on. Tema Secondary School was a sixth form school. Okay. By the time I got to Form 2, I had become the lead debater for the school. In a sixth form school.
Wow.
I can't explain.
Of course, but it's obvious, man.
I can't explain. But then, anytime the school was engaged in debating societies, I would become the principal speaker for the school, and I have people in upper six and so on as second and third speaker. And so on,
That's impressive.
I earned quite a reputation for being a debater in Tema Secondary School, and I think everybody remembers me as a debater.
Well, you didn't
more
lose
than
it.
anything else.
You did not lose it at all.
I'm not sure. And then the interesting thing is that we won all the debating competitions.
Wow.
All of them. We won all of them. We lost one competition, and I still can't tell why that competition was lost. This was an impromptu speaking competition which was held on the campus of the Eburi Girls Secondary School. And I represented Tema Secondary School, and I lost.
So you lost to a Brick Girls, or which school?
Must have lost to Achimota or something, but I don't know how it happened. I was just frozen. I couldn't speak. The words won't come and so on, and we lost. But that's part of the thing that I was associated with in secondary school.
Good.
Just debating.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Now, really, after Temasco Form 5, did you come back to sixth form in Temasco?
No, I didn't do sixth form.
Okay.
I finished my O-levels at a time when the family was having some difficulties. My father had lost elections, so had left the TUC as General Secretary of the Public Works Service Union, and things were a bit tough, So I was looking for a way out, and one of the offers I had at the time was to join the special branch of the Ghana Police Service. Okay. So I could have become a police officer. But then somehow a friend told me about the Ghana Institute of Journalism. And what attracted me to the Ghana Institute of Journalism was that we were not paying fees at the time. And we were being paid monthly allowance, okay? And we were being fed for free and so on. There was a bus which actually was taking us from our homes to school and back home and so on. And those were very interesting incentives.
Could be the early 70s.
Yes, a little money in your pocket, free schooling, free bus, free food, and so on. It was quite attractive.
The current students of GIJ, you didn't hear this from me. And don't try demanding any food. Go back,
So that's how I chose to go to Temasek. I chose to go to the Ghana Institute of Journalism.
So where you did your journalism?
Yes, but then I had also become the editor of the school magazine.
While you were at GIJ?
I was at Tema Secondary School. Okay. The school had a magazine.
Oh, right.
And I became the editor of the school magazine at a very early age. Wow. And in a sixth form school, to have somebody in Form 4 becoming the editor of the school magazine was quite something, So I became editor of the school magazine and had started writing and so on. And I thought that it was just cool.
Yeah. Oh, no, very cool.
To continue with journalism.
Because, the sixth formers at the time, we thought they were Papa for like the beard and things. So you smallish man, dealing with all these reputable...
No, but I was helped a lot by some sixth formers.
Okay.
They helped me in preparing for the debates.
All right.
And they shaped me in a lot of ways. In those days, logic was a very important subject in sixth form, logic. So at a very early age, I was introduced to Bertrand Russell. He's the king of logic. Yeah. Can't take it from Bertrand Russell, king of logic. And that shaped me. It helped me to think. It helped me to verbalize my feelings and so on, So, and there were 3 sixth formers. One of them was called Akoto. I think he became involved with the, Bost or Tema Oil Refinery, he became the head.
Dr. Akoto.
Dr. Akoto. He was a sixth former. Somehow he liked me a lot and we studied logic together. He helped me to understand logic. He shaped me up. And then there was a guy called Leonard Agbosu, who has become, he's also Dr. Leonard Agbosu, who is a lawyer, one of the most prominent lawyers of our day and so on. And he also took a liking to me. And then there was Senior Gazy, who eventually worked with Valco, and who incidentally now is my cousin-in-law.
Wow.
So these 3 gentlemen helped me a lot. They introduced me to subjects which were not being taught at my level and in the school. They introduced me to political thought and so on. And they could find time, once every evening, every now and then, to discuss these matters.
They also showed willingness to learn.
Well, but they were so amazing. I was overawed by them, and so on, In those days, the thing to do was to join the Scripture Union. because opportunities for traveling outside the school and so on. So there was the debating society, there was the scripture union. But I didn't last long in the scripture union.
But you tried.
Yeah, for one term or less, but
So you used to dance the scripture union, the
no,
dance?
No. It wasn't very attractive for me.
So you didn't dance the whole term?
Oh, my brother.
Because I love the dancing.
I tried to join the scripture union, but it wasn't for me. It
Really?
wasn't for me. No, it wasn't.
You didn't
for
like
me
the
at all.
scriptures? At the
Well,
time?
that was one place where logic did not matter much. It didn't matter much. I mean, you were told to
You wanted
believe.
to see logic.
Yeah, you were told to believe or forget it, and I chose to forget it. So it didn't work for me. But in those days, I remember joining
crazy.
the student movement for African unity, and the student movement for African unity also helped to shape me a lot. Gave us an opportunity or opportunities to attend lectures, to participate in debates across the country and so on. And that was very useful for me.
Wow.
Of course, given my background as a young pioneer.
Yeah. All right, so now you are in Ghana Institute of Journalism. Let me just do a little backtracking. How many siblings did you have?
I have to count. We were not many, but I had to count. I think all in all,
Those who grew up.
we were about 9.
Oh, okay.
About 9, yeah.
All of them in the same house? You mean?
All of them in the same house. My senior brother had been born to a different father. But
Okay.
all 8 of us had been born to the same mother and the same father.
Oh, wow. Wow. So you're all in the house there?
Yeah.
At some point. And then you had some younger brothers. So I think one of them was my mate. I
Which one of them?
forget the name, man. He used to attend Victory Bible Church,
Oh, that's a younger brother. He's not a bishop.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Bishop David Atuprat.
Wow.
He's a bishop in the Victory Bible
Still
Church.
with the Victory.
Yes, but
another
he's in
branch.
New Jersey, actually.
Oh, lovely.
He's heading the church in New Jersey.
Oh, wow. He was so calm. Even when we were young, I remember him.
Yeah, but he was perhaps one of the closest people to me.
Yeah, because you used to send him a lot.
Well, he would do anything for me. He would do anything for me.
You see, you were our hero when we were kids. I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
I mean, this poor young man, innocent, and so on. I
So
recall
at times
that.
we used to take pride in the fact that Kwesi Pratt has sent the guy, so we are going with him. At times, you used to send him to the post office.
Post office.
So we walked together.
Yeah, but he did some very dangerous things. I mean, there was one time we were going to organize a demonstration, and we had been told that we would not be allowed to organize a demonstration. And the demonstration was supposed to start off from the Kwame Nkrumah circle at that time. So the whole thing, the plan was, how do you deliver placards without being noticed and so on. So I got him, and he agreed to deliver the placards. So he just drove a car, and at a appointed time arrived at a certain destination, and we rushed for the placards. I mean, it was risky, but there was something more risky. I think it was in 1992 or 93. I had been arrested with Professor Edu Boahini and others, in connection with so-called plots to destabilize the government and so on. I was on trial. But we also had a group of people who we had sent to La Côte d'Ivoire for some things, some political operations and so on. And they had been arrested by the security forces in La Côte d'Ivoire and put in jail. Okay. So I was on trial at the National Public Tribunal with Professor Edu Boahini. My passport had been confiscated and so on. And I needed to escape to La Côte d'Ivoire.
To go and sort that one
To
out.
go and help these guys who were in prison in La Côte d'Ivoire.
Wow.
So I had to escape. Now, it was obvious to me that we were being very closely followed. Okay. In those days, I used to have this Renault 4
Yeah, I remember.
car. Renault 4.
The one with the
Yes,
thing.
yes,
You
yes.
used to park it in front of the house.
Yes. So I had to devise a plan for escaping. Okay. So what did I do? My brother looked very much like me in those days.
yes.
Same size
Same.
and so on. So I got up in the morning, I dressed up, put on the dark glasses, and drove the car out of the house. Okay. And came back to the house and got him to wear the clothes I had worn to leave the house in the morning and my dark glasses and everything. So he left with the car, and I'm sure they followed the car. So I jumped the wall and somehow managed to go to La Côte d'Ivoire without detection. In fact, I went to La Côte d'Ivoire by canoe.
Huh?
Yeah. I went to La Côte d'Ivoire by canoe, and it was a harrowing experience. I don't know how to swim. I've never attempted to swim. Okay.
Tell me, let me break it down. So what? You moved to Takrady and then took another vehicle,
Went to a village.
public transport.
Yeah, public transport. Went to a village. Actually, I had a guide. A young Ghanaian woman who worked in La Côte d'Ivoire was sent purposely to guide me to La Côte d'Ivoire, you know. So at some village, there was a canoe. There were 3 men on the canoe who had been primed to take me to La Côte d'Ivoire in the canoe. So we jumped on the canoe, and the first thing I noticed was that it was leaking.
Hey!
So I was given the task of scooping up the water from the canoe, you know.
You?
So we went to another village by canoe, and then we had to climb a plank. That's a plank on a portion of the river, just a plank. I've done many frightening things, but this was exceptionally frightening.
Wow.
Walking on the plank to the other side of the river. So we walked on the plank, there was no alternative. I had to go to La Côte d'Ivoire.
So the other guys, who were they?
I don't know them, they had been hired to ferry me,
Oh, okay.
you know, so I don't know them. I don't even know whether they were Ghanaian or not, you know. Their duty was just to ferry to La Côte d'Ivoire with this girl, you know. So we walked on the plank, and then we got to the other side and walked maybe for 2 hours, you know. Walked through the forest for about 2 hours, you know.
Were in the night? Was it in the night?
No, I think we got there during the day, you know. And then we walked and walked and walked, and then we came to the other end. And then there was a village, and then I saw some of my friends. You
Wow.
know. One of them is Corporal Eninakwa. You know, Corporal Eninakwa was involved in the coup d'etat.
Yeah, the name. I remember the
Yeah,
name.
he was involved in the coup d'etat. He was arrested, and he was jailed for many years. You know, I was in the same prison with him in Insaon prison and so on.
Under whose regime again?
This is the PNDC.
Okay.
Okay. So I saw Corporal Eninakwa at the other side. I think there was another guy. We used to call him Aro Kanga, or Himing, who was also a corporal, who had gone to La Côte d'Ivoire much earlier. So they were out there waiting for me, and oh my goodness, it was such a huge relief to see these guys that I knew, that I had been in prison with, and who were already in La Côte d'Ivoire, and who had come to pick me up, you know. At the time, they were working for a security company in La Côte d'Ivoire called Sagis Security. So they had come with a vehicle from that security company, and I joined them, and we went into La Côte d'Ivoire, and I started doing the work that I had to do,
Wow.
and got all those soldiers out of prison.
Wow.
Yes, all of them out of prison.
What did you do?
Contacts. I mean, some of the things that I still cannot talk about.
I can understand.
But contacts. There was a minister in the Ivorian government who was very sympathetic, and he helped a lot.
Oh,
you know.
okay.
There were other people. There was a guy who was Deputy Security Chief under Liman.
Liman.
Under Liman, President Liman.
Yeah.
and who happened to be the senior brother of Mr. Freddie Blay, you know, who became chairman of the New Patriotic Party and member of parliament and so on. And he was very, very useful at the time. There were others, Captain, you know, so many of them, you know. So we worked together and we managed to secure the release of all our people who were in Ivorian jails. And then the question arose, are you going back to Ghana to face trial? Because I was on trial, you know, at the public tribunal. Yeah. And I decided to come back to Ghana and face trial. To the astonishment of everybody, I decided to come back to Ghana and face trial.
1982 it was, right?
1982, you know, thereabout. So I came back to Ghana.
So how did you come back? I mean, the route that brought you had to use regular.
Coming back was easy. I came back through the borders, regular, you know, without a passport. You know what to do when you don't have a passport, you know. So I came back, and the trial was aborted.
Oh.
Yes.
How come?
I knew that that trial could not end from the very beginning. You know, I'd been arrested from my house in Kotobabi. Professor Dubois was teaching in Legon when he was picked up from the classroom and were taken to the CID headquarters. And were cautioned and asked to write statements. Okay. Within 15 minutes, Professor Dubois had finished writing his statement. It took me hours to write my statement. So Professor Dubois kept pinching me all the time and said, "What are you writing? You're writing too much. You are implicating us. Please stop." And I kept writing because I knew what I was doing, you know. And what I was doing was writing a statement which nobody would dare read in an open court.
Because you knew too much,
I was writing a statement that nobody, I think I ended up writing about 20 to 30 pages.
Yeah. Even the policeman would not read this.
No, it took hours to write my statement, you know, and I was asking for more paper and writing and writing. In that statement, I've spoken about my experiences in guard rooms, the number of people who had been killed in the guard rooms, and who killed them, and so on. Who would dare read such a statement in an open court? I was talking about cases of corruption which had come to my notice, and PNDC secretaries allegedly involved, and so on, you know. So what I was actually doing was not just writing a statement, I was creating a bomb.
People, this is Footprints with Kwesi Pratt Jr. We have only just begun. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is Footprint, and I am with Kwesi Pratt Jr. And the story is so sweet. I don't know about you. Me, I'm enjoying myself, Charlie. I'm Kwesi. So you were saying they had to abandon the whole tribunal, the trial, for yourself and
Professor
Dubois as well.
Yes.
And did Professor Dubois get to know what you wrote?
I told him later about what I had written, and he was shocked, you know. But look, we were still in the CID headquarters on the top floor. They made us walk up, climb up. And then some policeman that I don't know, up to today, came and whispered into my ears that we're going to be taken to the tribunal for trial, and that they were going to use the back door, not the main door, main entrance to the police station. Now, by this time, thousands of people had gathered in front of the police headquarters, you know, thousands of people had gathered. Now, they wanted to take us to the tribunal quietly, you know. But my wife was with me at the time when I was writing the statement, so I told her quietly to go down and alert the crowd that we're going to move us to the tribunal. So she did that. She went down and alerted the crowd, you know. So by the time they took us through the back door to the State House was jammed, packed with thousands of people.
So this tribunal was presided over by who again?
I suspect Ado Akins at
Akins,
the time.
yeah.
Yes,
It was
at
a
the
very
time.
popular name at the time.
Yes. You know. Now, the police had a difficulty. How were they going to take us to the tribunal hall with all these thousands of people?
Yeah.
So they used the banquet hall. There's a link between the banquet hall and the tribunal hall. That's where they passed us, and then we got there. Now, at the time, they were trying, the tribunal was trying members of a group called the Farragan.
What?
Farragan.
Okay, Farragan, yeah.
They were exiled people who had come into the country and exploded bombs at the airports and so on. You know, and they were on trial.
You remember some of those names?
Damba, but he wasn't on trial. His son was on trial.
Oh,
you know. So we were ushered into the tribunal when this trial
Sorry,
was
which
going on.
Damba is this?
TB Damba.
Sheikh.
Well, TB Damba, I don't know whether it's a sheikh or not, you know. So I entered the tribunal with Professor Duboahini, and I gave a Black Power salute. And my goodness.
Which one is that? This one? Yeah.
Black Power salute.
This one, yeah.
And the whole place went
Exploded, man.
exploded. Charlie, terrible, you know. So that was the first sign that it wasn't going to be an easy trial.
Wow.
And then, of course, Edubuahini pleaded not guilty. I was asked to plead, and I refused to plead. You know, insisted that it was not a legal trial. It was not about legalities and so on. It was about politics, you know, so I was not going to plead. I recall that Edubuahini had a team of lawyers, I think led by Mr. Brody Mens, who had been a minister in the Busia regime. I had no lawyers.
You were your own lawyer, man.
Actually, President Kufuor had offered to be my lawyer. President Kufuor offered to be my lawyer, and I said no. I'll defend myself.
Wow.
And he insisted that I needed a lawyer to guide me through the law and so on. So I came to an understanding with President Kufuor. And if you look at all the pictures of the trial, you will see that President Kufuor sat behind me.
Wow.
You know, he was giving me advice and all kinds of things. And that was also the beginning of the very, very close relationship that I developed with President Kufuor. So I decided to defend myself with the assistance of President Kufuor then. He was not a president then, and so on.
The lawyer then.
Yeah. So eventually, it was decided that the case should be adjourned. I mean, the commotion was too much. They couldn't deal with the commotion. So we were granted bail. And this is very interesting, Summers. We were granted bail. We went to the registry. In no time, people had come with their property documents and so on. And Edubuahini was on his way out. He had served his bail conditions and so on. So his wife actually turned to me and said, Bakwesi, what are you doing here? Are you not? I said, look, I don't have any property. So I'm going to prison. I'll meet you at the next adjourned date. So Auntie Mary turned to Prof and said, Edu, you can't leave Kwesi here. How would you explain if you are home and he's in prison? So quickly they started moving around, and then they brought documents and so on. I also was granted bail.
Wow.
Now Edubuahini was a big man then, you know, real big man, presidential
Contopiat,
candidate and so
yes.
on. Yeah. So there was a convoy of cars to take him away with bodyguards and so on. So he jumped into the car and he was gone. Okay? I had come out, no car, nothing. And there was a guy called Charles Biney who came from Texas. So Charles Biney decided that we should walk to the NPP headquarters. So Charles Biney was the first to carry me on his shoulders. You know.
Which year was this?
Same year, 1992, thereabout,
Okay.
you know. So I was carried shoulder high, and we walked all the way from the tribunal to the headquarters of the NPP with the whole crowd. Edubuahini had gone home, and so on. We got to NPP headquarters, it was milling with thousands of people and so on. And then the NPP leaders realized that a mistake had been made. I was going to address the crowd without Edubuahini. So they came to me and said, look, you can't address the crowd, you can't take over our headquarters, and so on. So I had to wait for them to go to the house and bring Professor Dubois to join me to address the crowd.
Wow.
But
Good. So this headquarters at the time was where? Kokomlemle, right?
Kokomlemle, the Kokomlemle headquarters.
Good one. So this is just rounding up part one of our conversation with Kwesi Pratt Jr. We'll bring the program to a close. We definitely will come back with the next episode. This has been Footprint with Kwesi Pratt Jr. My name is Samuel Atamensa. See you next time.
He had many bats as pets. One day, the chief got very sick. They had to bring him to a hospital in Accra. That's right, 37 Military Hospital. The bats must have really loved the chief because they followed him all the way to Accra. The bats waited in the trees near the hospital. Unfortunately, the chief could not return home because he passed away. Oh, the bats are still waiting for their chief to leave the hospital so that they can return to their home in Chibi. The end.
That was a very interesting story, Story. Thank you. Wonder Space Explorers, it's time for our adventure. We're going to find out more about the homes of our straw-colored bats. Let's go and find our bats. Woo. Hello, Wonder Space Explorers. Can you guess where we are? By the sound of things, we are by a noisy street. Yes, we are Liberation Road near 37 Military Hospital. If you listen carefully, you can hear the bikes, cars, but if you listen extra carefully, you can hear the bats chattering. Behind me, we have some of our large, old mahogany trees. And if you look up, you'll find the bats. They look really small from below, but they're actually quite large. They are the second largest bats in Africa. Wow, that's pretty big. Come on, let's have a closer look at the bats and listen carefully so you can hear them chattering and clicking away. I'm going to use my binoculars so I can see them closely. Wow, they are actually quite large. They are not so small after all. Wow, the bats are actually so cool and they're not scared that I'm standing down here. When I look up, I see them huddled up in groups. Bats are social animals, so they stay together in groups. I can see a group there, a group there, a group there. They fill the whole tree. But guess what? Even though the tree is almost full, this is a small fraction of the population of bats that will usually be here. So in the dry season, we'll have more bats. But at the beginning of the wet season, the rainy season, they reduce in number. I hope you can hear me over the cars and motorcycles. All right, so as we learned ahead of time, the bats spend most of their day in trees like this, the old mahogany trees or the neem trees along this road. There are lots and lots of trees here. Can you hear them chattering? Can you hear the sound of the bats? Guess what? It's almost time for them to go looking for food. So in the evening around 6 p.m., they head out to look for food. Let's take a really close look at the features of the bats. Whoa! They are actually straw-colored. They have yellow, brownish, orangey fur or body parts, and their wings are black. When they are hanging upside down, they wrap themselves up with their wings. Whoa! And let's see one more thing. They look like little foxes. They have long snouts, pointy ears. They don't look like regular bats. They look like little foxes. And so straw-colored fruit bats are also known as little flying foxes. Wonder Space Explorers is getting darker and the bats are starting to... Can you see over there? Look, 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 look. Oh, wow. Let's check what time it is. Let me get my phone to check the time. They're starting to fill the skies. Woo! At exactly 6:15, they started to leave the trees and they're heading out to look for food. You can see, oh wow! Wow! Oh wow! They're all ready to go. They're all ready to go. Look at that! Like clockwork. At about 6 o'clock, they are heading out. Are they going in any particular direction? Looks like they're going this way. What could be there? Their food, their mangoes. We are bat watching, and it's amazing to see that at the same time of every day, they leave their trees in search for food. And they filled up the skies of Accra. That was amazing! We saw all the bats in the trees and then we saw them take off into the sky. Now, as I said when we were there, the bats are not as many as before because during the wet season, the rainy season, they migrate to another part of Ghana, and then during the dry season, they migrate back. Can you remember the name of the bats at 37? That's right, straw-colored fruit bats. And when the camera got really close, if you could tell, the body of the bats is a yellowish brown color. Some of it is orangey brown, but their wings are black. And can you remember the other name for the straw-colored fruit bats? That's right, flying foxes. Because apparently they look like foxes. They have a long snout, they have big eyes, they have pointy ears. So the other name for straw-colored fruit bats would be flying foxes. Bats are really, really cool, aren't they? But they aren't just cool, they're also very important for our environment. I'm sure you're thinking, how? Well, bats are amazing pollinators and dispersers of seeds. That means bats help new trees to grow. That's amazing. Now, if you remember, we said that bats are nocturnal creatures or nocturnal feeders, which means they go around looking for food at night. As we saw at 37, they took off at 6 p.m. So they fly away at 6 p.m. in search for food, and they return at about 6 a.m. to rest again. Do you remember that we said that bats are nocturnal feeders, which means they spend the night looking for food? Now, most bats are said to use something called echolocation. What does that mean? I'm going to let Story help us demonstrate what echolocation is. In order to find food at night, some bats make really high-pitched sounds that bounce off things like objects they want to avoid or objects they want to eat. By listening to the sound that bounces back, the bats can determine if the objects are close or far, if they need to avoid the object or go towards the object. So imagine Stroy saying, echo, 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 and the scissors saying, location, location, location. Echo, location, echo, location. Stroy will want to avoid this object, so he will fly past it. But guess what? Bats like Stroy, straw-colored fruit bats, actually don't use echolocation. Isn't that right, Stroy? Yeah. So he was just demonstrating, but bats like Stroy don't need to use echolocation. So how do they see in the dark? Well, they have a strong sense of smell. Remember we said that they have a long snout, so they have a strong sense of smell. They have big eyes, and so they use their vision and their sense of smell to get around and find food. That's a very interesting fact because most people think that all bats rely on echolocation. There are lots and lots of interesting facts about bats. Now, remember we said that there are so many bats that live in the colony? Well, how do mothers find their children? Bats have a great way of identifying voices, so they know the sounds of different bats. So, for example, if you're outside and you say, "Mom," your mom will probably know your voice. Well, bats are able to do that too. That's so cool. Another really cool fact about bats is that they have patterns or prints in their wings that can identify this bat from another bat. So have you ever heard of your fingerprint? We all have fingerprints that are different. My fingerprint is not the same as your fingerprint, and it will never be. So interestingly, bat wings also have prints that can be used to distinguish one bat from the other. That's amazing. As we are talking about wings, straw-colored fruit bats have really powerful wings because they have to fly long distances. They migrate from one place to the next, from Accra to the north, from one region to the next. So they need really powerful wings, and they spend their time traveling over thousands and thousands of kilometers. I'm sure you're thinking, I heard bats drink blood. But you haven't said that at all, Miss Natalie. Well, only 3 species of bats in the world drink blood, and they're known as vampire bats. But they only drink the blood of animals. You don't need to worry. Most bats eat insects and fruits, like the fruit bats. Can you guess what time it is? It's time for our art activity. Are you excited? Yay! Guess what we're going to do? We're going to be making a paper bat like my friend Stroy here. Are you ready? Let's go. To make a paper puppet of a straw-colored fruit bat, you're going to need a few items. You're going to need some card, that's yellowy brown, some more card, black, brown, red, and white. You're going to need some glue and a pair of scissors. Okay, so let's start with the body. Remember we said the straw-colored fruit bats have a yellowy brown body, so you can find a sheet of paper that looks something like that. Fold it over. You're going to need your glue. Fold again. Turn it over, and then you're going to fold, and then fold again. Lots of folding. You should be able to put your fingers in here like that. Let's start making, should we make the wings now? Let's do that. All right, you can draw the wing to help you. Get the shape of a wing. Separate the two. All right, we have our wings. Okay, so you're going to stick the wings beneath, yes. Now, let's get the ears done. So for the ears, you might just want to draw triangles and cut them out. All right. But what you need to do is you need to fold the base. So we have the ears. Okay. Straw-colored fruit bats have really big eyes, really big brown eyes. So you want to get some dark card and some brown card to create the eyes. Let's cut those eyes out. We have the eyes. Let's create the nose. And create a tongue. Okay, so you can just cut out the longest triangle shape. Get some glue. So once again, you can cut out some triangles. Use your glue, and stick that at the top here. We have our paper puppet. I hope you had lots of fun attempting to make your paper puppets of a straw-colored fruit bat. Wonder Space Explorers, I can't wait to see your paper bat somehow, maybe through a picture. Well done. You've learned so much today. We learned about the bats that are near 37. We learned about the type of bats, the trees, what they eat, just about how many we can find. You've learned so much. You also heard about the story that tries to explain why there are so many bats near 37. Well done. Keep exploring, keep investigating, and keep finding out new things. Thank you for joining us today. As I always say at the end of our lesson, Wonder Space Explorers are wonderful! Bye! See you next time!
This election season, Channel One TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel One Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide. This is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel One TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We are here for every step of the journey. Channel One TV, your election bureau.
The Situation All-White Christmas Party is back! It's Christmas Eve, 48 the usual, and step into a celebration like none other. The Situation All-White Christmas Party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy, all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue The Underbridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the Situation All-White Christmas Party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party! It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All-White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel One TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve du Vernet, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
Welcome to the most exciting and diverse talk show on television. Get ready for a roller coaster of emotions as we bring you the best in personality, talent, entertainment, and jaw-dropping performances on the Upside Down Show.
The whole country, we have only one orchestra pit, which is the one at the National Theatre.
If I hadn't probably gone into journalism, I would be acting by now.
Our stage is a platform for the extraordinary, and we guarantee that you will be entertained from start to finish. Make a date with our charismatic and witty host, Frema Dunyame and Nanatufuo Boateng, as they keep the energy high and the conversation flowing with their infectious personalities, bringing out the best in our guests and creating a dynamic atmosphere that keeps you hooked. So tune in into the Upside Down Show every Sunday at 7 p.m. on Channel One TV for an unforgettable experience. The Upside Down Show is proudly sponsored by Sky Water.
What's up, fam? What's up, fam? What's up, fam? It's your boy Tajuddin, and I'm right here on your screens again. You know what time it is. Anytime you see me, on your TV screen. It is Vox Pop Central Time, right here on Ghana's number one and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. Today we are right here at Pokwasi to bring you something entertaining and of course something educative right here on the show. But like I tell you all the time, when you see me on the streets, Murife, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll be right back after this break.
In the realm of national discourse, where every question demands an answer, one show stands out: Face to Face. Face to Face cuts through the noise and goes straight to the heart of the matter as your host confronts personalities in politics, governance, society, and business on the topical issues facing the country.
If you said to me that you made £1 million out of scraps in the United Kingdom at age 19, that will raise eyebrows, and I ought to ask you how you made it.
Umaru, first of all, if anybody wants to find out how I acquired my wealth before even 21, it's on the internet. You know, I have built hotels. I've done all of that. It's all there. It's bringing me income. It's yielding. I'm creating employment.
You introduced free SHS in 2017, and for 7 years, you are still having the same problem.
No,
it means you have
that's
not
false.
That's very accurate.
No, that's false.
Schools still have challenges with boarding house, dining hall,
Umaru,
classrooms.
I like context.
Yes.
I like debate, but I like factual debate.
Yes.
It's false. And I'll tell you what. Dr. Bawumia has humbly acknowledged what our challenges or our shortfalls have been as a government. He has outlined what the successes have also been. And he is giving cogent, clear vision points for each of the sectors.
It's the worst, government we've ever had to combat corruption.
Join Umaru Sanda Amadou every Tuesday at 9 p.m. on Face to Face as he explores the issues that shape our nation. Only on Channel 1 TV.
What does IT spell? What does IT spell?
Like a full meaning of IT. Information technology.
Hey! Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Pronounce this word.
Belt.
You say?
Belt.
Pronounce this word. Belt. Huh? Belt. What about the one down there?
Arc.
Is it?
Arc.
Relax. Pronounce the second one.
Which one?
Is it?
Acro.
Pronounce the word.
Belt.
Brother.
The second one.
Out or something.
Is it?
Ouch.
Okay. But come. Pronounce this word.
Ballet.
Wool up, just wool up.
Second one.
Acres.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
The length?
Yeah.
Please, I don't know.
No problem.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
Maybe that one I know is 40 feet.
Is it?
40 feet.
Chai.
Okay. What is the length of a 40-foot container?
Length. 40 feet.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
40-foot container. Hey, this person there. Hey. Oh, so maybe I would say 40 feet.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
My name is Peter.
If a baby lion is referred to as a cub, what will you call a baby tiger?
Come again.
If a baby lion is referred to as a cub, what will you call a baby tiger?
A baby lion.
Hey.
It's a baby lion.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
40-foot container.
Chash.
I don't know.
You are a disappointment.
What does IT spell?
IT. It's the same. IT.
Pronounce this word for me. The first one.
B.
Hey.
Pronounce it.
Bullet.
Is it?
Bullet.
Okay.
Silly boy.
How about the second one?
Acre.
Is it?
Acre.
What?
Asa.
Okay. Asa. Spell it to the viewers.
ACRE.
And then spell the first one to the viewers.
BALLET.
What did you say it is?
I said bullet.
What's up?
Adeku.
What be the name?
MIC.
If a baby lion is referred to as a cub, what will you call a baby tiger?
Please repeat it for me. No problem.
If a baby lion is referred to as a cub, what will you call a baby tiger?
This one there. I don't know. Be careful, huh?
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
The length of 40 container.
What? 40-foot container.
40. It's the same as 40 now.
What do you mean by that?
The answer be the 40 container now.
Okay. Wait. What does IT spell?
It's the same as IT.
Clap for her. Pronounce this word for me, okay?
Ballet. Pull up, just pull up.
And then the second one.
Acel.
You saw it?
Acel.
Spell it to the viewers.
ACRE.
And you said it's what?
Acel.
What's your name?
Lanyopo.
Lanyopo.
Yes.
If a baby lion is referred to as a cub, what will you call a baby tiger?
A baby tiger.
Relax. You relax.
This thing, it confuse me so.
No problem.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
The length of
a 40-foot container.
40 centimeters. 40 centimeters.
Pronounce these words for me. First one.
Ballet.
Hey. Now fear don't catch me.
And the second one.
Arc.
Is it?
Arc.
Spell it.
Is it the ballet or the?
Okay, spell both.
So the ballet is BALLET, and then the arc is ACRE.
Anthony, if a baby lion is referred to as a cub, what will you call a baby tiger?
Oh. A baby lion. You see, it's referred to
as a cub.
As a cub.
What will you call a baby tiger?
Baby tiger. Cub.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
40 container.
Hey!
24 feet.
Is it?
24 feet.
Talo.
Sorry. What does IT spell?
IT spell. I don't have idea.
Go and sit down. Before you go, though, pronounce this word. The first one.
Ballot.
What is that?
Is it?
Ballot.
The second one.
Accurate.
You don't chop today.
Spell it.
ACCE.
Yeah.
Hey. ACRE.
Okay, and the first one.
BALLT. LLET.
Oh, okay. And you say is what?
Ballot.
And the second one is?
Accurate.
Hey, you like Acre? Oh? Yeah, he likes Acre.
Viewers, you will be back.
What's your name?
My name is Accra Boy.
Accra Boy.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be hard. So you need to control the whole Accra.
Yeah, man.
Hey, what a surprise!
Yeah, man. That Mr. Blessed up and chain. You see? If a baby lion is called a cub, what will you call a baby tiger?
If a baby lion is called
a cub, what will you call a baby tiger?
I have no ideas.
You saw it?
No ideas.
No ideas. No ideas, Kra.
No ideas, bro. Yeah.
What does IT spell?
IT, the meaning of IT.
What does it spell?
IT, information technology.
Yeah.
Pronounce these words for me. The first one.
Ballot.
And the second one.
Let us see. Acre. It is ACRE.
Yes.
Acre.
I'm Samuel K. Obin Enwa.
Wow, Mr. Samuel K. Obin Enwa.
Yes.
Wow, that's a nice name.
Are you a baby or I am a baby? We are a baby.
If a baby lion is called a cub, what would you call a baby tiger?
Baby tiger. Yes. If what?
A baby lion is called a cub. What would you call a baby tiger?
A small tiger.
Yeah.
Small tiger.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
Length. Yeah. You say 40 feet. It's a 40.
Wool up, just wool up.
What does IT spell?
Spell.
Yeah.
IT what? Computer IT or what?
Nine.
What does IT spell?
IT.
Yeah.
IT.
Pronounce these words for me. The first one.
It's what? Ballot.
Yeah.
And the second one.
Care. I care. Okay. Oh.
My name is Joseph.
Joseph, if a baby lion is referred to as a cub, what would you call a baby tiger?
A baby lion is referred to what?
As a cub. It's called a cub. C-U-B. What would you call a baby tiger?
I don't have an idea.
No problem.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
40 feet.
What does IT spell?
What does
IT spell?
I don't understand.
You won't understand.
What does IT spell?
It's IT.
Okay, let's do some pronunciations, okay? The first one.
I'll call it ballet. Acre.
Clap for her. All right, guys, I'm having so much fun already, but I'll take a short break. I'll be right back. Complete this rhyme. Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
How are you working how?
Who's that?
Welcome to The Point of View.
Welcome to Face to Face on Channel 1 Television.
And hello, welcome to What the Papers Are Saying.
This be football made in Ghana. It be the only pidgin show where it day on your screen. Channel 1 TV.
Thank you so much.
So people are late. You know, they have to catch up. City TV is now Channel 1 TV. You understand?
This is Channel 1 TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Alright, people, you're still watching Vox Up Central right here on Ghana's number one and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. What's your name?
Patrick.
Patrick. Yeah. If a baby lion is called a cub, what would you call a baby tiger?
Little tiger.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
40-foot container.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No problem.
Pronounce these words.
Eka. Eka.
And the second one.
Which one? This one.
This one.
Ballet.
Yeah.
Ballet.
Spell it.
B-A-L-L-E-T.
How are you?
Fine afternoon.
What's your name?
My name is Wise.
Wise. Oh, Wise. That's a nice name. If a baby lion is called a cub, what would you call a baby tiger?
A baby tiger. It's a tiger normal. It's the same as tiger.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
40-foot container. The length is what you have mentioned, 40 feet. So if I transfer it to a centimeter, it will be 4 meters.
What does IT spell?
IT?
Yeah.
Spell?
Yeah.
You mean the spelling of IT or what?
What does it spell?
When we are talking about IT, you are talking about computer system or something like that. Ballet. Okay, Ekra.
Is it?
Ekra.
What's your name?
Pascal.
That'd be hard. If a baby lion is called a cub, what would you call a baby tiger?
Brother.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
The length?
Yeah.
40 foot. In centimeters?
Hey. Now, fear don't catch me.
Honestly, no idea.
No problem.
What does IT spell?
IT. Information Communication Technology. That one I know.
If you don't believe in yourself, who will believe for you? Nobody, man. That's the truth about it. You have to believe in yourself because you know you can do it. And once you believe, you can never achieve.
Pronounce these words for me. These words.
What do we mean?
First one.
Ballet.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
Eka.
What's up? What's it? Nan say me kwa sorry I'm intimate you am tight. Osobra yanwe na me hear me peace of mind. What? Ghana for the same be pray disturb me life. That's right. You say me per rap, mu chan me why. What? I don't soon the mommy sika they try no why. Positive thinking, chala no the lie. And I yaje mic and some me be bass pipe. Chala yanya bay rappers be back strike.
What's your name, my guy?
Well, my name is Dada Joe. You can call me Okokroko. O-K-O-K-R-O-K.
Okokroko. Yeah, my uso.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That song, who sing that song?
How do you know, Chama? If a baby lion is called a cub, what do you call a baby tiger?
You know, that one, I was a little boy, I learned. So actually right now, I grew up to, give you the definition of that method. So let's go to the level of graduate or some.
I cannot believe my eyes.
All right, thank you.
This one be for kids, crowd.
Yeah, man.
Kiddies are my level.
Man, yeah, man.
What is the length of a 40-foot container?
That one too is a good question, but right now the answer will be 2 questions, so you can't predict one right now.
So right now I'm not in a good mood. Don't try me. You talking here, I will slap you and you run away.
What does IT spell?
Right now the spell is the sun is making me hot, so I can balance the equations. Thank you.
Pronounce these ones for me. I'm going to show you some few words so you can pronounce them for me, okay?
All right.
Okay, so there you go. The first one.
Ballet.
Hey! Jesus, that's of Nazareth.
And the second one.
Accra.
Is it?
Accra.
Is it?
Accra.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a special freestyle from our guy right here. He controls the whole of Accra and he's going to bust the tune for me. Let's go. Let's go.
That's right. One time. There is no hurry in life. Only righteous go survive. One time. There is no food for lazy man. Who named tomorrow Kotobio, no branding, the Wawa driver near what free will break in your free quine. So guys, my name is Okokroko. What's up?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Vox Pop Central. This is what I serve you every single day and every single week. This is what I serve you on Vox Pop Central, right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. Like I tell you all the time, when they see me on the streets, Munife, don't run, don't run, don't run. Thank you for watching.
The Situation All White Christmas Party is back!
It's Christmas Eve, forget the usual, and step into a celebration like none other. The Situation All-White Christmas Party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy, all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue The Underbridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the Situation All-White Christmas Party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party! It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All-White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve du Vernet, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
Every footprint tells a story. From every walk of life, they faced challenges, celebrated victories, and made their mark on the world. Welcome to Footprints, where we walk through the incredible journeys of extraordinary people. Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. as we dive into the lives of those who've left indelible marks. It's not just about where you end up, but how you got there. Footprints, celebrating the paths that shape us all. This and every Friday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Welcome to the most exciting and diverse talk show on television. Get ready for a roller coaster of emotions as we bring you the best in personality, talent, entertainment, and jaw-dropping performances on the Upside Down Show.
The whole country, we have only one orchestra pit, which is the one at the National Theatre.
If I hadn't probably gone into journalism, I would be acting by now.
Our stage is a platform for the extraordinary, and we guarantee that you will be entertained from start to finish. Make a date with our charismatic and witty host, Frema Dunyame and Nanatufuo Boating, as they keep the energy high and the conversation flowing with their infectious personalities, bringing out the best in our guests and creating a dynamic atmosphere that keeps you hooked. So tune in into the Upside Down Show every Sunday at 7 p.m. on Channel 1 TV for an unforgettable experience. The Upside Down Show is proudly sponsored by Sky Water.
Third time, we rise, call it releve, heels together, keeping the heels together. Let's add some fun in there. Let's still have a turn. And just before the music, I want to throw in one thing so that after that, we're just going to step up, turn around, and finish. All right, let's try the music, shall we? All right, so feet together, wear your dancer's belt, stand nice and tall like a very important person, wearing your crown. And plie and stretch, plie and stretch, plie, releve, turn around and down, invest, plie and stretch, knees going over your toes, that's it, 10 times, rise up and 10 shoulders down, and what did we do? Let's go, 1, 2,
Hello there. Thank you for joining us for another episode of The Woman in You with me, Zoe Abubedu Ado. This edition I've come to East Legon. This is Vivi's Dance Academy. I'm here to speak with Vivian Boateng, and she is transforming the arts industry. She is passionate about what she does, and she has been teaching for a while, but now she is very, very excited about teaching the next generation. So you just saw us doing the ballet.
This festive season, it's time to go big and go loud, because with GoTV, Bronya City. From match days and movie days to local stories, big little adventures.
Really?
It's unmatched entertainment for the whole family.
Yes.
GoTV brings the joy anytime, anywhere. Get your festive season sorted. Get GoTV.
Introducing Rexona Non-Stop Protection 72-hour antiperspirant with breakthrough microtechnology that forms a stronger sweat barrier. Tested to the limit, even during the most intense workout.
Still clean, dry, and fresh for longer.
Try the new Rexona 72-hour Non-Stop Protection for clean, dry, and fresh underarms every day.
Welcome back to The Woman in You with Zoe. We are excited that you are part of this conversation once again. Let's delve straight into our conversation with Mrs. Vivian Boateng as she shares more about her journey, particularly when it comes to art education in Ghana. Thank you so much for joining us once again. I must say that I am exhausted by the tutorials that you took me through. And that brings me to my first question. Do you have to start young?
Dance is for anybody and everybody. You can start late, be different, and still succeed.
Wow. But what about flexibility? Because I was having it a bit, I'm finding it a bit difficult trying to be flexible and relax myself.
Yeah, that was just a 2 minutes try.
Okay.
So it doesn't really matter. Once you're determined, once you have the passion, you've set a goal before you, there's nothing that you cannot achieve. And one of my teachers started late. You know, he's the head of our acrobatics department. He started late as an adult. And he has his Model 1 certification in acrobatics, and he's doing fantastic. So he is proof. If we don't have any example to show, he alone is proof that you can always start late and still succeed.
Okay, so how old when you say late?
I mean, he was in his 20s when he made a decision to go into dance, professionally. And so the age really is here.
Okay.
It's never a barrier. It's up to you to decide that, okay, this is what I want to pursue, and I'm going for it.
What is the oldest person or the age, in terms of age, that you've had come walk into your premises to say that I want to learn how to dance?
Well, although the academy is focused on children. And young people, we have older people as old as 50, people in their 50s. Miss Adi, who is our general manager here, she's in her 70s, and every now and then she comes in to dance. So.
And is it to keep them strong, healthy, or they have other reasons why they would want to?
Yes, to keep them healthy, and for most of them, they said it helps in their memory.
Okay.
Because there's that coordination. Your brain is at work. You have to. Your mind is thinking about coordinating the feet and the arms and everything else. There's so much going on in here, and so it really helps them. It's like as you grow, sometimes you lose memory and stuff like that. And for most of them, it helps them to reverse that. And to keep them active.
All right. So it's an academy for young people. I initially indicated in my introduction that you are passionate about the young generation in building them up. Why did you decide to set up an academy here in Accra? Is this something that people really appreciate when it comes to ballet, salsa, acrobatics? These are not Ghanaian things or things we grew up doing naturally. So why did you decide to set it up?
Well, my why stems, comes in stages, and it's stemmed from my own background and how dance transformed me.
Okay.
When I say transformed me, it gave me a voice, it gave me confidence. It was my outlet, whenever I was going through anything tough. And so that is one big thing that I saw dance do. I'm saying dance because that's where it started.
Okay.
From church,
Okay.
But then as time went on and I started pursuing it, I went into the University of Ghana. I joined, a ballet. I got into a ballet academy where I was picked, trained to teach. That was when I began to see even more so how dance was transforming all these young people. Some would come in, high all over the place, very hyper, so much energy, and then I saw how the dance channeled that energy to something positive. I saw children coming really timid, they couldn't, they really open their mouths, but dance helped them to come out and fully express themselves. I also have children, some parents would bring in their children because they lack coordination.
Okay.
And so people were bringing their children in for several reasons. And that, what I think the vision has grown over the years. And so another why would be that, as I went into schools to teach, it's really connected to my young people. And that we didn't have any creative space where they could come in and have professional training. Because when we talk about dance, we always think about the extracurricular, all the ways, because everybody can dance, and all the other layers behind that, all the other people that dance is, there wasn't so much dance for it. And we didn't have any space we had to go outside, teach
Okay, pursuing the same career.
Those skills, other skills like dance teachers, like you have the discipline, you have the perseverance to complete school when we give you this admission. So there have been a lot of different whys, but these are the key whys why we do we're doing what we're doing at this Theatre Academy.
You mentioned that dance was an outlet for you when you had issues. Now, what is ballet doing? That is what you mentioned earlier. What is ballet doing that you explained every child should experience it? How unique is it? How different is it? Because for most people, they see it as something that's foreign. So,
well, this is my journey with ballet. I started, I can't stop on ballet on TV as a child. And I saw the gracefulness with which this dancer was dancing, but it wasn't just being graceful, but there was so much strength in there too, because this dancer was on point, and all that. And I was drawn into that. So I grew up in Koforidua, and our school came for an excursion at trade fair. It was like every March, there was trade
7th
fair.
March.
We came in, and I saw books on ballet, so that's how the interest started. I'll be in my room practicing and all that. And it changed my style of dancing in church, because in there I found that, discipline, like you need it. So ballet is not, the reason again I say ballet is because it's a very strict discipline, very strict at home. You can't just do it this way and then yes, we take it. No, it has, if it's this, you need to reach there. So that sense of mediocrity is out. You can't do it anyhow. It's a structured, So those things really pushed you to work towards perfection, to work towards something, It challenges you. Apart from being challenging you too, it had a way of, working on your posture. In there, when we did the dance, what did I tell? I said, stand like a very important person, right? Yeah. So by the time you are in there, you already feel like I'm an important person, and that builds confidence. Even if you come in and you are not the most confident child in that room or the most confident person, by the time you leave, just a change in posture changes everything. So that is why I thought every child should experience it. One, for its discipline, its structure, and also its way of just giving you the room to express yourself.
All right, so we'll pause on the ballet for now. We'll go into the other disciplines that you do here. But let me just take you back a bit. You mentioned that you grew up in Koforidua. Were you born there?
Yes.
Koforidua Flowers. Oh, great. So what was your experience growing up like in Koforidua? I was there recently. It's so serene.
Yeah.
I mean, away from the noise in Accra, and it's such a calm atmosphere. It was raining most of the time that I was in Koforidua. I really loved Koforidua. I don't know what your experience was like growing up.
Yeah, Koforidua was a lovely town. I mean, everybody's in everybody's business,
I know, right? I grew up in Akosombo, and it was basically the same thing. Everybody knew about. Once your issue comes up, everybody knows about it.
Yeah. that was that kind of upbringing I had. When you go somewhere and you do something, another person's like, I'm going to report you to your mother. You can't hide. Those were the times when parents would discipline you. And that, our neighbor could discipline you, whether your parents is there or not, and know that and put you right. But that's the kind of upbringing I had. And I thought it really helped. And it was a community where other children would come around, and we had big spaces where we could come around and then play. And sometimes I'll find myself directing, Christmas plays.
Okay.
We'll build this Christmas, we call it bring out pata, and then put light in there. It was that kind of.
So you had it from when you were young. I mean, the passion for drama, theater.
Yes. Because I was in my school place, and my sister was a nurse. So anytime when we did any play, I would wear my name, and there was a nurse or doctor role. I'll just go and borrow my sister's, clothes.
Uniform.
And they'll adjust it for me now. When it's in it, I was like, nurse, fatal. And I love taking care of the sick. I had that empathy towards sick people. So I thought I was going to be a nurse. Or a doctor. But it changed.
You are nursing in a different way.
I know that, yeah.
Okay, so school. Where did you school? And before you talk about that, how did your parents take you wanting to do drama, theater? Did they encourage you? Because I'm sure around that time it wasn't something that was really...
So I attended Opakuman Secondary School.
Okay.
In Okonkwo. I was a science student because, of course, I said I wanted to be a doctor, and then I wanted to pursue, that. But I was struggling with the course. I was part of the school drama group, and all that. But after SS Senior High School, I didn't do well in my electives. My course, I passed excellently.
What was your favorite elective? Biology?
Biology. Yeah, of course. Biology was my favorite. Of all the electives, I passed biology, so I had to write
elective maths, chemistry, and physics.
Yes.
Oh, goodness.
And I remember starting remedials at Pope John Secondary School, and
it wasn't working.
It wasn't working. So one morning, and I joined a theater group then. One morning, my mom asked me, said, "Vivi, what do you want to do?" I said, "Mommy, I'm not seeing top points." So what do you want to do? I said, "I see my passion in the arts." And she said, "Then go for it." So I went to see my director, who was also then a lecturer at the University of Ghana, and he directed me to go and study government, literature, entry. And then I had registered for medials, and I had only 6 months to write.
Whoa.
So I quickly went back to Pope John, spoke to these teachers, switched, studied literature, government, entry for 6 months.
In 6 months?
And passed, and that was what got me to University of Ghana.
Wow. 6 months. A 3-year course was learned in 6 months.
And then the school performing arts pursuing, again, continuing to do that. I graduated, I did directing for my final year. By the 3rd year, that was when I gained, or I got introduced to ballet professionally by another ballet school, the Foreca Dance Academy. So,
was it common then?
It wasn't common. It wasn't common. I remember we had a team coming from Peppers, the Foreca Dance Academy, and they said they were looking for people to train, to teach, because they used to have like experts coming in, but they wouldn't stay longer, and so that continuity was not there. And usually you want continuity, you want progression, So I heard they just announced it. Oh, there are some people who are coming to teach us ballet, and I was so excited because I'd gone to Makola to buy, or what they call Pantamanto, to buy, tutus and all the ballet stuff. So I got into the dance hall at the University of Ghana in my tutu and everything. I got a lot of people were sitting there, so I quickly sat, and they talked about training, as university students to teach.
Okay.
So I remember we were about 64, and then the numbers kept coming down till there was just 2 of us.
Why?
They kept cutting down. Again, you have to be passionate enough about this to pursue it. Yes. So
the others didn't show much interest.
As the time went on, they realized that maybe it's not for me, or maybe I don't have the time for it, or maybe I don't just fit it, because there was just the final 4, and then finally there was just 2 of us who stayed, and I stayed for about 6 years. And so beyond that, I went to Munich. That's the Performing Arts Studio in Munich, Germany.
them just to see where I stand. You know, because I always had that belief that I don't want to be a Ghanaian, local champion.
Yeah.
Right. I had that passion that when you place me anywhere in the world, I need to be sure that I meet whatever standard there is, the highest of standards. So that really got me to looking out for how to get professional training, and that's how come I got into American Ballet Theatre. That's also another story.
Okay, so that is also another story. We'll pause here for a moment. When we come back, we'll hear more from Mrs. Vivian Boateng, who is the founder of Vivi's Dance Theatre and Academy. She'll be telling us more about her journey and her passion and her vision for arts in Ghana. Stay tuned.
Facility Pro Management Services Limited, the most outstanding facility management company in Africa. We have over 12 years experience in professional facility management services, such as cleaning, fumigation, and pest control to landscaping, post-construction cleanings, and electronic security installations. With highly trained personnel, exceptional customer service, and operations in all 16 regions of Ghana, we offer you value for money always. Facility Pro, trusted by top brands like Scania West Africa, Orca Deco, Robert Bosch Ghana, National Communications Authority, First National Bank, Consolidated Bank Ghana, Zenith Bank, Brain Hill International School, Villac International School, just to mention a few. Let us maintain the value of your property. Facility Pro, maintaining the value of your property.
Welcome back to The Woman in You with me, Zoe Abubedu. My guest is Vivian Boateng, and she's been telling us about her journey into setting up her theatre academy. Now, she was speaking to us about where she grew up, her journey, and her passion for dancing, ballet in particular, and how it helped her and shaped and changed her worldview of things. So we're going back into our conversation to find out more about her certification and how it has helped her shape the Dance and Theatre Academy. Great. So before we took the break, you were saying that that's a story for another day. I mean, the American Ballet Theatre. What was the story about? I mean, was it challenging, interesting, fun?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I didn't want to just be a local champion. Like, oh, a ballet teacher, then you put it, on the world stage, and then you can't deliver, right? And so I went on to look for programs that would enhance the training that I had started giving to children here in Ghana.
In schools? Or
so I started teaching in schools.
Okay.
Yes, from 2012, I started going from school to school to teach. However, I needed something more than that. Again, as I saw the talent in young people, I knew that we needed a space where we could give them progressive training. So in pursuit of that, I applied, I checked online and then applied to American Ballet Theatre because they had their national training curriculum for, teachers. And I got in, but unfortunately I didn't get the visa.
Oh.
That was in 2016. And then come 2020, COVID happened. And I was there when a young man, Gabe Stoneshare, who was a soloist ballet dancer with ABC, reached out to me, to say that his nana was Ghanaian, and she lived in Accra, and he was trying to, find his way back.
Okay.
He lost his nana, but he promised her that he was going to find his roots. So he started giving, my team and I some online trainings and stuff. And then he told, ABT that he wanted them to give me a scholarship to do my teacher training. And so that was what happened. And by then, because of COVID, everything was
virtual.
Online. Yes.
Okay.
So I took the training and then passed. And because of that, our students are able to take the ABT exams, and then progress on to the next level. So this is the second year we've done the ABT exam since I got the certification. And our students are doing really well. Next year, hopefully, we hope to send some of them for the summer intensive in New York.
Okay.
I've always told my team that we don't have to apologize to the children in Ghana. Say, because you're in Ghana, you can't dream or you can't be whatever you wish to be or all that. And then when you hear me say children in Ghana, I'm not just saying Ghanaians. Children in Ghana because we have children who are parents who are relocated. Every child has the right to dream, to become whatever they want to be. And VDTA is positioning itself to give them that platform that yes, your dream is valid. Yes, you can be the next Misty Copeland. Yes, you can be the next Michaela the Prince. Yes, your dream is possible. And so that's why we continue to push for excellence.
Okay. With your accreditation, you've mentioned the ABT. Do you have other accreditations?
Yes. So apart from ABT, African Ballet Theatre, we teach acrobatics here too, and we are certified with acrobatic arts. So again, we do exams with acrobatic arts. We have about 5 of our teachers who are certified with acrobatic arts. And so again, it's about teaching the right technique and making sure safety is key when it comes to what we do here. So we're always trying to become better and meet the world standards. And so that's what we continue to pursue. And our theatre program too is, we use the Creative Education International curriculum, which is used in on different continents, Asia, many others, Europe, Ireland. We have classes all over the world, and we also in partnership with Trinity College London, which is also an examination center for our CRED program. So our students who want to take it all the way up to diploma level and even teach, we train them up to that. And then for those who want to study in the UK, they're able to, once they take the exams with Trinity College London, they get UCAS points right from grade 6. So you start building up your UCAS points, and then it's add on to your grades when you're applying for any university or college in the UK. So we position ourselves to create these opportunities for every child in Ghana.
Okay, now you've mentioned ballet, you've mentioned salsa, you've mentioned acrobatics, but when it comes to our local dance and music, is this something that you do here as well?
We do that as well. We teach our Ghanaian dances and drumming. That's something we've always done. It's not so popular, but we're teaching it here.
Really?
The program
it's not popular
in our studios.
Okay.
So people don't sign up much for those programs, but we continue to do that. And one thing I intentionally do is that I bring in these, children, traditional dance groups during our performances, our Sparkle Day performances that we do at the National Theatre every 2 years. We invite these groups to perform so that they can see, both parents, the audience, children can see the beauty in what we have, because I'm a believer in our identity and what we carry as well. And so it's all part of the training that we give. And hopefully in the future, there's a lot we're doing, but that's also another part that I'm passionate about, how to build our dances, our traditional dances, into a curriculum that we can teach. Any teacher can hold it and teach the 3-year-old, the 4-year-old, and how we can progress it. So all those things are part of the bigger dream that we hope to bring.
What are some of the reasons why that parents bring their children here? Because Accra is very busy, and some parents or most parents would want to have time to work, because if you are doing a 9 to 5 and your child closes say at 3, there's no way you can catch up for those 2 hours. So then come and join the academy. What are some of the reasons why people come, or they have a genuine passion for letting or wanting their children to engage in such activities?
In fact, for a parent to arrange for a pickup, to get their child from the schools into the studio, that must tell you that this parent is looking for something. Because it takes extra effort to do that. You mentioned, we close late and all that. Now we have to figure out getting into the traffic. I mean, we've had parents pick the child from school, drive through the traffic to bring them to the studio during the week, after school. And then on Saturdays when they could be doing something, they still bring them. So why? Many reasons. Some parents have seen a talent in their child and they want to nurture it. Some, they do it not because, my child is going to be a professional dancer or whatever, the next big actress on TV. But for them, it's the benefits they've seen that the art gives these children. I mentioned some of the 21st century skills, communication. These children come in and then they learn, when they say communication, not just how to talk, how to listen, how to wait and have your turn. It's all part of it. How to have empathy, and these are things that valuable life skills that they learn in here. Confidence building. So you have children who are coming who could barely say a word or even move. At the time, they've opened up and express themselves. These are stories that parents have shared with us. We have, for the teens, the older students who are here, they will always tell you time management. But now we have homework, we have all these things, and then we still have to make time for dance. There's community. When they come in, they make friends, and there's this positive, energy that is always in the space, like looking out for one another. And these are some of the things that I've seen happen here. And there are some children who have gone through the years here, who are taking on leadership positions in school because of the confidence they built here. One of such who is currently studying in the US. She was big, and it took dance for her to really come out, and then sang for head girl in her school. And she got in there. So parents bring their children for various reasons. And those who want the professional program, that's why we have the academy itself. So that those who want the professional program, they sign up for that. Those ones, they come in more than once a week. It's not a recreation, but they're training towards professional programs.
Listening to you, it sounds very interesting. It sounds very amazing what you've been able to achieve, but I believe that it's not without challenges, or it didn't come without challenges. What are some of the challenges that you've been through setting this up and helping people appreciate the kind of training that you are given here?
There's nothing that doesn't come with challenges. The first thing I had to change or prove wrong was the perception around performing arts and dance. Because why would a parent invest in that? Why would they pay extra money to get their child to train? And because people say, I don't have to feel this about, but changing that perception that performing arts education is not just about having fun and going all that, but there's so much to learn from that. So we kind of, by the grace of God, changed, we moved past that, that has changed, I would say. The next challenge really has been getting our own place, getting financial support to do this, because I always say that the dream is really big, the vision is huge. And thanks to all the parents who continue to come in, that's what has kept us going. Thanks to all the schools and the school principals who believe in the performing arts, who continue to let us run the programs in their schools. That really helps us to keep going. Other than that, I'm sure we have had that, but over the years, parents have believed in what we do and continue to bring their children. That's really what has kept us going. Hopefully, people will see, people have the money, the dough, will see what we're doing, will see the benefits it's giving our community, our children, the next generation. And the great people, they'll come on board. I think they're one of the biggest, or maybe the biggest has been getting funding to get our own place. We're still moving, right?
Talking about money and funding, what does the creative industrial space in Ghana look like? And is there a way the government can, rope itself in to help the creative industry, in the country?
Obviously, and if we begin to see the essence and the benefits of it, I think it should be introduced into every basic school, right? It needs to be every child needs to have, once a week in class, it should be part of the curriculum that we teach in schools. With that, then creative to complete university, that's what we go to school of governance. And if not, and now it's not just university of government like that, we protect us as programs, it's as programs, we know as programs. Then all these graduates coming out and get some work to do. Look at the number of schools we have in this country. In all these places where there are some parts of school, I can use my arts to train in schools. That's one way of taking out these unemployment, right? The other thing we do here, apart from the academy, so we place in three schools. Apart from the academy, we have the Slam Dance and Theatre Company, which is made up of professional dancers and performers and abilities using dance to address social issues.
Okay.
Now that's another area that we can look at, right? Because we're looking at all these young people getting themselves, messing their lives up, social media and drugs, all of that. And we try to partner with mental health advocates, partner with psychology department and University of Ghana, all these people to snatch the youth from messing their lives up, these social crises. And that's one powerful tool that that's uses for change. So there are many ways that the government can come on board to help push us so that our society can become better.
All right, so we'll take another break here, a quick breather. When we come back, you tell us what your aspirations for the future of arts is in Ghana. So this is still The Woman in You with Zoe. When we come back, she'll be telling us more. Please stay tuned.
There it is. It's finally here. Old School Reunion Pub Chain on Saturday the 21st of December 2024 at the Gold Coast Restaurant, Cantonments, Accra. It's going to be an old school reunion extravaganza of live music featuring alumni bands from Achimota, Presec, Infantsipim, Adisado, St. John's, and the Christian Alumni Association Ghana's historic all-female band. The guest artist is a US-based Local Crisis, and DJ Pello is on the ones and twos on the night for the after party. Ticket prices are regular 200 Ghana cedis online or by short code *844*344# and 300 Ghana cedis at the gate, and also at the Bachelor Total or BachelorTotalOnline.com. Table packages are also available. Proceeds are to help purchase equipment for the Achimota School Science Labs. Partners City FM and Channel 1 TV. For inquiries, call 0302 799 834. Come, let's jam together. Don't miss this. Iba Fake B.
Thank you for sticking with us here on The Woman in You with Zoe. This is a final part of this episode, and in wrapping up, I'll try and redeem myself. The ballet didn't go so well, so we'll try another dance, hopefully salsa, to see if I can redeem myself and my image after that. Was it a horrible performance? I mean, for a starter?
No, not at all. Not at all. I don't want you to judge yourself.
Oh, I found myself so rigid.
Oh, it's one space that you need to. You're here to lighten up, right? So even if the beginning is awkward, you want to ensure that you leave, light and joyful, right? So don't judge yourself.
Okay. But and in talking about that, we know about the East Legon academy, do you have other areas where you have your academy where people can join?
Yes, well, we have another studio in Dansumana, but apart from that, we go into schools and offer our programs as extracurricular activities.
Okay, so based on the teachers you have here, you distribute them to the various
teachers are assigned to teach.
Okay, and how is it going?
It's going well. I mean, we've had schools that have been with us for the past 12 years. Yes, so that should tell you the impact we're making in the lives of people or young people, and it gives them some kind of balance in the schools. So they all see that education is not just academic, but there are other areas that we need to build, and we need to create that balance so that that child that doesn't fit quite well can find another way of expression.
Yeah.
And talking about schools, I'll tell you why one of the story that has that really pushed me to continue to do what I'm doing. I remember in my first year teaching in schools, there's this thing, so that's really where the Sparkle Day came from. Sparkle Day is a performance that we do on a bigger platform for parents to see, and it's an opportunity for children to express themselves and to showcase their dance that they've worked on through the year. So parents get to see what their mommy has been doing. Yeah. Children get to show, or that's the one way of also building confidence, that they get to perform before an audience. It's also again a way of teaching them the professional technique, theater, space and what happens. So in this school, I organized the Sparkle Day after the year, when the year ended, and we did our awards, and all that. So I was just walking away when the parents came to me, Miss Phoebe, you have no idea what you've done. And I said, what is it? I said, my daughter, in school, everybody thought she was academically challenged or inclined, she was struggling with every subject, and then what do we do with this child? Kind of attitude, around this child. After the performance, after Sparkle Day, the child rushed to her mother and said, Mommy, I finally found something I'm good at. And that, what she said really changed everything. Self-confidence and because when I say, I'm not dumb, I'm not whatever. There's something I'm also good at. I may not be great at math or whatever, but it's something I'm good at. And that's what it did to that child. And in the second year, my confidence built up so much so that it's still reflected in my academics. Because now the mindset changed that, then I'm not bad after all. So this has changed children in so many ways, and that's why I am passionate about this. There are children out there who may not fix, who may not be able to. We all can't be doctors, we all can't be engineers, but there are children out there who can be leaders, who will use the performing arts to drive change in the society. And so we have to create that platform.
Rewarding moments for you.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So, what qualities should one possess to be able to be successful? You earlier spoke about discipline, and especially with the ballet, it's an activity that requires so much discipline, because once you say you're doing this, that is what is being done. All right. So, what qualities should one possess?
Well, in all our programs, there are some core values. We call it the 5 C's that we continue to use in our teaching, in our pedagogy, right? And we call them the 5 C's. That's communication skills, and everybody needs communication skills, right? You're selling. How do you sell to the other? How do you sell your products? You need communication skills, right? How do you send a message across without offending? Communication is something we all talk to each other in our relationships, in our workplaces. So mastering communication is key, and that's one thing that everybody needs, and that's one thing we offer through our programs. Critical thinking. Every employer, boss, whatever manager, you need that person. When you have somebody on your team who, before you say that you have thoughts for it, you don't have to tell them everything, what to do all the time. You are blessed. Because this person has critical thinking. They analyze their whole thing and give you this perspective that you wouldn't even think about. So critical thinking is one area that we teach through our programs. And then, I've mentioned communication, critical thinking. collaboration, teamwork, key, right in the dance class, even in the theater class. How to work together. We're doing acrobatics, partnering. It's not about me showing off that I'm the best. It's about the two of us working together so that we can produce something beautiful. And I see that happening amongst our junior dance community because that's a kind of a competition or a group of young people between age 8 and 18. I see that teamwork so much.
Okay.
When somebody succeeds, everybody's cheering for them. It's not, that level of jealousy is like, hey, this person, no. And imagine building the next generation with that mindset and attitude. We will go far, right? And then creativity is the 4C, right? We can't live with this life without creativity. Even doctors, right? You need some sense of creativity, to bring that, to relate to your patient. You need a sense of creativity to bring that vaccine that you are putting in that lab. You need some sense of creativity to bring it across to us, right? And then the last C, which caps it all up, is confidence. Right? You need confidence to push through everywhere, to get into any door, and you need confident leaders who make bold decisions for our future. And so these are the key areas that everybody, anywhere, needs to succeed. And that's what the performing arts does.
Young people are really competitive and they compete amongst themselves. Do you, with your junior team, do they go out to, say, perform at various functions and events?
Yeah, they do that. So the junior, I mentioned earlier on that we had 3 strands, right? So we have the academy where children come in to learn, or young people come in to train, and progress to the next level. There's the senior dance company that addresses social issues through our performances, and then the junior dance company. I call it dance because even theater comes under dance in a way, or dance comes under theater, so it's still under that umbrella. They come to this group through auditions, so we don't just show up.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Our auditions are held every year, and it's a group of 20 young, talented people who, again, are getting extra training. So they are the face of BDT. So when we have programs, they go to perform. We performed at Malaysia Palace for the Millennium Excellence Award. And we performed that with various functions. Again, to give them that extra performance opportunities and exposure that they yearn for.
And how do they balance? Are they in school?
They're in school.
How do they balance schooling and having to?
They do that. They do that so well because again, that's something I'm very, particular about academics. You can't, do well here and then not do well there. And so they've mastered time management. So those are the things that we take them through. Those mentorship. How do you balance your time? You know that okay, I have homework here, I have dance classes, I have rehearsals, I have this. So they've gone on that journey of mastering their time so that they can do it all. So imagine a child like that.
Do you have plans of setting up in other parts of the country?
Yes, it's part of the big vision. In fact, recently I became a member of ASITEJ, that's Association of Performing Arts and Theatre for Children and Young People, which is over 75 countries. But we don't have one in Ghana yet. So I just wrote to them. I said, this is what we're doing. We want a center in Ghana. And ASITEJ has that, gives you the opportunity to reach out to more people and then get, programs running. So that's just the starting point of that vision of getting arts into every school. Hopefully we'll get to speak to the Ministry of Education and then see how we can work in getting, the arts of the performing arts into the schools and into every region. Because really, that's the dream. That's one of my dreams, to make sure that every child experiences performing arts. It's their right. Their right to perform and their right to see, their right to engage and be part of this. So imagine a child having that and building all these qualities through these programs. Ghana will be a better place. And the future will be brighter.
Okay, so I asked about what your aspirations are. You've mentioned what one of your broad plans is to set up studios in every region. What other dreams do you have?
So I see in the next 10 years or less, I mean, I wish for the next year, a performance institution for children and young people. I want a vibrant performing arts industry where I'm not looking at the older. I know that when you train, it's just like football. It's like who is training the next,
generation? Oh, yeah.
All of that. So having that vibrant performing arts industry institution for children and young people, where a child or a parent will say that, this is the path I want my child wants to take, or career journey, path they want to take, and setting them up to go on to become the best they can be in the performing arts industry, because I believe it is possible. This will then change so much in our industry. I believe that understanding is not there. That's why, wasting time, learning about the business of the performing arts is something that we also don't pay attention to. So, creating that, platform where creatives can learn, the business part. Yes, I believe there's art for art's sake, but there's also, that's the gift God has given us. It has its place.
Yeah.
That's the same way a doctor would practice for years to, it's the same way an artist will practice for years, and then the artists, they must be appreciated for their art. So, when continuing in that light is something I'm passionate about. In the next 10, 20 years, we want to see young people in Ghana taking over the global stage, performing all over the world, not just performing, but transforming lives through their performances. I always share this that everybody has something to find yours and fully express it. Everybody has something valuable to share. Find yours and fully express it. And so as we continue to get these children finding what they are made of, finding what they have inside them, and fully expressing it, trust me, in the next 10, 20 years, Ghana will not be the same. Because these will be future leaders who are thinking about the nation, who have empathy, who have the discipline to drive change. And that is what I'm looking for.
If someone wants to be a part of the Dance and Theatre Academy, how can they get in touch with you?
Okay, we are on Instagram as Vivi's Dance Theatre. So you just type Vivi's Dance Theatre and our page will pop up. Also on Facebook as Vivi's Dance and Theatre Academy. The store is linked in. And for our phone number is 055-250-8561. 055-250-8561. You can send us a WhatsApp message. And for our NGO, if there's an NGO, if you have an orphanage that you want, us to come in and then give your children some classes, we are happy to do that because we have an NGO wing that goes into orphanages to give them some programs as well.
I know the focus has been on children and young people, but if there's an organization that wants to set up something like that so that employees can start building themselves through dance, is it something that you do?
Yes, we do. We have a lot of other things we do. We are source teachers. We work with corporate industries and all that to where they come in for team bonding, where sometimes we go to their offices to train them. It's all part of the well-being. Because you sit in your office for hours and you need something to move. You need to work on your mental health and well-being as well. So all those are services that we offer, and we help people to for their events, graduations and stuff like that.
All right, thank you so much for honoring our invite to be on The Woman in You with Zoe. It's a pleasure having you, but it's now time to wrap this up in the studio. What are we going to do?
All right, so let's do some social dance, right?
Okay.
Let's do some social dance just to let your inner star shine. Okay.
All right, so join us as we go into the studio to wrap this up.
Welcome to the most exciting and diverse talk show on television. Get ready for a roller coaster of emotions as we bring you the best in personality, talent, entertainment, and jaw-dropping performances on the Upside Down Show.
The whole country, we have only one orchestra pit, which is the one at the National Theatre.
If I hadn't probably gone into journalism, I would be acting by now.
Our stage is a platform for the extraordinary, and we guarantee that you will be entertained from start to finish. Make a date with our charismatic and witty host, Frema Dunyame and Nanatufo Boateng, as they keep the energy high and the conversation flowing with their infectious personalities, bringing out the best in our guests and creating a dynamic atmosphere that keeps you hooked. So tune in into the Upside Down Show every Sunday at 7 p.m. on Channel 1 TV for an unforgettable experience. The Upside Down Show is proudly sponsored by Sky Water.
It's 3 weeks to election 2024. This is Channel 1 Television, the station you should tune into for everything election 2024 in the Republic of Ghana. And of course, with 97.3 CTFM also bringing you this particular broadcast. This show is called The Situation Room. You can also call it the Numbers Show or the Data Show, data journalism being a very, very big deal. Tonight, we are focusing on how many people have registered to vote in election 2024. And what does that mean in terms of regions? Which region is the highest or has the highest number of voters, and which one has the lowest? And what does Greater Accra region mean in our national mix when it comes to the numbers? That is the focus today. My name is Umaru Sandamado, and I'm doing this with Bernard Kokwavle. We'll take a break and come back and continue with more. Please stay.
You know, Franco Trading Enterprise is still the leading mobile phone, accessories, and your electronic retail outlet. You can purchase affordable items such as Nokia, Samsung, iPhone, Franco air condition from 1.5 horsepower to 2.5 horsepower, Franco TV from 32 inches to 65 inches, and all other mobile phones from our shops nationwide at discounted prices on all digital platforms. Call us on 0246 422 338 or 0555 939311. You can download the Franco Trading app on Apple Store or Google Play Store, or you can visit our website on www.francotrading.com. Franco Trading Enterprise, the home of quality mobile phones.
Have you registered to vote? Well, I have. If you haven't, millions of Ghanaians have. And tonight we are going to concentrate on those who have registered to vote and even tell you those who are apathetic to voting and those who are eager to vote, which regions are deploying the most people or having many people show up and say they want to register. Bernard is the one who's been crunching all those numbers. Bernard, how is it going?
Charlie, it's been interesting.
Every day there are new revelations, huh?
I tell you, and because the elections are closer now, we are
looking more carefully at the numbers and what they could mean.
So the more you mine the data, the more you see new things that are
I'm telling you.
So our focus today is specifically on not who voted for who when.
No.
But we are rather focusing on which people are going to vote this year.
Yes, we want to look at the voter registration. Now that EC has officially put out the numbers, we want to know how many more people registered for 2024 than 2020. We want to know the distribution, which regions are going to get which number. And I want to know who had the biggest increase in percentage of voters registered.
Okay.
That's basically, and we can do that for constituency, for region.
And currently the EC says we have over 18 million people registered.
18,772,809.
Wow, I like how you know the numbers to the last one, so the ninth person.
18,772,809.
18 million, so 18.7 million people.
Yes, please.
Almost 19 million people.
Yes.
As compared to the previous elections.
Last election it was 17,029,971.
So it's just 2 million, okay, 3 million difference, almost 3 million.
No.
Oh, 17, 18.
So
million.
it's 1.7 million new voters.
Oh,
1,742,838 new voters.
Not as much.
So but it's good because it's a 10% growth, which is normal. 10% growth is normal.
Okay.
So this
for a
chart
4-year
here
cycle.
shows, so we had a 10.23% increase in voter registered. That goes to 1.7 million. So we have 18.7 million new voters.
We have done well. It's exciting because at least we have many people who are eager to register, even though there's apathy somewhere else.
We'll get to that later.
Okay. So take us through the map now.
So Sandra,
of these 18 million,
so let's go through this again. As you said, 17 million is now 18.7 million. So 1.7 million new voters, a 10% increase. Okay. Now, the 10% increase is your average increase in voters. So one of the first things we will do is to look at each region and what percentage they got. But before that, this is the state of play. We have a quick chart here. The deeper the orange or the closer to brick red, the more the voter population.
So this is the density.
Thank you. So Greater Accra has the most voters. Our voters are, we are above 20% of the national average, followed by Ashanti region, which is about 19%. Then there's Eastern region, there's Central region, then there's Western region, there's Northern region, there's Volta region, Upper East, Bono East. It goes in that order. So this tells you the number of registered voters. So let's go through the numbers. Greater Accra, 3.7 million.
3.7 million of the 18 million.
Yes, 3.7 million. And that's about 21% or so, 20-something, 20%. So 3.7 million voters for Greater Accra. The next region is the Ashanti region, 3.29, so 3.3 million. 3.3 million.
What's the difference between Greater Accra and Ashanti? I just want to say, because Ashanti, Greater Accra is what?
3.7 and Ashanti is 3.
So around 400,000 difference.
Yes,
okay.
Roughly 400,000 more. Then the next most populous region is the Eastern region, which gives you 1.8 million. All right. Later on, I'll show you something. But let me not go there yet.
Okay.
This Eastern region is number 3.
Okay.
1,810,421. All right.
And so even here, you can see from the color, you can see which constituency is denser, right?
Yes.
Is that what
and by the way, let's go back to do something. Let me kill two birds with one stone. So Greater Accra has 3.7 million voters. Of that, it was an increase of 236,000.
Yes,
so Greater Accra had 236,000 more new registered, new voters to add to their 3.5 to give you 3.7.
Okay.
Then we came to Ashanti, which had 3,020,000 in 2020, and they have 3.29. So Ashanti has 275,000
extra.
So even though Greater Accra has more voters than Ashanti, Ashanti had more new registered voters than Greater Accra.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So then we go to Eastern region. Eastern region had the third largest number, 1.8 million, and of that 1.69 or 169,000
new
registered voters. Yeah. Then we go to the Central region, which is our fourth largest region, 1,752,000 voters. They had 183. So Central region had more new voters than Eastern. So Central region registered more. Okay, let's just use the word registered more.
And it has brought the number to Eastern very close. So
So Eastern is now 1,810,000. Central is 1,752,000. So a very marginal difference. So Central is a close fourth. Then, because the regions have been split, the next region of importance is the Western region.
In terms of
what is left of it? That is 1,200,000. So that's almost 500,000 less than Eastern
and
Central, because this is just 1.2 million. Or you can say 1.2.
Almost 1.3.
Yes, 1.3, thank you. So that's Western region. Then your next important region in that order will be the North. What is left of the North after Savannah and Northeast was taken?
So Northern region.
Yeah, 1,209,000.
Okay, so still in the 1.2, around
Yes,
200,000.
1.2.
Okay, around 100,000 difference with Western region.
So that's North. Then Volta follows. What is left of Volta is 1,043,000.
Okay.
All right, so that's Volta.
But look at the number of people who registered in Volta.
I'll come to that shortly.
Okay.
Then after Volta, maybe we can run through this quickly. You have Upper East. Upper East is the next. So apart from Volta, everybody left is below 1 million.
So how many are above 1 million?
Greater Ashanti, Eastern, Central, Western, Northern, Volta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So
and then
7?
9. So 7 regions are above 1 million. And then 9 are below 1 million. And those below 1 million, the largest is Upper East. 741,000. Right? So Upper East is 741,000 voters. Then that's followed not by Upper West, but by Bono.
Interesting.
What is left of Bono after Bono East and half was taken? That's 719,000. All right. Then Bono East is very close to Bono. So Bono East and Bono are almost equal. Bono East is 672,000. Then after Bono East, before you get even Western North. So Western North actually more than Upper West. So Western North is on your list. That's 522,000.
Which means if you added Western North to the Western and had one Western region, it would be a very big region.
Let me do that for you and see what it will give me. Let me just add Western because you asked. If I add Western to Western North, it's 1,800,000. That's Eastern region.
Yeah, Eastern region.
So if I add Western and Western North, in fact, it's more than Eastern region by about 1,000.
Wow.
So Western and Western North together is more than Eastern.
And it's also more than Central.
Absolutely.
Because Central is also
So
lower.
then in the old rankings, in fact, you don't even need to ask this. If I go to the old 10 regions, all right, to make your life easy, if I go to the old 10 regions, then...
No, okay, before you do that, I think it's just, let's finish up the...
Okay.
Let's finish up the 16 regions. So
since
we
you
are
asking. All right.
We have done Bono.
Yeah, so
Which
Bono
one is the
follows,
next?
then Bono East, Western North, before Upper West. So Upper West is 518,000.
So Upper West is not just only rural, it's also
sparsely populated.
Sparsely populated.
So from Upper West, then you go to Oti.
Okay.
So Upper West is 518. Oti gives you 390,000.
So if you added it to the former Volta, which was 1.50,000, it means that OT and Volta would have been like 1.4 million.
I'll show you that shortly. You are right.
All right, so
then from Oti, you go to Ahafo.
Ahafo.
All right. Don't forget, Bono was split into 3, but Ahafo is the smallest of the 3. That's 359,000. From Ahafo, you go to Savannah, which is much, much bigger in physical size than every region.
Landmass.
But it's the sparse is 342,000.
Small.
That's Savannah. Then the smallest region by way of numbers is the Northeast region, forgive me, Northeast region, which is just 339,000.
So the smallest region in terms of population in Ghana currently
is the Northeast region.
I don't know whether we should use population because that would be National Housing Census people. This is
registered voters.
Registered voters is more appropriate than population.
So Greater Accra is the largest, Northeast is the smallest in terms of registered voters. But if I want to now look at the register in terms of percentage change, don't forget, if you are small, any number you add, the percentage is bigger. But if you are big, any number you add, the percentage is smaller. So don't let this be too alarming. But possibly because Northeast was the smallest, but also possibly for other reasons. If you look at the regions that had the largest percentage increase from 2020 to 2024, guess what? Northeast has 17.3%, almost 17.4% increase in registered voters.
Of their previous number.
Yes, so when you compare 2024 to 2020, they have a 17% increase.
Okay.
All right. Then you also have Northern. So it doesn't follow in that order. If the logic was about size, then it should have been Savannah.
Yeah.
But in this logic,
The
Northern
neighbor.
is the next largest, 15.2. 15.2% So even though just 159K is a 15% increase, that's pretty big. And a lot of the constituencies in the northern region had high voter registrations. Okay, I'll come to this. Then in terms of the jumps again, Savannah also did pretty well, 14.75. So Savannah also got a lot of people registered. Indeed, I think the further up north you go, the more they registered. So you look Oti. Oti is a 9% increase. By the way, I'm looking at those who are more than a national average.
Okay.
I do.
Where
Bono
the national
East,
average is where?
10%.
10, okay.
Bono East had 13%.
13%.
So Bono East is also higher than the national average. Let me do Upper East. Upper East is 12%, higher than the national average in terms of increase. Upper West is 10%. That's the national average. Ahafo gave us 13% higher than the national average.
So the rest are all below?
Yeah. Oti is around the national average. The rest are all below the national average. So let's look at, for example, Ashanti. Even though they had the largest number of raw new voters, it's just 9%, a little below the national average. Okay.
And Greater Accra?
Greater Accra's increase was 6.67.
So not as many people registered in Greater Accra as compared to their previous numbers.
Exactly, in percentages. So you always want to use raw numbers and percentages so you can have a better view of what's going on.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Then if you want to even be a bit more nuanced, I'll pick a few constituencies that had high.
Okay. So in doing that, since Northeast is the highest, let's see which constituencies are there and what their percentage is.
Very good point. Northeast has 7 constituencies, and it seems to me as if Yagaba Kubori, 21%.
That's the Minister for Sports constituency.
21% increase in vote. It's just 6,000 new voters, but for a small constituency, that's a lot of voters.
Okay.
21% increase in registrations. Now you take Wale Wale, 16%, also higher than national average. You take Bumpurubu, 23%.
So is Bumpurubu higher than Yagaba?
Yes, Bumpurubu of the 7 is the highest, 23%.
Okay.
You take Nalerigu, Nalerigu gives you 14%. You take Unio, 16%, right? Unio, 16%. You take Chereponi, 13%. So all the Northeast constituencies on average is 17%, but they registered a lot. Funnily, the constituency with the largest increase in voters, can you guess what it is?
In the country?
Yes.
I would come down to Greater Accra region, but it doesn't appear to be.
Percentage-wise, no.
Okay.
It's in the northern region.
Which
it's called Tatale Sangoli.
Oh, wow.
29.72% increase in voters. It's a 9,000 increase, but 29 is almost 30% rise. It's a border constituency.
Zabzugu Tatale in the past, now it's Tatale Sangoli.
Tatale Sangoli has 29% increase.
Almost 30%.
Yes. Its neighbors like Zabzugu. Zabzugu got 24%.
So it used to be Zabzugu Tatale. So if you put the two together,
26% increase in registered voters. Yendi is 16%.
Before you proceed, I want to see the Tatale percentage in terms of the raw.
Okay, so Tatale.
Only Tatale, yes.
You want only Tatale. So Tatale is 29%, but 9,900 new voters.
Okay. So almost 10,000 people registered.
Yes.
Which is so moving them from what 30,000
from 33,000 to 43,000.
That's big.
Yeah, so that's Tatale. Okay. If you take Zabzugu, it jumped from 35K to 44K.
9,000 thereabout.
Yeah. If you take Yendi, it jumped from 74 to 86K.
So in terms of raw numbers, it may not be as significant, but in terms of the percentage of how many more people?
Because the largest constituency in the northern region is Tamale South. And Tamale South, which is where Haruna Idrisu is, they just had an 11% increase in registered. Actually, they had a 7.5% increase in registered voters. But the voter number is 123K.
How is Tamale Central behaving?
Tamale Central is 92,000 registered voters, 6% increase. Sorry, this is Tamale South. Forgive me. Let me do Tamale Central. You want Tamale Central?
Yes.
So this is Tamale Central. Yes, 6% increase, 5,000 more voters, 92K.
I want you to give me the 5 Tamale constituencies.
Together?
Central, Sagnarigu.
Okay, so I'll give you Tamale South, Tamale Central, Sagnarigu, and Tamale North.
Yes.
When I put them together, they are 350K.
Is this more than the vote from Northeast?
Beautiful question. So Tamale South, Tamale Central, Tamale North and
Yes,
Sagnarigu together is large. Is more than Northeast region.
That's serious.
It's more than Savannah region.
Wow.
It's almost the same as Ahafo.
Just 4 constituencies.
Yes, because Ahafo is 360, so maybe 8,000 less. So these 4 constituencies in Tamale, if they were a region on their own, they would be region number 14. Just
in terms
they
of
are more than Savannah and they are more than Northeast.
Wow.
But if you put in Savannah North, so it's a very interesting question you asked.
So the reason I asked this, Bernard,
Yes.
is that the Tamale constituencies generally go NDC, then the Eastern Corridor constituencies, Yendi and those areas, generally go NPP. So I'm just trying to ask you.
You have a point there. So what are you saying? That you want to see?
So can you see the Eastern?
Okay, let me tell you which constituencies in the northern region have the most voters.
Okay, good.
All right, let's not look at registration. Let's just look at voters.
Okay.
Tamale South is the biggest. 123K.
Mm-hmm.
Then places like
Gusheu
76K, Yendi 86K,
Bimbila.
Bimbila is 91K. I think Bimbila is either 2 or 3. Just give me a minute. So Bimbila is the second largest. Tamale North is 92K.
Also big.
So Tamale North is also big. No, sorry. Tamale Central. Tamale Central.
Tamale Central, okay.
So it's Tamale South, Tamale Central,
Gusheu.
Bimbila, in terms of raw numbers. Because Tamale South is 126K,
Mm-hmm.
Tamale Central is 92K, and then Bimbila is 91K.
Okay. So
making sense?
Yes, it's making a lot of sense. So the key takeaway is
so that
Greater Accra region has the highest number. Northeast region has the lowest number.
Yes.
But when it comes to percentage of people who registered,
Northeast
takes it.
Yes.
And which one is the lowest? Which one has the least registered in terms of percentage?
All right,
of the regions.
So you want to know which region had the lowest percentage increase?
Yes.
Okay, I'll find that for you shortly. It has to be Greater Accra. Greater Accra's percentage was 6.69. Greater Accra was 6.69.
So it's the lowest. So
in
7%.
terms of percentage registration. Western wasn't that good either, 8.5 in terms of percentage. Ashanti was also 9%. All these are below the national average. And then if you look
the
at
upper regions.
The upper regions, 10% for Upper West, which is the national average. Upper East, 12%, a little higher than the national average. Bono, 10%, which is the national average.
So
Central, 11% around the national average. So the regions that didn't register people a lot in terms of percentage-wise
would be Greater Accra.
Greater Accra and Western.
And Ashanti.
And Ashanti.
Even though Ashanti during the registration produced the most numbers.
Followed by Greater Accra.
I
You're
see.
right.
Okay. Where else are you taking us to?
I wanted to just show you this in 10 region format.
Okay.
So if I look at percentage change in 10
Would you want to do the
format,
registration before the percentage for the 10 regions?
Yes, that would be very good. So if you just want to take the old 10 regions, Greater Accra is still number 1. Ashanti is still number 2. But Western is now 1.811 million. All right.
Makes it higher than Eastern, which should have been number 3.
Yes. Then Eastern will be, forgive me, let me take out Western. Eastern will now be 1.810. So Western has just about 1,000 votes
different
more than Eastern region.
So Greater Accra, Ashanti, Western before Eastern.
Then you would have Central will give you, let me do Central. The Central hasn't changed, right?
Yeah.
So if you just take Central region on its own, forgive me, I think I've picked too many things. I'm getting confused. Good. Now if I took Central, that's 1.7 million. Let me test the Old North. Let me test the Old North to just see what I would have gotten. So this is 10 regions. Old North. Take out Central region. The Old North, as in adding the 3, 1.89
Is that not higher than?
Yes. So this would have been higher than Western. So it's 1,800,000. So that the registrations in the north makes the north, apart from Greater Accra and Ashanti, the old north would have been the biggest, followed by Western, and then Eastern, and then Central.
So Greater Accra, Ashanti, Northern region, Western, then Eastern.
Let me actually test old BA, just to be sure. Let me just check old BA for you. The old BA, 1.7. So that's around Central. So number 1 is Greater Accra. Number 2 is Ashanti. Number 3 is Old Northern region. Number 4 is Western. Number 5 is Eastern. Number 6 is Central. Let's just be sure. This is 1.75 for Bono Ahafo. Let me check Central. 1.75 is almost the same.
Yeah, same thing. So they will
the same.
They will be fifth and sixth.
Yeah, 5th and 6th. And then let me check the Volta, old Volta.
Together, OT and Volta.
Taking away Central. OT and Volta together, right?
Yeah.
That will give you 1.4. You were right.
Okay.
1.4 million.
Okay, so which one would be the smallest then? It would be Upper West.
Yes, good point. So let's go back and check which would have been the smallest if you just take the old 10 regions. Upper West is 518,000. That's pretty small.
Yeah, because Upper East is bigger.
Upper East is much bigger. So in your 10 regions scenario, your smallest size will be Upper West.
Unless, just to be sure, check Upper East.
Upper East is much more. Upper East is much more. It's 1.2 million.
Okay.
So Upper East is good.
So the lowest is Upper West.
No, hold on. Give me a minute. Let me
put
be
it
sure.
together.
Let me remove Upper West. So let me just do Upper East. 741 is more.
It's still big.
It's more.
Okay.
So in your rankings, Greater Accra is still the largest. Ashanti is number 2. Northern is number 3. Western is number 4. Eastern number 5. Bono and Central are tied. Volta follows. Upper East and then Upper West.
So these are the registration numbers, and because we are working with 16 regions, so let's give me the 16 region map.
And by the way, the reason Northern overtook Western and Central was that when you look at the percentage change in your old 10 region scenario,
Northeast had the highest.
Northern, which is Savannah, Northeast, and Northern together, they had close to 25% change in registered voters. So there's something going on there. Together, they had 1.7 million. Let me do it. They are together 254,000 new voters for the three put together. 254K.
Now, so the big takeaways from the national 16 region map is that the region that registered the most people in terms of raw numbers is Ashanti region.
Yes.
Greater Accra region follows. But when you want to put it in percentage terms,
yeah,
Greater Accra region and Ashanti haven't done that well. Northeast rather has.
Yes.
And if you want to look at the region with the most voter registration or population would be Greater Accra, followed by Ashanti region, then Eastern and Western.
Yes, please.
And the lowest is Northeast region.
Yes.
Okay. Those are the key
The other things I want to show you briefly. You asked me which constituency had the highest percentage registration, and I told you it was Tatale Sanguli. There's another little constituency in the central region called Ifutu. 28% increase in registered voters. You interviewed the NDC candidate for that constituency.
Yeah, Selam did on Eyewitness.
This is the constituency of the majority leader.
Yeah.
The 18,000 new voters. That is unbelievable. Wow. 18,000, and that is almost 29%.
So from 62,000
to 80,000.
And percentage-wise is second highest after Tatale Sanguli.
That's what my investigation has shown.
Just check Tatale Sanguli. So 28.
Tatale Sanguli was 29. Tatale Sanguli is 29, but Ifutu is 28.
Wow.
Yeah.
The majority leaders.
Although, if you come to the size of the constituency in terms of registered voters, it's not that wild. Ewutu Senya East is your big boy. They have 173,000 voters. And by the way, they registered 19,000 new voters. Just that percentage-wise is 12%. Because the base is bigger. But Ewutu Senya East, where you have Hawa Kumsin and Yes.
Koyo.
Almost 20K new people registered there.
And typically, we get these higher registrations from Ayawaso West Wuogon. How is it featuring this time around?
Oh my God, Ayawaso West Wuogon, that's a good question. Ayawaso West Wuogon was probably, in the Greater Accra region, definitely, when you come to percentages, they had the largest increase. They increased by 14%, but that was 15,000 new voters.
15,000 new voters.
It was a little below Ewutu, Efutu, and a little below Ewutu Senya East, but 15K in Greater Accra is a lot.
So you know what I want us to do? I'm going to take a break. When we come back, I want us to enter Greater Accra region properly.
Good.
And look at the numbers. So the 3.7 million, is that what the Greater Accra region is producing?
3.7 million.
If you want to compare the constituencies, which ones are the most popular? So nationally, what are your top 10 constituencies?
I can give them to you.
And then if you put those together and compare them, because it appears that there are some constituencies where just 3 of them would be more than a region.
Sanda.
So we'll take a break. This is a Situation Room.
We'll create new regions today.
We'll be back and go into the numbers in Greater Accra region. See how significant the population or registered number of voters in this region mean to the national picture, what the contribution of Greater Accra region alone is.
There it is. It's finally here. Old School Reunion Pop Chain on Saturday the 21st of December 2024 at the Gold Coast Restaurant, Cantonments, Accra. It's going to be an old school reunion extravaganza of live music featuring alumni bands from Achimota, Presec, Infantipim, Adisado, St. John's, and the Christian Alumni Association Ghana's historic all-female band. The guest artist is a US-based Local Crisis, and DJ Pelo is on the ones and twos on the night for the after party. Ticket prices are regular 200 Ghana cedis online or by short code *844*344# and 300 Ghana cedis at the gate, and also at the Bachelor Total or BachelorTotalOnline.com. Table packages are also available. Proceeds are to help purchase equipment for the Achimota School Science Labs. Partners City FM and Channel 1 TV. For inquiries, call 0302-799-834. Come, let's jam together. Don't miss this. Iba Fake B.
Attention, my Ghana people. Election day is almost here. This December 7th from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. sharp. Each of us has the power to shape the future of our nation. Your vote in the presidential and parliamentary elections can make a real difference. Now, this is how to ensure that your vote counts. When you arrive at the polling station, verify your identity. Even if your voter ID card is missing, go to your polling station. You will be allowed to vote. Now, receive a ballot paper. Take a moment to check that it has a validating stamp at the back. This is very important, and make sure that it is clean and undamaged. Step up to the voting screen. Place your thumb on the ink pad and carefully place it in the box next to your chosen candidate's name, photo, and symbol. Be very careful to keep your thumbprint within the box. Remember to wipe your thumb with the tissue provided in the voting screen before you touch the ballot paper again. Then fold the ballot lengthwise and place it in the ballot box. Be very, very mindful. Your vote will be rejected if you thumbprint for more than one candidate, leave it blank, or if it's missing a validating stamp at the back. So take note. After voting, officials will conduct a transparent count. Ballots will be verified, sorted, and counted, with party agents carefully observing every step of the process. And yes, remember, this election is your opportunity to choose leaders who represent you. So step out on December 7th to vote and let your voice be heard. Your vote is your future. Remember, we vote with our thumbs, not guns. Weapons have no place at the polling station.
welcome back. This is The Situation Room on Channel 1 Television. My name is Umaru Sandamado and I'm here with Bernard Avle. We are crunching the numbers for you in terms of which people are going to vote on December 7, 2024. It's just a few weeks away. You want to know where the most votes will be coming from. In the past, when we are listening to election results, everybody wants to hear Bantama, and Ketu South. Because they've been split and sliced and diced together, those constituencies may not produce the numbers as you expect. But don't forget, the Electoral Commission says it's going to do a regional coalition for us this time around. So you want to start looking out for the results coming from Greater Accra region, not Ashanti, Greater Accra region, because Greater Accra region nullifies a lot of regions. So if they tell you that your candidate has won Upper East, Upper West, North East, Northern region, it does not mean anything until you hear Greater Accra region. So it's like the Florida of Ghana, isn't it, Bernard? So let's talk about...
Greater Accra's growth, it overtook Ashanti in 2020 and has maintained that, and that aligns with the population census where Greater Accra is now the most populous region. So a lot of these EC numbers, you can say they are right because
they mirror the census.
They align with the census. So that's a very important point,
Okay.
all right? Because then the the population distribution by age, the voter population sort of mirrors that. That's a very important point. Now, you are right, Greater Accra region is going to be very critical because for the first time, the constituency sizes are indeed beyond belief. Okay,
and when you say sizes, your population.
Yes, so Sanda, you have 276 constituencies. If you take the top 10 in terms of voter size, Greater Accra has 7.
7?
Yes. If you take the top 20, Greater Accra has 13.
Wow.
So in the top 10, there's only one central region constituency, one Volta constituency, and then one, this is top 10, right? And one Ashanti constituency. The rest are all Greater Accra.
So Greater Accra region takes 7, gives 1 to Central, Volta, and Ashanti.
Yes, the rest all Greater Accra, top 10.
Wow.
Now, the other funny thing is that if I take the top, okay, let's do something. Let's start from the biggest constituency in Ghana, which is what? Guess.
It was Dom Kwabena the last time. Is it still Dom Kwabena?
If you're a betting man, you go for Dom Kwabena, and I think you will be right if you chose Dom Kwabena, because they have 182,644 voters.
182?
It was just a 5% increase when they, in terms of registration, a cool 9K. But 182,000 Dom Kwabena. You know why? Where the place is. It starts from Taifa, moves to Kwabena, parts of Atomic, Hacho, Agbogba, Abokobi. So you can drive from Taifa all the way to Abokobi and Dom Kwabena, Agbogba, all kinds of areas.
Let me just digress a bit. Is Dom Kwabena a municipality? Is it a local assembly or is it a constituency inside a bigger local assembly? Is it in Ghana?
It's Ghana East. Ghana East Municipal.
And does Ghana East have any other constituency apart from Dom Kwabena?
I didn't do that research.
Okay, but I'm asking this because recently they upgraded some constituencies.
We can do a separate show on that.
Yes. I'm just thinking it should be municipality status already.
I know. It's
because
possible.
Ashaiman is...
Yeah. So Dom Kwabena is your largest in the country. Guess your second largest.
Ashaiman?
Yes. Ashaiman. And they are like opposite numbers when it comes to votes, but I'll explain. Now, when you put Dom Kwabena, Ashaiman is 174,000. So Ashaiman is about 8,000 less than Dom Kwabena. When you put the two together, Sanda, 357,000. If you were a region, there will be more than Northeast. There will be more than Savannah. So Dom Kwabena and Ashaiman are 357,000. Northeast is 339K. So Dom Kwabena and Ashaiman people are more than the whole of Northeast. Dom Kwabena and Ashaiman are more than the whole of Savannah. Dom Kwabena and Ashaiman are just 2,000 less than Ahafo.
Bernard,
I'm serious.
Northeast has 6 constituencies.
7 constituencies.
7. Savannah has 6 or 7.
7 or 8, I'm sure.
So even if you sweep the 2 regions,
yes,
and your opponent wins just these 2, it neutralizes you.
But it depends on how much they win it. Because you see, as it's designed, the percentage that the parties win Dom Kwabena and Ashaiman are almost mirror images of each other. Of course, the gap has closed. So Dom Kwabena is an average of 65% for NPP.
So cool NPP.
And 35% for NDC. But NDC got close to 40% in the last election. And today there was a report, or this week there was a report that was filed that they claim they are going to do better. NDC is saying they are going to do better
Donkwabenya.
because they don't take advantage of the Adjoa Safo situation and whatever.
Yeah.
But the point is, Ashaiman is the exact opposite because Ashaiman will typically give NDC 65 and NPP 35. Although in 2016, just like in 2020, so in 2016, NPP got close to 40% in Ashaiman, but NDC reclaimed it and went back to 66. Donkwabenya also gave NDC close to 40. So when you put the two together, you have 350K, and that 350K is more than the whole of Northeast, more than the whole of Savannah, and very close to Ahafo.
This is serious, Bernard.
Incredible.
This is so. These are just.
So
two.
if it was a region, it would be region number 14. If Donkwabenya and Ashaiman were a region
in terms of
population
rankings,
size, yes.
So, okay. Now, what's the third largest constituency? And because you said top 7 are in Greater Accra.
The third largest is Ewutu Senya East, but it's not in Greater Accra.
Okay, so it's not in Greater. So we
it's
skip
173K, which is just about 1,000 less than Ashaiman.
Ashaiman. Okay, but it's central.
So the third largest in Greater Accra is Amasaman. So if I add Amasaman is 170,000. 170,000. If I add Amasaman to Donkwabenya and Ashaiman, I have 527,000.
500,000.
So these three constituencies are more than Oti, are more than Upper West.
Wow.
If I put these three constituencies together, we are more than Upper West region. Because Upper West region is 518,000 voters. So three constituencies in Accra
are easily more than 5 regions.
Each. On their own, not put together.
Yes, on their own.
So if we were ranking this, if this was a region, it would be behind. In fact, it's even more than Western North.
So
it will actually, yes, it's higher than Northeast, obviously, higher than Savannah, higher than Ahafo, higher than Oti. Upper West is 518K. This is 527K.
So higher than that too.
Western North is 522K. This is 527. So it's more than Western North too.
So it's the 10th region.
Yeah. So I'll be number 10.
Region.
Just 3 constituencies.
You know the tricky thing? I'm just looking at Amasaman, and I know it used to be Chobu Amasaman.
Oh God!
Imagine if you put Chobu and Amasaman together as just one constituency.
Because Chobu is actually number 10 on the list in the country. Chobu is the 10th largest, which is 145K. So if I put Chobu and Amasaman, I'm doing something completely different.
So splitting them.
Chobu Amasaman alone would have been about 300 and something K.
So you split them, and they are still churning out numbers, which means they are ripe for splitting. What's your 4th largest?
And by the way, Amasaman is a very close constituency by way of, the last time was 51 to 47. And it swings, but NPP has sort of increased that, but it's a very close constituency. So,
unlike Chobu.
So far I've said to you that Donkwabenya, 60-40 NPP.
Ashaiman.
60-40 NDC. Amasaman is, I can call it 50-50.
Middle. Okay.
Although we need to look at where the growth is coming from, and we can do that later.
Very well.
Now, the 4th largest in Greater Accra, guess what?
I'm looking at a coastal constituency. How good is Lejokuku doing?
Lejokuku is the 5th largest. There's somebody before Lejokuku.
Let me see.
But it's funny. Do you know why? Because the land in that constituency is owned by people in Teshi.
So Adenta.
Thank you. So you are spot on. Adenta has 163,000 voters. If I add Adenta, so in my top 4, I'm now around 690,000. So I'm more than Bono East. So right as a region, I'm creating a regional. I'm more than Bono East region.
I think we should give up.
Urbanization.
We should, yes. And Adenta is a new settlement area. Amasaman, new settlement. Look at the government.
So you notice that, you are very right. You notice that these consensus you are creating, you are showing, are on the upper fringes of the region.
Yeah.
So people initially live near the coast and move out.
Yeah.
So they are on your way out. Yeah. This is on the Accra Kumasi Road. This is on the Accra to Ebri Road.
Yeah.
This
here.
This is also on the Accra to Ebri Road. There's even Punkatamanso coming.
Yeah.
On the Accra to.
Yeah.
So you have noticed the sort of peri-urbanized angle.
And they are becoming urban all of a sudden. Because Amasaman now, you can easily call it urban.
Yes.
So I was saying to you that when the government wanted to put up an estate kind of thing, they chose Pokwase.
Exactly. Which is Trobu.
Which is Trobu. So that zone, that enclave is becoming...
Yeah.
Okay.
So my 4 largest Greater Accra constituencies are now, if they were a region,
690.
They are more than Bono East. And people below it. Now, guess who is number 5?
Number 5 should be the neighbor to Adenta.
There are 2 neighbors to Adenta here.
Okay, then let's choose Lejokuku.
Yes, Lejokuku is the bottom neighbor. Sorry, Lejokuku is the bottom neighbor. Lejokuku has registered voters of 162,000. A little, just 1,000 below Adenta. So Lejokuku, let me take Crow out, forgive me. So Lejokuku, when you add Lejokuku, you have 850,000 voters. You are more than Upper East. You are just, so if you take the top 5 constituencies in Greater Accra,
they become easily numbered.
They are more than every region except Volta upwards. More than Upper East, more than Bono East, more than Western North, everybody else. So at this rate, only Volta, the new Volta,
yes,
is more.
So only the regions with more than 1 million.
Yes. And by the way, the regions with more than 1 million are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 7 regions of the 16 are more than 1 million.
So this is our 8th region.
Yes.
Easily.
Yes.
We are plotting something. We are creating, but I don't want us to do this. The regional minister, the local government minister will be watching.
And Sandra, you raised a very important point about where they are located. So Lejokuku is the first coastal of this 5. 3 of them are clearly peri-urban. Ashaiman is dense and it's been big for long.
I think Ashaiman is a different kettle of fish. But Bernard, so the thing is that Lejokuku is also seeing developments. Lejokuku is also an area where many people want to move to those people are building. But largely, is the top 3 that you're looking at, because I'm sure if you want to increase, they are still not going to be coastal constituencies. It's as if the coast is becoming a business hub. People go do business and retire to their dormitory constituencies. That's what I'm seeing here.
Very important. Now, the next biggest fish in the country. So, by the way, Adenta is the 5th largest in. There's Domi Kwabena 1, Ashaiman 2, Amasaman 3, Adenta 4. So how come I have 5? So Lejokuku is 4. Lejokuku is 5. So Domi Kwabena 1, Ashaiman 2, Amasaman 3, Adenta for Lejokuku 5. My 6th is Madina. And guess what? Madina is between Adenta and Domi Kwabena. Boom.
But Madina, you wouldn't say it's a new developing area. Madina is like Ashaiman.
No.
Have always been popular.
It's called Madina Abokobi.
Okay. And Abokobi
so
side.
Madina is on your route to Ebri.
Yes.
So even though there's Madina and Zongo New Road, Old Road, there's West Adenta is Madina.
Yes.
So when you are driving to Ebri,
you get to taxi rank.
When you get to SDA Junction, your right is East Adenta.
Yes.
That's Adenta.
Yes.
Your left is Madina.
Yes, which is West Adenta.
Exactly. So Madina goes all the way to part of Abokobi side. So when you're even going to Taiman.
Yeah.
Taiman.
So the KFC place, you turn left, that whole area.
So Sandra, listen. Oyarifa is Madina. Damfa is Madina. Taiman is Madina. Remember the MP?
Xavier.
When you get to Ayi Mensa and you drive your right,
the
road
Madina
that takes you all the way to Amrahia, a lot of that is Madina. So Madina is also, which is why this is important to see on the map. These 3 people are all on your way towards Eastern region. So as people build houses, they move from Nima to Madina, they move from Legon to Oyarifa, they move from Shiashi, they go to, so it's...
Yeah. That's where you can get land.
Exactly. So we have, how many do we have now?
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 6.
And we are 1,011,000. We are below Volta region by just 30,000.
So 6 constituencies, 1 million plus.
1 million. So Volta region is more than this 6 by just 32,000 votes.
Now, so this is 6. So what's our 7th biggest before we move out of Greater Accra?
Just by way of interest, the next in the list was Ketu South.
Okay.
Because Madina is 158K. Don't forget the number. Domi Kwabena 182. Ashaiman 173. Amasama 170. Adenta 163. Lejokuku 162. Madina 158. Ketu South is the next, 149.
Okay. That's Volta.
Ketu South is 149. Then there's Kwabre East in Ashanti, 146. Then guess who's the next?
And that means we are coming back to Greater Accra region. My constituency, which has just been given municipality status, Bonkatamanso.
No, you said something that you said something earlier that if we added
Chobu.
Thank you.
Also on the Kumasi Accra Road.
See what we are doing. So basically, what we've done is that it's like a child playing. You are picking constituencies which are closer to the region out, and all of them. So there's a logic there.
And their neighbors.
So Trobu's neighbor is Amasaman. Trobu's neighbor is Domi. Domi's neighbor is Madina. Madina's neighbor is Adenta. Adenta's big brother is Lojokuku. So Ashaman is the only outlier.
So the development, even though development is happening on the Ningo Pram stretch,
there are also a lot. In the top 20, they are there.
I'm saying that development is happening there, but it's not as much as we are seeing in these areas that we are talking about, the northern part of Accra. So northern part of Accra is getting more development than eastern and western part.
We can check that using this point, percentage change. Actually, if you use percentage change, Amasaman is the one that's growing more based on percentage change. I don't want to spoil this graph, but some of the places you mentioned are also growing pretty well. But because they're coming from a higher base. So in terms of growth, Amasaman has grown the most. If you want, I can check this for you, right? So let me add Bonkatamanso. And let me add who else? Ningo Pram Pram. You want to see who's growing. Ningo Pram Pram is growing a lot. Because look at this. If I take Ningo Pram Pram, how much has Ningo Pram Pram grown by way of percentage of registered voters? All right, I'll show you something.
And that's on the eastern
Ningo
side.
Pram Pram, 8,291 new voters. All right? Let me take Bonkatamanso and Ningo Pram Pram together. 16,000 new voters, the two of them together. Bonkatamanso and Ningo Pram Pram together. If I add, because you're talking about that enclave, right? Let me add Ashaiman to that enclave. 24,000 new voters.
Give me only Bonkatamanso.
Only Bonkatamanso. Okay, so let me take out Ningo Pram Pram and Ashaiman. 8,000 new voters.
So similar to Ningo Pram Pram.
But Bonkatamanso is in your top 20.
Interesting. And Ningo Pram Pram also?
Ningo Pram Pram is also...
It wouldn't be because...
No, Ningo Pram Pram is in your top 30.
Ningo has a lot of rural areas.
Yes. So let's... I don't know whether you've had enough for the day.
I've seen... No, what I want to look at is in terms of populous...
Okay, so look at this. Greater Accra growth per percentage. Number 1 percentage is Sege. You have to explain that to me. I don't understand. Sege has 13%. But it's just 5,000. 13%.
So you're saying that when people registered in 2020, and then they also went to register in 2024, Sege has more people per their percentage registered.
From 42K to 47K, 5,000 voters, 13%. I don't know what happened there. Maybe the salt factory.
Maybe somewhere.
Maybe something, yes, because we see some developments there. The second percentage, biggest percentage, is Ayaso West Wuogon. Actually, they are more than Sege slightly. They are 14%, 15,000 new voters. So Ayaso West Wuogon, 15,000 new voters. Sege is 13%. So Ayaso West Wuogon is the largest grower. Then your other grower is Amasaman, and then Bonkatamanso. And then you also have Domi Abra Obom. So Sanda.
So the
fastest growers in Greater Accra, Ayaso West Wuogon, Sege, Amasaman, and then also Domi Abra Obom. So
now,
look at the map.
Nationally, it is Yagaba Kubori.
No, nationally, it is Tatale Sanguli.
Tatale Sanguli,
yes.
But that's northeast.
Followed by Ewutu Senya. Efutu.
But in Greater Accra region, it's Ayawaso, West, and then Sege.
Sege, yes.
Bernard, we don't have a lot of time. My next question I'm going to share because I want us to look at it tomorrow. I want us to look at so you've done...
So I did the top 10.
Yes.
And in the top 10 I created 7 constituencies which put together the only region bigger than them is Volta, and then Volta upwards.
So what I want us to do in the next episode when we come back is to focus on the coast.
Okay, still on Greater Accra.
But it appears that the 5 or 4 growing constituencies are in northern Accra.
Yes,
they are not on the coast.
You want to see how the coast behaves?
In the past, if you're Mekong crying there, you are going to the Mpuano.
Yes.
So Kole Klote was Ododio was a big constituency.
In fact, we can do that, and we can also do, if I take the Greater Accra constituencies in the top 20, there are 13. Those 13, if I formed a region, guess where they will be?
Number 5 or 4.
The only region that will be bigger than them is Ashanti.
Interesting.
Apart from Greater Accra. If I take the 13 biggest constituencies in Greater Accra and I put them together by population, they are more than every region except Greater Accra and Ashanti.
But then, since Greater
Let's
Accra...
show that in the next show.
Since Greater Accra region is a swing region,
yeah,
I would say that Greater Accra region decides the national polls.
Depending on 2 things. Depending on voter turnout and depending on
Percentage
voter
of win.
splits.
Okay, percentage of win.
Yes, voter turnout and percentage of win.
This is how we end today's edition of the show, Situation Room. We'll be back tomorrow because, I mean, we've not had enough of the numbers. And Greater Accra region, we've just found, is the elephant on the map. And the numbers coming out of Greater Accra region, after it took over as the highest region from Ashanti region, has been huge. And even some of the constituencies therein are extra. So that you have just a few constituencies taking over regions. I mean, that's serious. So if you're campaigning, you know that Greater Accra region is a region you must win to win. Of course, 2 conditions like Bernard has stated. My name is Umar Rusanda Amadu. I did this with Bernard Avle. We'll be back tomorrow. Please stay with us.
This election season, Channel One TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel One Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide. This is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel One TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We are here for every step of the journey.
Channel One TV, your election bureau.
Wake up to your ultimate weekend morning experience with Breakfast Daily Weekend.
Start your Saturday with us as we dive into the news headlines in our news review.
Stay informed with all the engaging discussions and insightful analysis.
Then join us as we discover what's happening around Ghana.
Get all the scoop on all exciting events and happenings in the city and beyond.
Ready to spruce up your home? We've got you covered with home improvement tips.
From gardening to DIY projects, we'll show you how to keep your space shining.
And don't miss our arts and culture segment,
featuring dance, poetry, and soulful acoustic performances.
Your perfect weekend morning starts here. Tune in to Breakfast Daily Weekend on Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. only on Channel One TV.
After a busy day at work, consumed by the responsibilities of work, family, church, etc., it's great to get home to a detailed and comprehensive coverage of the day's biggest stories.
This is the Election Bureau. Hello and welcome to Channel One Newsroom.
From our studios at number 5, Owula Hanson Lane.
At Tesano in Accra, my name is Umar Rusanda Amadu.
Nanatufu Boateng.
Eno Safo.
Charles Ozukumi.
Chua Tenkrama Dominic.
Zoe Abubeduado coming up.
For the first time in its history, the Electoral Commission has granted select journalists access to witness the printing of ballots and other election materials,
ensuring that all angles of the various news items are accurately and adequately covered.
Those NDC people who are, walking all over the place, proclaiming, if they know the law, they should now face us in the law.
elections as political leader and look at our attitude.
You can't remember one policy. Is it Jumsop or is it a confirm or now is it Nkukon Kete Kete?
And indeed, as some people say humorously, they have not only emptied the public purse, they have stolen the purse itself.
NDC for new people, Omo Kuntopa, Ghana Yomodia, Omo Kancham Namiko Transit.
The Channel One newsroom seeks to leave no stone unturned to bring viewers the best in news reportage.
Banks, specialized deposit-taking institutions and payment service providers lost approximately 88 million Ghana cedis through fraud activities.
The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has announced plans to raise Ghana's projected growth rate, acknowledging the country's progress in recovering from its recent economic challenges.
Watch CNR for a comprehensive bulletin of the day's biggest stories at 8 p.m. every single day of the week, only on Channel One TV.
Fellow Ghanaians, I've come into your homes again this evening because tomorrow, Saturday, December the 7th, we shall be going to the polls to elect a new President of the Republic and members of the 9th Parliament to run the affairs of the country, since I have come to the end of my constitutionally sanctioned tenure of office as President, as has also the 8th Parliament. This will be the 9th successive time we shall be discharging this sacred civic duty of voting to choose our leaders since the onset of the Fourth Republic 32 years ago. It gives me great joy that we now have generations of young Ghanaians who take elections and voting to choose our leaders as a regular, commonplace part of life. Indeed, they take it for granted. That surely is a sign of a nation that has attained maturity and self-confidence and should give us reason to be proud. It gives me great personal satisfaction to have been part of those who fought of us to achieve this right. But we should never forget that the flame of freedom needs to be protected and constantly refueled. Elections are at the heart of a democracy, and we qualify to be counted amongst mature democracies after 8 successful elections. It is not surprising that our country is held up as a beacon of democratic stability in Africa. We should be justly proud of this and do everything we can to protect and uphold this status. As is usual with us, the campaign period has been characterized by colorful, loud, and intense activities all over the country. But that period is over, and I believe the arguments have been made and the messages have been delivered. We've also had a last quiet day of reflection before the polls open tomorrow morning. We have good reason to be proud of the Electoral Commission, the body that is charged with running our elections. Today, it is a much more efficient and transparent institution that we are all ready to entrust with the responsibility of delivering a free, fair, and transparent election that will truly reflect the will of the people. I urge all of us to cooperate with the electoral officials to do their work and ensure that we can all be proud of having added another notch to the list of successful elections we have held. The security agencies, led by the police, have also made all the relevant deployments and preparations that will guarantee the peace, law, and order of the nation prior to, during, and after the election. Let us all cooperate with them to ensure that the election is conducted in an atmosphere devoid of intimidation and violence. Let us go and cast our ballots in peace and dignity, and in an environment of tolerance and mutual respect. Please remember that we have a reputation to maintain as a nation of peaceful elections and to cement our ranking as a developed democracy. Each one of us should go out and do his or her duty to ensure a peaceful and prosperous Ghana and vote freely for your preferred candidate. Do this in peace and dignity. It is an individual and collective responsibility. Go and vote. You owe it to Ghana and to yourself. I thank you for your attention, and may God bless us all and our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong.
It's the 5th of December, preparing for the big day, Saturday, the 7th of December, where Ghana goes to the polls to elect that gentleman that will lead the country in the next 4 years. Tonight on election night, we're looking at what would it take for you to vote for whoever for the 2024 elections. What is this election about? This is our special program preparing for the 2024 general and parliamentary elections. My name is Vivian Kai Loko. I have a huge panel that will take us through everything for the 2024 elections as we take hold of the ship and drive you to the declaration for the results for this year's elections. When I come back, I'll introduce that panel. I'll take you through what we'll be talking about in a few seconds. Stay with us. You're welcome back to our special coverage, preparing for the 2024 election coverage. My name is Vivian Kai Loko. Just gone by, prior to me coming in, you saw the big final rally of the two major political parties, the MPP and the NDC. Today ends the campaign season for these two political parties and all others trying to put across what they will do when they come into power. But now, we're going to look at that and then the numbers and what you're likely to see on election day. In the studio with me here, we have Salom Adonu. You see him on Saturdays on what we call the big issue. And other times you see him on what the papers are saying. And he's also a lawyer at the other side of the world. Salom, welcome.
Thank you, Vivian.
Then we have Larry Dogwe, managing editor of the Herald newspaper, also joins us for what the papers are saying, as well as Breakfast Daily every now and then. Larry, welcome.
Thank you.
And then a gentleman who you've not seen on TV for close to 4 years. Last election, he was with us. His returning means that it's a crucial time now. Godfred Akoto-Boafo on the breakfast show every day on radio joins us as well.
Vivian, you look stunning.
You look good.
You look stunning.
It's been a minute.
It's good to be back, Vivian.
And then we have Richard Laskai, a lawyer, as well as one of the key people on the breakfast show, joining us. You also see him every now and then on TV. Richard, welcome.
Honored to be here.
And at the extreme side of the studio, if you have a wide shot, you see a gentleman I have been doing this with in the afternoons, actually, on what we call the Situation Room. He's also on radio every day. Bernard Avle. He's going to be giving us the figures, the numbers, analysis around those numbers and why we see certain things in particular regions. It's rather a biased panel, all men, but I'll try to drive
but
the
the woman is driving the show.
Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you.
You all look lovely in your white.
Yeah,
and then Richard complimenting it with a jacket.
I know, right?
So tonight the discussion is, what is this election about? What are we going to see? Why will people go the blue or the green or whatever you want to say? Some say yellow. I don't know about that. But I know it's going to do a green or a blue for Ghana. I'm going to start with, who am I starting with? Larry.
No, start with the UK team.
The UK team.
I'm going to start with Sky. Quickly, I want us to do some 5 minutes on the final campaign we saw. And Bernard, you're going to be part of that. You're not just going to do the numbers. We've seen the two major political parties throw their last ammunition for Saturday. Your impressions about that final. Did it make any, inroads at this time?
Well, first of all, let me say that I must commend the two political parties because, I mean, much earlier before the events today, some of us had expressed fears about the closeness of the two events, the venue,
locations, yeah,
and the likelihood that something could happen as a result of the closeness. As we speak, we have not heard any untoward report of something so bad happening, and that is to celebrate the two political parties, the people who are leading them, and then also the police service for the job they have done thus far. Great effort, and I must commend all the people behind it. And of course, the media for the critical role they played in raising some of these critical issues as to drive the police to put the attention where attention has got to be put. Yeah. That having been said, I think in terms of the level of organization, I think the two political parties have pulled it off in a big way. But I would say that when it comes to production for purposes of media consumption, I think the NDC appears to have done a better job in terms of how they packaged their event today. You'll notice that at some point, the sound was poor. The lighting also went off at some point, and they had to make some quick attempts to resolve the issue. I think a greater effort needs to be made when you're dealing with your closing arguments, because people want to feel exactly what's happening there. People are not at the scene, they want to be taken there, and they want to be a part of the process of electing a new president. And if you deny them of that in a certain way, it goes to affect your message getting out there. But beyond that, I think very cardinal messages were sent this evening.
Yeah.
We have heard the closing arguments of John Dramani Mahama, the former president who was seeking re-election, and then the vice president, Mahamudu Bawumia, who is seeking election as president of the republic. Basically, John Dramani Mahama is seeking a return to the presidency, and his argument is that I want to create jobs for you. I believe people are struggling. I went around this country and I've seen poverty written on the faces of people. The problem is jobs. I am promising that when I come, I know what it takes to create jobs so that the youth will have something to do. Oh. It's a major issue. When you go around the country, you hear that. Then he's talking about what? Accountability. You've had an MPP administration that has run, affairs of Ghana for the past 8 years. We've had scandals upon scandals, some of which were not thoroughly investigated and perhaps prosecuted to the glory of God. So people are generally not happy about the state of affairs. Yeah. The question is whether they believe that John Mahama's return, should that happen, lead to the kind of accountability that they expect. Yeah. Then you also have the question of, there's one thing that he talks about, prosperity for all of us, that it would seem that under the current administration, you've seen concentration of wealth in a privileged few. And you hear all the names that get bandied about. And that the government does not appear to be distributing the wealth across the country. So he wants to fix that. Okay. Now, the reverse is John Mahama Bawumia, who says that, well, we have been able to turn this country around, only for COVID to come to smash us, only for the war in Russia, Ukraine, to undermine our efforts. But we told you that during COVID, we were capable of bringing the economy back to life, but not human beings. Now we are doing that. And if you look at the economic numbers, they will throw them up and say that, well, we have increased trade surplus. We have, the CD recently is performing fairly well. If you look at the history of the CD over the last couple of years and all of that. But people do remember the haircuts. Okay. So he's making the argument that, well, we'll be able to fix it going forward. Okay.
So let
I
me
have
go
two
around.
more things to say.
No,
but that's okay.
we'll come back to that later. Our time is very limited. So tonight, gentlemen, I want you to keep it straight to the point. Papa, you have a lot of time on Saturday, Sunday, even Monday and Tuesday. So don't worry about that.
I thought I wanted to make it 3-3, but that's okay.
Well, I'll come back to you. Godfred, in 2 minutes, and 2 minutes goes round. Were you sold with whoever for Saturday based on the closing remarks and closing the curtain for Saturday, of course, for the past 4 years, but tonight, did it make any difference? And what do you think they could have done to make a difference if they didn't?
Well, I think that today for both parties reflected the kind of campaign that has been run. I think that the NDC put out an assured performance today on the final rally. I agree with Sky when he says that it was well organized, it was well put together in terms of the messaging, in terms of the personalities and the audience resonance. The NPP also put out a couple of strong names, but it's been staggered. If you look at the campaign they've run, it's been a campaign built around Bawumia's stardom by himself. They haven't had as much stars to spread around, so you've had Bawumia had to do a lot of legwork. Later to be supported by by a former president, Kufuor, and the sitting president. If you look at the NDC side, they've had quite a few stars to spread around. So Mahama hasn't had to do too much work. You've had the rise of Malik Basintale, you've had Sami Jemfi, you've had General Desiré Ketia run around, you've had Otukuno, you've had all these names spread around. And I think it's reflective of the kind of campaigns they run. As to whether everybody is sold on, I think it's a hard task for both parties. If you look at where they've been, the number of times they've been there, everybody understands what is at stake, where everybody has looked to maximize their resources the best way. So you look at the NPP, they didn't spend too much time in the Volta region because they know they won't get much out of it. If you look at the NDC, spends quite a bit of time in the Ashanti region because they know exactly what they want to get out of it as well. So in the end, it becomes a matter of we are working hard till the very last minute to convince a lot of people. In the end, those who showed up today are those who they know they can convince. They've already convinced them. Perhaps they were talking to those they have not been able to convince. Whether they've been able to do that, Saturday will tell.
We'll see that on Saturday. Mr. Larry, what do you think?
I think it went well. Yeah, it went well. I mean, to have, as the my two colleagues said, to have brought their supporters to this level of, closeness.
Without any incident.
Yes, Ayawaso and then Medina, without an incident. Without an incident because when I was coming to town, I noticed the presence of, policemen almost
at every corner that you could think of, and traffic control was also okay, and so on. And I think that by and large they did well. On the message, I think, like Akoto said, I mean, we already know what we are voting for, okay? Whether we are voting for continuity, those who want to vote for continuity knows what they've already decided. And those who also want a change, they've also made up their mind. And so much of what happens today will not change anything.
Really change for anybody?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
It wouldn't change much.
Just the final chorus in church.
I think so. They're just restating, whatever they have told people already. Yeah.
Hello, you agree?
Yeah, largely yes. I think it was a good program on both sides. Quite impressive on both sides as well. The messaging, I think, is just a restatement of everything they've said in the past, and trying to pitch for the last time to the generality of Ghanaians. In terms of the crowd size, yes, between NDC and MPP, I'm not sure you can pick anything, in terms of crowd size. They both have the numbers to marshal a lot of people at a place. So you can't use crowd size to make any major difference. For me, I want to look at the Kufuor factor. You realize that they deployed Kufuor towards the last lap of the campaign quite effectively. Yeah. We saw that interview, the primetime interview with the Ashanti region journalist in his house. Yeah. And that interview, in my view, was addressing specifically the Ashanti audience. Right. So we saw that they used the face of the media in Ashanti region to do that. After that, he went to the Eastern region, after a while. So we saw the reaction from that interview. Alan was not happy. Alan thought that Kufuor had thrown him under the bus, etc., etc. He wasn't happy. It got to Kufuor as well. So Kufuor went to the Ochinhene's palace and said that people say statesman, you don't have to say some things, but he said it, and that Bawumia was a man of destiny. Yeah. That was a major endorsement of the man Bawumia. Talked about how he met him, some program abroad, he came to do a presentation, blah, blah, blah. Major endorsement of the man Bawumia. Major, even more seminal or more impactful than what Nana Addo himself would have done, So we saw Kufuor in that sense. He went ahead to do a few other things. And today, they drove him to the place in his wheelchair. He took quite some amount of time to push the Bawumia message. Why did they do that? In my view, they did so because Kufuor, as it stands now, cuts across. It's a very important figure in the MPP, and it's not as divisive as he was years ago in the country. So it's a rallying point for many people. It gets like that. Yeah. As we speak, Nana Addo is quite a contentious or a divisive figure. As time goes on, the divisiveness will reduce. Now it is this record that is on the table. It is this record the NDC is attacking, and Bawumia is running on this record, so he has a stake in it. He has to say some things. There was a reason why people didn't expect Kufuor to endorse Bawumia the way he did, even though I thought there was nothing wrong with it, because that is his party.
His party, yeah.
People didn't expect him to do so because they consider him a statesman. Nana Addo is a statesman, but he's the president. His record is what is under attack. So people expect him to be active in the race. So we saw all of that. We saw him today talk, addressing the people. A lot of the people they are seeking to address are the people in the Ashanti region. And we've seen how important Ashanti region has been in this campaign. In fact, Mahama left Ashanti region straight to the campaign ground, or to the rally ground. I understand, what's the name? Bawumia also was in Ashanti region today. Even at the last minute.
He came back yesterday.
He came back last night. Telling you that Ashanti region has been key. Bawumia spending over 15 days in Ashanti.
But the president was also in the region today.
So it tells you how important that region is. So having Kufuor as an asset, you don't leave him unused. So I think they milked him enough, and I think it was a good strategy. Generally.
Okay, final one from Bernard. The final rallies, your thoughts on that
when
quickly?
When 4 intelligent people speak, there's nothing else to say. I just wanted to say that because therefore I'll give you 4 issues in this election. I think this election is about economy versus education, and I'll explain. The NDC is making economy the issue. When I interviewed Fifi Kwete yesterday, he said it's an economy election. The NPP in the last 3 months have succeeded in bringing the free SHS as an issue. That's why the NDC even started doing ads to say We are not cancelling free SHS, we'll make it better. So economy versus education, that's number one. Number two, it's urban versus rural. Because if you look at the map behind you, generally, people in rural areas registered more than people in urban areas in terms of percentage growth. Yeah. The sentiment in urban areas is markedly different. We saw that in the previous polls. So that's the second major issue here. All right. There's also a north versus south issue because, again, the more north you go, the more people are eager to vote. Why? The two candidates are from the north. So it seems as if there's going to be a certain outcome in the north that may even defy previous trends. In the south, Ashanti, Greater Accra, Western, you didn't see that much enthusiasm. All right. So you have rural versus urban, north versus south, economy versus education. Some people want to say it's also past versus future, although I'm not really sure the NDC will agree to that, because if you listen to the MPP today, a lot of the presentation was that we are looking to the future. If you go to Mahama, you are going to the past. So that's a bit, but the three I've said, almost all the people I've interviewed agree that essentially there's an urban-rural issue going on. There's an education, economy, dynamic playing out. There's also a north-south issue playing out. And those contrasts are very clear for you to see that depending on where this goes. And of course, there's also change versus continuity. That's the big story, right? Do you want more of the same? Which is why the NDC talks, they always talk about Akufo-Addo, Bawumia. So even though Bawumia is the candidate, they want you to know that Akufo-Addo is the guy, because what people are feeling is about him. All right? Yeah. So that's the change thing versus the continuity. So I think those are the four major issues that have to be resolved to determine the outcome. I can even add a bonus one. Strongholds versus swing regions. Okay. Because of the point they made about Ashanti, because if you look at this, everybody's in Ashanti. Why? Because people realize that if there's a massive turnout in the government stronghold, it kind of makes nonsense of a lot of things that happens, because the swing regions are quite marginal. So a bonus point would be strongholds versus swing regions and how things pan out. Right. So maybe later on we can show some of that.
Okay,
here.
so we've laid the foundation. So it's a game of numbers. I mean, you can do, but if you don't get the figures to make you pass the required, you don't have any. So let's go straight to that. It's starting right in front of that very important screen there. So let's start with the national outlook in terms of the margins, the differences we've seen over the years, and then we'll pick comments as we go along.
Can you allow me to walk to the other side?
Sure, you can come.
Because I want to explain the numbers and get your comments.
Okay.
The reason I say it's a north versus south issue, all right? So here we have 2020 versus 2024 registered voters. The percentage growth, the average growth in voters is 10% in the country. So anybody above 10% means that they've registered more compared to 2020, not in absolute numbers, because if I show you absolute numbers of voters, just to make the point clear, this is the national. Greater Accra has the most. Ashanti has the second. Eastern and Central. So the population is centered here. These are very sparsely populated areas. But the north versus south issue plays out when you look at percentage change in voters, which means how eager are people registering. Yeah. All right? The national average is 10%. Look at Northeast region, 17% growth in voter population. That's a lot of people registering, okay? Take Northern region, 15%, 5% above the national average. That tells you that there's a lot of eagerness to vote. Now, gentlemen, the reason this is interesting is that if you match these registrations with the NCC's survey asking people likelihood to vote, the people who want to vote are in the north. Northeast, 97.3. Northern, 97.4. Upper East and Upper West in the top 90s. Volta, 88, which is middle. Greater Accra, 70. Ashanti, 81. Central, 78. Eastern, 76. So we see a correlation between eagerness to register, possibly because the both candidates are from there, and then also willingness to vote.
Right.
But what makes this thing very interesting is that even though the people up there want to vote more, the numbers are down.
Are down there. So hang on there. Let me bring in the other gentleman on the dynamics in this election around the north, which we know the two main guys are from there, and then the lower part where the numbers are, and how they can, both parties can reconcile these two. North, eagerness to vote, but the numbers are low. South, down south, mid-belt, all the way down south, that's where the action are in terms of the numbers. How do they balance these two sides?
Well, obviously up north, because there's an emotional attachment there.
Yeah.
Northeast, because obviously that's Bawumia's home region. So the push to get people to come out there, if you look at the voting trends over the past 2 elections, they have really come out to vote. And when we get into the numbers over the weekend, I will show you this. If you look at the north as well, as Bernard explained, it's a 9-9 split there in Parliament, but the NDC generally does well there. Now, they also have a stake in this because of one of the candidates there. So certainly there will be a push. Now, there's also been, the trends over the past 2 elections have shown that the arrival of Bawumia on the scene has impacted what happens in the north, which used to be a very strong, one would say, NDC enclave. So the rise in those numbers, what does it mean? Does it mean that the NDC has gone out there to get people back in? Does it mean that the NPP is growing there? Those are things that on Saturday we will be able to make sense of once we start getting some numbers. Now, if you come down south, there isn't that much of an affinity to the candidates as we would see there. Again, because of, I would say, voter sophistication to a certain level, the way people are enthused about showing up to vote, about registering, might not be the same up north. We've discussed matters of apathy, and again, that will come up later on, which explains some of the poor numbers, I won't say relatively poor numbers compared to what we've seen up north for the southern areas. Ashanti, I think, flattens out a bit. Even though if you look at the percentage change, for instance, it's 254,000 persons more who have registered. I think it's the largest in the country, Bernard, if I'm not mistaken.
So in absolute numbers, Ashanti has the most, but in percentages,
it's not significant.
It's not that significant. Don't forget, the bigger the base.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why we show. So as you are saying, Ashanti has 275,000 more registered voters, but that's just a 9%. So it's actually lower than the national average, right? Greater Accra has the second largest absolute number of registered voters in terms of new voters.
Yeah.
All right. But when you put the percentage together, it's just the national average. So the eagerness question is better answered by percentages than by what do you call it? Than by the raw
numbers.
The raw number. Yes. I just wanted to go back to, so Greater Accra
6%.
236, but it's just 6%.
Yeah.
So
lower than the average.
I think that the two questions here, if the base is big, it tells you that there are more people to vote. So even though the percentage is small, because the election is first past the post, the bigger base should be considered, right? Because you can take 3 constituencies in Accra, and the northeast region is over. If you take Dome Kwabenya 183,000, Ashaman, and you add the third one, Amasaman, they are actually, I can show you that right now. Where is Dome Kwabenya? Dome Kwabenya is 182,000. Where is Ashaman? So that's 357 already.
Yeah.
Now, if I add Amasaman,
170.
527, all right? Now, let's go back to regionals. If I take the northeast region, 339,000, the whole region. So, these people I got to vote, they are not many.
Yeah.
These guys down there, are not so interested in voting,
but they don't
but they are a lot. So, if somebody here, their voters don't show up, and his opponent's voters show up, the gap that they produce here may annihilate a whole region. So you need to balance the base of voters and the eagerness to vote. It's not very easy to do, which is why you guys are here to help us explain it.
You showed me something over the past weeks, looking at the numbers in terms of the eager side and
Eagerness
then
to vote.
all
Yes,
the
yes.
apathy. And can you take us through that quickly?
I don't have that slide here, but what
Okay.
I have is that there's a direct correlation between this fact of deep red percentage growth in numbers with the NCC document. I'm sure Fred can put it out, because NCC did a survey in September and they asked people how likely you are to vote. The lowest percentage was Greater Accra, 70%. The highest was Northeast, 97.4, followed by North, 97, just 0 percentage lower. And then Savannah was also high, OT was also high, Upper East, Upper West. So it was very clear, and these two are independent things. This is facts of people who are registered, and then these are people's intentions in a survey to vote. So we can easily say that the more people register as a percentage of the previous year, the more interested they are in voting. That's what I'm basically trying to say, Vivian.
Okay.
I hope that point makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So this tells you that we will have possibly higher turnout up north than turnout down south.
Okay.
That's basically one inference you can make. Western region didn't register that many. So if I show you Western, for example, just 8% growth, that's pretty small. All right. Growth in Central region, 11%, just 1% above the national average. So it's basically average. It's not that high. Volta region, 12% growth, 12.9, close to 13%. Again, people generally in 8-year cycles, people who are in opposition strongholds are more eager than people in government strongholds. So the voters, 12.9 to 13 makes sense because generally NDC tends to do well there. If you go to Upper East and Upper West as well, you will see that there's a bit of, there's a bit of eagerness to vote. Upper West is just 10. Upper East gives us 13, I think. Let's go there. 12.43. So generally, you will have bigger numbers in places where people have a disgruntlement.
All right.
Which possibly explains why the MPP has been very serious about the Kufuor point you made.
Yeah.
The Ashanti point.
The Ashanti. So with that in mind, let's go quickly to the strongholds, the battlefields in terms of regions.
All right. Now
I'll pick their thoughts on that.
Okay. If we are looking at just registered voters, I can go here. But if you want to look at performance of strongholds,
you have to
I have to go back there.
So whilst you are going there, I'll pick their comments.
Yeah, while Bernard is doing that, I was looking at the census figures for 2021. And, you know, this election has also been made an issue about the youth.
Yeah.
Right? And three major regions stand out for me. The Northern, the Ashanti, and the Greater Accra.
Okay.
And the numbers are somewhat, very interesting. So you have Greater Accra, 41% of the population
youth
said to be youthful.
What's your definition of youthful? Because there's
so
an
we're
issue
talking
with
18
definition.
to 35.
Okay.
Just analyzing the report.
Okay. Well, people say 55 and they. Oh, he's an old man.
It's not saying
he's 35.
No, I used to be a youth.
So 18 to 35.
Yeah, that's right. Then you have Ashanti 39%, and then the Northern region making 40%.
Okay.
Now, at the same time, we're seeing major inflows from other parts of the country to these regions. So the Greater Accra region is receiving a lot of movement from other communities, especially in the rural areas, to these city centers. Then you have the Ashanti region also receiving the same. And then the Northern region. Now, if you go to the Western region, we're told that mining activities there are attracting a lot of the youth. Again, back to the issue of jobs. And then you also talk about the Central region, where we are told that a lot of people are moving into that area because of the increasing urbanization there. Now, the question is, how have we seen messages from the two political parties, the two major ones, targeting specifically the needs of the youth, the issue of job, how to deal with the job issues that they face? Of course, digitization is a big issue right now because of issues about, AI, modernizing systems to respond to modern needs and all of that. And then also the question of what do we do with education? Because you have seen that the MPP keeps talking about free senior high school, producing a lot of people who are waiting to go to the university. Now the question is, will these people turn out on election day in their big numbers?
Yeah.
And if they are voting, the question is, where are they placing their vote? The MPP creates a panic situation and says, these guys want to cancel. Mahama says, I'm not cancelling. I just want to modernize it. Right. Who do they trust most? Yeah. And how will that impact the overall elections?
Okay, great stuff.
So interestingly, just to take it from there. So free SHS, so the youth question. Free SHS versus no fee stress, right? The first day free thing. Digitalization and unemployment. First digitalization. So the youth has become central because of these three issues: education, free SHS. The MPP wants to make it an issue and drive the young people who have benefited from the free SHS. By the time you finish SHS, you should be around 16 or 17, 18. You know, largely, you know, from 2017, those guys should be in the bracket, and so they should be able to vote. So if before your parents could not have paid for you to attend SHS, now you got it free. The point is, from 2017 till now, would they remember that? Because it's become the mainstay. It's become something that is to be expected, to the point of some being entitled to it now.
Right.
So would they be careful to credit the MPP with that? So that's what I think the NDC is trying to do. So now you finish one thing. There's a proverb in where that I mean, when you eat what you ate yesterday will not take you throughout the day today, right? So you ate yesterday, you were full yesterday, but today you are hungry. So they got a free SHS. Now they are moving to the next level, which is the university or the tertiary institution. Free SHS is not going to pay for their university education. So the NDC is seeing that quickly is introduce the no-fee stress program, so they can harvest at least some of the people there. That is a strategy I think they introduced.
And the MPP appears to be cut them young and they shall be rose forever.
But yes, but, you know, so the issue about digitalization, I think that they are both, you know, equal on that level. They both want to train 1 million youth in coding or digital skills, almost saying the same thing, etc. Unemployment is a key issue. MPP says they've created how many jobs? 2.5 million jobs or 2.7 million jobs. NDC says they are the people to create the jobs. Apprenticeship. And a lot of the things they've said, of course, we heard of the Akukon Kitikiti and all of that. You know, the issue of jobs is also at the center of it. So now talking about young people, free SHS, digitalization, unemployment, key. Now, let me quickly speak about the numbers down south. So the two candidates are from the northern part of the country. They want to vote, but their numbers are not many. The guys down south want to vote, but not as much as the guys up north. That is why they have running mates from the southern part of the country. We know Napo's job was cut out for him. Whether he's been able to do that well or not, we'll see after Saturday. Professor Jenano Pokwajima, Central Region, as Bernard showed, is also one of the areas with high numbers in terms of the young people who have registered, or new first-time voters. Whether she's also been able to do it well, we will see. Mind you, in the last election, the NDC won the parliamentary in that region, but lost the presidential. She was on the ticket, but she failed to get the region to vote for herself and John Mahama. She spent quite some time there. To be interesting to see how Central Region turns out in terms of the numbers. There are very important constituencies there. The Kaswa, what's the name? Awutu Senya East has a lot of people. The Gomoa areas and the Agona areas, a lot of people. But the Ayawasu East and the Gomoa West have traditionally been MPP. Are they able to turn that around or eat into that lead? If they're able to get that, then it will show up the numbers for presidential. It may not be parliamentary, because parliamentary, no matter the number, once you win, you win. The numbers, how they're able to do, will be important to turn the presidential around.
Okay, Alaska. Larry,
I want to say something. You know, I think that this election is largely going to be defined by the youth. Okay. So,
but sorry, do they care?
No, I think they care.
They care?
Yeah, they
I
care.
think they don't.
No, they do. They
They
care.
don't care.
They care. Don't.
I think they do.
No, they do.
They do. Not that they don't care because they are irresponsible.
Yeah,
they are just happy people. Yeah? They are happy.
Okay.
So again, I'll use the surveys. Afrobarometer, what's the other one? NCC and Global Info Analytics. The largest chunk of people who say I won't vote are between the ages of 18 and 29. So the largest chunk of those who say I won't vote are supposedly first-time voters. So
did they give the reason?
They don't go beyond that. They break it down. So a lot of older people want to vote.
I think they are not happy with the few that I've spoken with.
By the way, this is October. You see, I always use these surveys and I look at the campaigns as well. Because election dynamics are not steady. So if somebody does a survey in October and a lot of youth say they are not going to vote, the politicians also read these surveys. So they craft their messages in November into December around those. So my point is that generally, the largest, so less women wanted to vote and less youth wanted to vote. So even though they are saying they are fighting for the youth, that the Gen Zs in particular seem to be disenchanted with the political system.
Indifferent.
A lot of them support the demonstrations that were done by the Occupy Julobi group and that type of thing. A lot, especially the so-called woke generation. So again, youth is very broad because some youth in rural communities are very eager to vote and they are very political. So I always have to bring that distinction in there. But the service basically said that 18 to 29-year group were the largest chunk of I won't votes than the others. So if that will help your discussion.
And also perhaps because these are people who are now forming their political identities. If you look at most of the people who would be second or third or fourth time voters, these are persons who would have been born in an era or met an era of basically moving on from Rawlings, going to the Atta Mills, Rawlings to Kufuor, to Atta Mills, to Mahama, to Akufo-Addo. If not, they would have seen Mahama, Akufo-Addo. So there's a little bit of political experience. But they would also that would mean that their choices are slightly better informed. That would also mean that there has been time for these two parties or other parties to woo them. That's right. But these numbers that we are looking at are persons who are now perhaps looking to make up their minds about where exactly they fall. And genuinely, most of them might also not feel enamored by the options that are available to them now.
Cheddar is there.
Yeah.
There's also that. Yeah. There is also that.
I'll tell you something about Cheddar. Briefly, some of them, I'll say something about Cheddar. Cheddar, again, in the polls, was rising very much. There was a comment he made about the recent demonstration, which affected him. So, I was looking at the numbers. Cheddar was always doing like a 4-5, better than Alan. Then I think after the recent demo at Down Galamsey, he allegedly said something about whether these people were not being political. A lot of that group were upset with him that he said that. And we've seen a bit of decline.
That's why he lost it.
Yes, a bit of decline in his numbers there because those guys, as you said, they are now forming their political opinion. So it's probably not disenchantment. It's not as uncertainty. They don't know where to go. And maybe they were thinking Cheddar was a vehicle. And I'm not sure that's the only thing. But that comment really annoyed social media followers, that group. So maybe they are still not sure who to vote for since they are looking for an independent champion they are not getting. So that could be an interesting.
Back to what Akoto was saying. I mean, these 18-year-olds, most of them are still living on the aprons of their parents. Okay? So, like he said, their political views haven't been formed yet. I mean, bread and butter is provided to you by your mom and dad. So, I mean, fuel, you don't have to buy fuel. Electricity, none. And so everything comes from mom and dad.
But also, if mom and dad who provide for you say this is where we want to go, you are likely to follow.
Yeah, like
no, but
not in this generation.
Not this generation.
They will contest it.
No.
Yeah.
A few will definitely.
No, they're not fighting. But again, it depends on the level of exposure.
You would have been socialized, subconsciously throughout the bread and butter, provision process. So it's not as if they'll call you one morning and say, hey, go vote NDC or go vote MPP. The conversation at home, you have been socialized over the period. So you know that if I won't vote, even if I vote at all, I'm voting for party or party B. Why? Because this is what I know.
But the generation we grew up in, we were living on just TV and radio. These guys have access to internet.
Yeah.
And so they are picking up so much information all over the world. So their opinions are, already formed.
You see, that raises the question of whether the various political parties have farmed properly and whether they are harvesting that which they have farmed. Because you have Snapchat. The question is whether the MPP and NDC played very well around these issues. You understand? Of course, you hear the highfalutin ideas about what they want to do on Facebook and Twitter. But the truth is that these are platforms used generally by the older folks. So the question is, if you go on Snapchat, Instagram, were they as heavy? And did they TikTok?
Were they as heavy
We have
in terms of driving their message?
Actually, we have a minute. I'm going to give, yes.
Already?
This is just a tease
No,
of what to
no,
expect
no.
on
I think
Saturday.
I'm moving.
You are protesting.
No, respectfully, I'm moving.
Respectfully, I love you too. But it's not going to happen. So
You mean the judge will dismiss it?
yes, so I am the judge yet. It's not happening. But just to tell viewers and listeners, yes, Bernard will wrap up with just 20 seconds. So let him have that, and then I wrap up.
So basically, as Vivian said, we are just
say.
letting the viewers know that this is the type of thing we'll be doing. And we chose to do it after the 2 major rallies so you can get a sense of where we are headed. But starting 6 a.m. on Saturday, we're going to be very heavy on data and also evidence from the past, experience in covering elections, and just being there at the right time. So don't be too bored. This is just this is the hors d'oeuvre. Is that what they call it, Godfred? This is the beginning before we get into the main course.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for coming.
A pleasure.
This, like Bernard has said, this is just the beginning. On Saturday, we start our coverage proper of the 2024 elections, and we end till the declaration of the next president of the Republic of Ghana. My name is Vivian Kailoko, here with Selo Madonu, Larry Dogbe, Godfred Akutobwafo, Richard Delasky, and our very good friend, Bernard Koko Avle. Yes, Mr. Touchscreen. On Thursday, we'll have all of them. Friday, actually on Saturday, all of them and all that you need to know. Normal programming continues from now. Goodbye.
Introducing Rexona Non-Stop Protection, 72-hour antiperspirant with breakthrough microtechnology that forms a stronger sweat barrier, tested to the limit, even during the most intense workout.
Still clean, dry, and fresh for longer.
Try the new Rexona 72-hour non-stop protection for clean, dry, and fresh underarms every day.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are you concerned about your child's dental health? Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. We believe in establishing good oral hygiene habits early is essential for your child's long-term dental health. Baby teeth, also called primary teeth or milk teeth, will fall out and be replaced by permanent teeth starting at around 6 years old. So it's tempting to think that primary teeth are not important, but in reality, those baby teeth are very important. Your child's first dental visit will include a complete exam, cleaning, and a fluoride treatment to protect the teeth. Your dental office should ensure that your child's dental visit is comfortable, gentle, and welcoming. Schedule your first dental visit today and give them the gift of a lifetime of healthy smiles.
Healthy smile. Tell me, is this thing on now? I've been working long like a marathon now. Tying up words, making them a bomb now. Tell me, you turn on the alarm now. I got a message when they put it in a song now. I'll see you later, all the haters got it wrong now. We're touching the lightning, we're coming alive, yeah. We're feeling inside, yeah. We got the power.
Tank 300, where power meets elegance. Call us on 0501 772222 or 0501 773333.
Introducing Rexona Non-Stop Protection, 72-hour antiperspirant with breakthrough microtechnology that forms a stronger sweat barrier, tested to the limit, even during the most intense workout.
Still clean, dry, and fresh for longer.
Try the new Rexona 72-hour non-stop protection for clean, dry, and fresh underarms every day.
Imagine walking into a secure environment you call your own, a home where you are in charge of your own security. But while you dream of a brighter future, shadows could be lurking at your doorsteps and windows. With real-time alerts and a professional response team ready to act, your home is protected around the clock, whether you're away or asleep. Don't wait for safety, create it. Installed by professionals, our systems integrate seamlessly into your home, guarding every nook and cranny. And with our rent-to-own plan, this unmatched security comes with no burdensome upfront cost. Enjoy your safety, payment at your own pace, and peace of mind. Plus, our theft guarantee protection ensures you're covered in case of any loss, giving you even more peace of mind. Secure your home with Home Shield. Make peaceful sleep a habit, knowing we stand guard. Response 1, protecting your world 24/7.
The Situation All-White Christmas Party is back! It's Christmas Eve, 40th the usual. I step into a celebration like none other. The Situation All-White Christmas Party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue The Underbridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the Situation All-White Christmas Party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party! It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All-White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve du Vernet, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
Introducing Rexona Non-Stop Protection 72-hour antiperspirant with breakthrough microtechnology that forms a stronger sweat barrier. Tested to the limit, even during the most intense workout.
Still clean, dry, and fresh for longer.
Try the new Rexona 72-hour non-stop protection for clean, dry, and fresh underarms every day.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide, this is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel 1 TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We are here for every step of the journey. Channel 1 TV, your election bureau.
Wake up to your ultimate weekend morning experience with Breakfast Daily Weekend.
Start your Saturday with us as we dive into the news headlines in our news review.
Staying
informed with all the engaging discussions and insightful analysis.
Then join us as we discover what's happening around Ghana.
Get all the scoop on all exciting events and happenings in the city and beyond.
Ready to spruce up your home? We've got you covered with home improvement tips.
From gardening to DIY projects, we'll show you how to keep your space shining.
And don't miss our arts and culture segment,
featuring dance, poetry, and soulful acoustic performances.
Your perfect weekend morning starts here. Tune in to Breakfast Daily Weekend on Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Hello and welcome to the Channel 1 newsroom. This is your election bureau. My name is Zoe Abube Eduardo. Coming up. As Ghana prepares for the December 7 general election, we gauge the mood of electorates ahead of polls being open on December 7.
This coming election, were you there? What blow is one step? Because what they have used us. Yes, when they used us, then they dump us. With the same promise which they did many years ago. So I can tell you, Akashi, only the ballot box will decide.
We'll also take you to the headquarters of the Electoral Commission, which is presiding over this election, to see their preparedness ahead of December 7. National Security Task Force gives an update to Ghanaians on its preparations ahead of the polls.
The National Election Security Task Force, including the Electoral Commission of Ghana, in line with general practice for all past elections, reached out to some state agencies for support to meet the vehicle requirements for the operation.
And later in the bulletin, National Communications Authority assures of uninterrupted telecommunication services on Election Day.
We have set as NCA situation room. Now you could see my colleagues doing preparation because we're starting from tomorrow and Sunday, going into Sunday. And so we would be working in collaboration with our MNOs and other stakeholders so that if there's any information that we receive by way from the public, we can relay them to the MNOs for necessary action.
It's few hours for the polls to be open for December 7, 2024, where majority of Ghanaians will be expected to cast their ballots. The race for the presidency is largely between the New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress, although 12 people are vying for the highest office of the land. On Thursday, the two major political parties, the NPP and the NDC, held their final rallies in an attempt to sway voters. With few hours, we are moving around some constituencies to gauge the mood of electorates ahead of polls being opened at 7 a.m. on December 7. My first stop is the Odododio constituency, Akoto Lante in Jamestown to be precise. So I'll be speaking with few constituents. We have few hours for polls to be open. What are their expectations ahead of the December 7th general election? I'll be speaking to one gentleman here. Ofana, good morning.
Good morning.
Tete.
Chele Dromo, Mbo.
Ofana, what one vote? Number 4 shika.
Manye Sane Ulu Obi me. Me no amaka ke Sane Ulu Obi because two parties here ni wo kenumbo bele wo ake afon oshiki ye. Ye no magbono yin. Me nyo fe family and friends jiami. O makebo akashi. Wo kaji no asmo niafon oshiki ye only the ballot box will decide.
And what are you expecting tomorrow? Now, Odododio is one of the flashpoints when it comes to elections.
We the youth blame Makoe, Makewake, to be no Abu Biene, Ekule Wabenu Chumo, or Kaba, 50 Ghana, 100 Ghana, then we'll just follow them. She be an one I can read the youth, Kaji Lene to Mobini station in me tuning Biane. Kaji customer ko ba ko de wa kema ke wo mi ke ya bi in Yeshua ke yin kan mo ko no ke ke ba me ma wole. I'm not waiting for anyone's money to come and tell me ke ya fe ni ke ni or me you ke this coming election were you there work blow is one step because what they have used us. Yes, when they used us then they dump us. I'm logo I'm with the same promise which they did many years ago. So I can tell you Akashi to be need only the ballot box will decide.
Honorable Niko Tiachi eye assemblyman dan ni etuni ojogba beni eyo assemblyman e and they love olibi de ke ba wo MP ye odododi odo ni won MP awun tun ole ojogba lewo ele na love lubi e yen lutumo yo ni Honorable Niko Tiachi e ke mi e fan gbedan lewo ya love lutumo un ke badan.
What are you expecting him to do?
Mo be ni word mo moto bi ayen ni interview wo ne keji eba ekwe moto bi e won sumo ni apa wo mumu be ni police fake wo fio agbene en lutumo ke skun ya afaye ododori odo.
So we are still speaking to some constituents in Odododio to find out how prepared they are for December 7th. I have with me here a lady here who will be telling me what she'll be basing her vote on tomorrow. Ofana, good morning.
Morning.
Mine obafo shikiwo.
Money no obafo shiki ha ye Odododio ne. Won to no ya. Ke swelemo ye Odododio because Odododio ni pipi ye bi na na sana afia youth eko babie. Masanu work for shiki ha ashikote ni ke ba never never afia youth. No bi ane mimi fon oshike ha ashikote ke John don mama ake kam me ame ambata no amba tunu tumu ojogba because ame fe koda na me fe koda wali ayeke afine wo ke ha me ambanya me fe because 2016 ke 2020 wo feel like abakwa wo ojogba shi wo kwe wo na ke wo na nuko ya no ha wo no afina san wo chake wo nini because you take kuma egbenu tumu na amena anu tumu ate school atalashia me kuma nsele wonye mehinke yi abo nsele mokani bi ebe fine atana wa you te ni you ta ya hin ekole kola akeshi obi egbe school na ne batashia na anu tumu ni tu ni president ye mam nu tumu ye mam na atana atu ana kote ungo application no keti years ago aha abo nu tumu.
You are still watching the Channel 1 newsroom. So we made a stop at the Okankwe Central constituency. Now, as indicated earlier, campaigning officially ended on Thursday for all political parties. However, there are policies that these various parties have thrown to Ghanaians for them to make their decisions or their choice. So we are finding out from the electorates what they are basing their votes on as we enter into the election tomorrow. And within their local space or communities, what are some of the things that they want to be done for them? So join me as I speak to some constituents within the Okankwe Central constituency. Na enima bebre ohwa political parties no omo adanedi say omo beye. But for who in particular no edie na wo be hwe so ede ato wo aba ochina.
Me de me hwe so ato aba ochina. Ama
party a me kondo no eye enema mienu a me hu wo say leadership no one Kufuor ba so no or the free health insurance ebae eboa oman mu nipa nyina nye fie ba ko wo ye MPP CPP wo ye PND eboa ba bia ana ye de nana do so ban so no or the free education aba no so efie biam no say NDCO MPPO CPPO eboa wo biam enti mi ma hu say one leader obae no de ode bae no eboa oman ni nyina two leader obae no so no de obekan so boa enti e wo se me san me ko third leader no oba no so a wo free say party nim ono so nhihia ode ba no be san me toma no na me ye den ono de ode ba no eboa no efi say esi ai me ba Kufuor pen so ene ye wo no Akufuor ado pen so akọ free education nti na wo se me ye den me to aso no aka kire no so no ebenya mfaso ye den e wo so enti ne me mani abrese meto aba ama MPP no ochina
na de ehia wo Ghana nkabom na message ben ena wo ema etitru a omobeto aba ochina
okay message a me wo mo say abato no enye ntokwa eye peace Ghana ye pe peace ti me pa acho wo sori anopa na wo kwa akoto aba so obi de ntokwa etutru asem oba just yi wani ma no na to wa bewie na kope baabi tina na bompa ye say tina no ade be tina na ye tie good result na ya bo si aha nti obi de ntokwa bi ba bejeje wa sister yi wani ma no.
All right. Now, on say political parties, over the last almost 1 year, obi ade ne hyehyɛ aba say me ba say na meye, na we nso na meye. Na for wo ochina no, even within your local community no, e dey na wo hwɛ o de beto aba.
Okay, one thing about me say wo hwɛ de aban ne ya obi ntra say sorry koto aba. So what you say because free SHS aboa ye about time for no. Yeah, me a single mother. Me buy too. Na me ni da so mpo say me baby beti mako free SHS no. By ne enam na another romanti me beti mako adenti na meka say mercy sem. Me boa say on san to aso. Say de me ba ne beti manya adwuma papa bi aye na ono so atimu di ahwe me.
Abana ebe to ochina no. There are a lot of stakeholders. Ghana Police or EC or now Obeka say in Sheshaya EC to her any Ghana Police Service. Are you satisfied with the arrangements as we go into the election, Ochina?
Yeah, me no more. Yeah, me also my boy. But I heard the NRA EC say omode help quota me, and I'm we money idea. A police for I bought NDC for home buying. Omo MPP for home buying. Me say, am I ready?
We are certain say we are secured.
Me full settle say. We are secure. Be anywhere bit me so marry mu. Sebio e bia me NDC, me MPP. How say you kokon. Dey ni dura. Baby a person on to aba na ko na wakoto. At the end of the day, the obewe no na nyina move forward. Na yekoye nim. Ghana dey a peace country. There is no way to talk about me.
Then I will expect Ochina.
Oh, Ochina dey me expect say Ghana be dinkunim. I don't na me hear anymore. At the end of the day, the obewe ni bia no Ghana na dinkunim. But the air say, a Jumapa, Nana Kufuor Ayano. Obeja Chairman in Yaba, me and our Betuaso. And at the end of the day, so no, ye constituency Hana Yawono, Honorable Patrick Obama, Obiabit Media Dance, a Jumapa, street TV from Biano, Ubu say, Ogu, Kota, even one Gasa Ufi Crano. We are moving everywhere, adequacy of fear and Monty. Yes, the son and I am from my Biwa, Yenemono Nembla.
The National Election Security Task Force, headed by the Ghana National Police Service, has been engaging the press ahead of the elections on December 7 tomorrow. My colleague Charles Owusukumi was at that press briefing and brings us this report.
For the past few weeks, the National Election Security Task Force has been engaging various interest groups about their preparedness for December 7, the day Ghana goes to the polls to select a president and members of Parliament. Now, a day before the elections, the Security Task Force is reminding voters of their responsibilities on Election Day.
We wish to entreat all voters to come freely to their polling stations with voter ID cards and join the queue if at the time to get there are any. Voters should collect their respective presidential and parliamentary ballot papers after biometric verification from the polling assistant. They should check whether the issued ballot paper has no mark, stamp if required. Every person is to vote once at the appropriate voting booth for their preferred presidential and parliamentary candidate. After voting, the voter should leave the voting or polling station immediately after the vote is cast. All voters should respect other voters' right to vote for a candidate of their choice.
Now, the task force is also assuring the public that they have put in place enough security measures to ensure that there is a peaceful process on December 7 and after December 7.
And once again be assured that our security officers will be on hand to ensure everything goes on as planned.
Meanwhile, the Ghana Armed Forces has announced the deployment of its personnel to provide for the Ghana Police Service across the country. Now, this was contained in a statement released by the Armed Forces. Now, part of the statement reads, the Ghana Armed Forces wishes to inform the public that no military personnel will be stationed at polling stations. Instead, their role will remain limited to assisting the police upon request. This collaborative effort between the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service aims to maintain peace, law and order during the electoral process while safeguarding the nation's stability and of the elections. Ghana Armed Forces wishes to once again encourage all Ghanaians to exercise their civic rights responsibly, cooperate with security personnel and refrain from any acts that could disrupt the peace. Still on security, the Ministry of Interior has announced the temporary closure of all land borders ahead of the elections. Now, this was contained in a statement released by the Interior Ministry. Part of that statement reads, the border closure is effective immediately and will remain in place until 6 p.m. on Sunday, December 8, 2024. This measure is intended to prevent unauthorized cross-border activities that could disrupt the electoral process. The ministry calls on citizens and travelers to cooperate with state security agencies enforcing the closure.
You're still watching the Channel 1 newsroom. Still to come, we'll take you to some lorry terminals here in Accra to see how busy or otherwise it is as electorates prepare for the December 7 polls. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
My Ghana people, Election Day is almost here. This December 7th from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. sharp. Each of us has the power to shape the future of our nation. Your vote in the presidential and parliamentary elections can make a real difference. Now, this is how to ensure that your vote counts. When you arrive at the polling station, verify your identity. Even if your voter ID card is missing, go to your polling station. You will be allowed to vote. Now, receive a ballot paper. Take a moment to check that it has a validating stamp at the back. This is very important, and make sure that it is clean and undamaged. Step up to the voting screen. Place your thumb on the ink pad and carefully place it in the box next to your chosen candidate's name, photo, and symbol. Be very careful to keep your thumbprint within the box. Remember to wipe your thumb with the tissue provided in the voting screen before you touch the ballot paper again. Then fold the ballot lengthwise and place it in the ballot box. Be very, very mindful. Your vote will be rejected if you thumbprint for more than one candidate. Leave it blank
or if it's missing a validating stamp at the back. So take note, after voting, officials would conduct a transparent count. Ballots will be verified, sorted, and counted, with party agents carefully observing every step of the process. And yes, remember, this election is your opportunity to choose leaders who represent you. So step out on December 7th to vote and let your voice be heard. Your vote is your future. Remember, we vote with our thumbs, not guns. Weapons have no place at the polling station.
Who are you? Who are you? Charlie, I'll be you from the future. Who doesn't sleep on that slice of bready poor mattress anymore? Don some slippers, then follow me. It is by the mattress we did the front there. Yeah? That'll be the mattress where the dead for time.
Wait, what are you doing?
Wow! No damage at all. Not only durable, but also super comfortable. Come on, try it.
Nothing day like Ash Foam. Enjoy full body support and unparalleled comfort for a restful sleep.
Don't forget your keys.
Get the premium sleep experience with mattresses from Ash Foam. Visit any of our showrooms nationwide or at ashfoam.com.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide, this is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel 1 TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We're here for every step of the journey. Channel 1 TV, your election bureau.
You are still watching the Channel 1 news show. My name is Zoe Abube Ado, and we're bringing you expectations of constituents or Ghanaians ahead of the December polls. But the whole electoral process is headed by the Electoral Commission. What will be their main duty tomorrow? They have outlined that there will be a number of press briefings. That is on December 7th. They'll have about 5 press briefings as the elections go by to update Ghanaians on the situation going on across the country. But my colleague Fred Duho is at the Electoral Commission, or was at the Electoral Commission head office, to see how prepared they are for tomorrow. Here is his report.
This is your election bureau on Channel 1 TV as well as on City FM, and the hashtag remains Ghana Polls 2024. This is the Electoral Commission headquarters where the collation exercise is going to take place on the D-Day as Ghana goes to the poll on December 7. The much anticipated time for voting is right here with us, and a number of people, over 18.8 million Ghanaians, are going to the polls tomorrow to decide who leads this country into the next 4 years. Now, at the Electoral Commission, we see men on the ground working assiduously to ensure that they put in the necessary measures and preparation ahead of the collation. We've also seen the installation of cameras all around the entrance, to monitor people who will be coming out. But the interesting thing is the collation center. Where will it be taking place? Let's take a look at this new temporal installment. This is a dome that is currently being mounted by a number of men we see basically around, busily ensuring that they put things in place to have this collation center set before tomorrow and for the necessary collation. Now, what we understand from the Electoral Commission is that there is going to be a giant screen mounted here with the data entry men, the EC boss, the representative of the political parties, especially within for the presidential contest, which is 12 to be expected. And again, the media would be allowed access to this facility to ensure that there is that transparency, that fairness. But the Electoral Commission earlier addressed the press where they indicated that they are well prepared to handle this election. So behind me, those men are mounting the LED screen that is going to project the scores or the results as they trickle in from the various regions for the returning officer, being the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, to tabulate everything and finally declare who the next president of this country would be going into the next 4 years. We understand it's going to take them at least some maximum of 2 to 3 days to be able to collate everything across the country and put out the results for us to be clear in our mind whether there's going to be a runoff or probably it's going to be a one-touch victory for any of the presidential candidates on the ballot paper. That would be determined by the voters out there. But one thing I can assure you is that from us at Channel 1 TV, your election bureau, we are going to bring you all the necessary results from the branch level to the constituencies and regional collation centers, all the way to the final declaration point here for the presidential results. We do not know the total number of people that will be allowed into the National Collation Center yet, but what we can say is that this temporal dome that is being created within the premises of the Electoral Commission headquarters has the cooling system in place, the sound system, as well as a number of floor works being done. So those who are going to be in here, obviously, are going to have that sort of comfort and free mind to be able to monitor whatever the Electoral Commission would be doing on this whole election exercise. So generally, we can say the Electoral Commission is prepared for the collation of the national results and the declaration of same in terms of the presidential ballots. My name is Fred Duho reporting for Channel 1 News.
During elections, travel becomes a part of the process, as many or quite a number of people have to move from where they reside to other places where they will cast their ballot. It's been the norm over the years, sometimes with people having no vehicle to even go to their respective destinations. But is the situation the same this year? My colleague Fauzu Masaudu has been gauging or assessing the travel process when it comes to this particular elections and whether people are traveling and whether there are even buses available. Let's have a listen to his report.
December usually presents a great business opportunity for transport operators owing to the festive season, but the narrative is quite different this time around. Following the close of campaign activities by the various political parties, the 2024 general elections head to its final stretch tomorrow, and enthusiastic voters in Accra are commuting to other parts of the country to cast their ballots. But we are here at the VIP station, a very popular, bus terminal for that matter, to engage voters on what will inform their decision. Martin, you're also traveling to where exactly?
I'm going to Kumasi.
Kumasi, is that where you vote?
Yes, that's where I vote.
Okay. Where exactly in Kumasi? Which constituency? Which area?
In Shayeso constituency.
Shayeso constituency. How has it been like? Because I see, a mammoth of travelers here. I understand that some are even stranded because they are not getting a bus and all of that.
Yeah, I've been here over 4 hours. I have gone to almost all the bus terminals, and there are no buses available, to the point that I had to even resort to getting a sprinter. These were our sprinters. These cars too are in short. So basically we are stranded here, hoping to get a bus to our various destinations so we can also exercise our franchise, God willing, tomorrow. If I have to fly, if I have to borrow witchcraft to fly, I'll borrow, because I have to exercise my franchise. This is a moment where we make our voices heard through our tongue.
If there is any superlative exceeding the word longest, that would be best to describe the nature of the queue here at the VIP station at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. What really could possibly be the motivating factor to have gone through this hassle and tussle of going to cast their ballot? Your guess is as good as mine. Tia free her, Oko Brono, Port Embes.
Me pacho me ko Jesu Dwabe.
Jesu Dwabe. Washanti.
Me pacho.
Mary pacho hona to aba.
Me pacho.
Like you odi mu no be how many hours and how minutes?
Me pacho ko be me fanse be 1 hour dey.
1 hour o won. And the Mary when you break pass up to abi.
Me ni break pa. Me pesa me to aba no. Me to.
Abdul Razak, where are you traveling to?
I'm traveling to Sunyani.
Sunyani. Is that where you vote?
Yes, that's where my vote is.
Why is it necessary for you to travel all the way to Sunyani to exercise your franchise?
As a patriotic citizen, I have to vote in order to choose a good leader who will come and make good rules and implement rules and regulations which will help the country develop.
Some passengers resorted to patronizing the services of drivers who offered their personal vehicles for commercial usage.
In light of the apparent surge in patronage, questions arise about the operational nuances of transport services. Let's get some answers from the general manager of the VIP transport services here in Accra.
You may see the queue here, but we have enough buses to take everybody to the destination. There's slight challenges on the highway where there is congestion between Konongo and then also Enyirisi and then Enyinem and then Osino. And then when they get to the neck of Accra, that is the Nsawam Junction, they spend a bit of time, 30 to 45 minutes, before they can get to Accra proper. At the industrial area, heavy traffic, they can spend up to 30 minutes before they get to the studio. So every minute, there's a passenger coming. Every minute, there's a passenger coming. It may look like we won't get a bus, but we'll get a bus. Anybody who comes here, we are looking at between 60 to 90 minutes, the person should be going.
While a nail-biting campaign season for the 2024 general elections hit a crescendo, voters are enthusiastic of casting their ballot in the December 7 polls. And for us, on your election bureau, we are dedicated now more than ever to serve you the most groundbreaking election coverage of the December 7 polls. Reporting for Channel 1 News, Fawzuma Saudi, Accra.
Political parties are major stakeholders when it comes to elections. Today we are going to the headquarters of the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party, the two main political parties in Ghana, to find out their preparedness ahead of the December 7 polls.
On the side of the NPP, the party says it has invested in technology to be able to obtain its own result by 8 p.m. of election night. The NPP has set up a special elections operations center to track and monitor all election results from the 276 constituencies. Deputy General Secretary of the NPP in charge of operations, Haruna Mohammed, says the party will be able to tabulate its own results by 8 p.m.
We have always improved on our coalition. We've always add features and we always take away some other features depending on the relevance of the election materials and the tools that we are using. So we have improved on our system. We have done a test run, which has given us a shorter time as compared to the last elections. We have also tested our coalition systems in the by-elections, and I can assure you that we have gotten enough improvement in our system of coalition. And just last Saturday, we did a dry run, and it was very, very successful. I believe that by the time that the polls will close at 5, by 7, 8, we should be able to know who is having the majority in this country, and we are very confident of clinching the majority seat. And we would be making known to the people of Ghana in terms of how our coalition. By 11 is too far. We would be getting it earlier than that.
you talk about majority. This means parliamentary. But what about presidential?
Presidential, we are winning presidential.
The National Democratic Congress has concluded its campaigns across the country, and of course that big rally that we saw on Thursday evening at the Zurich Park here in Medina. Well, ahead of the December 7 election, which is on Saturday, the party is making some preparations here at the headquarters. We're already seeing a number of people that are being aided by the party to be transported from Accra to their various constituencies where they'll be casting their ballots. The screen behind me would also be displaying happenings across the country on the election day until the results are declared. But we just speak to the party officials to find out from them how they are shaping up ahead of Saturday's election.
So far, the election directorate have been able to do all necessary deployments in terms of logistics, in terms of human support backups, to foster vigilance on the process, to ensure that we are able to protect the votes that Ghanaians will cast in favor of the NDC, seeing His Excellency John Dramani Mahama become president.
Still on security, the flag bearer of the NDC, John Mahama, has raised questions about the process 24 hours to go. He says it has become obvious that the Electoral Commission is determined to aid the ruling New Patriotic Party to rig the elections, but it will fail because the people of Ghana are determined to vote for change and protect their ballots. Since Thursday night, the NDC has reported several cases of exposed validating stamps to the Commission, yet they have refused to issue a clear and unambiguous directive to stop their staff from disclosing the identities and details of the validating stamps ahead of tomorrow's general elections. Such an exposure allows the party that has printed fake ballot papers to produce similar stamps to use in order to achieve a semblance of validity. An internal memo of the Commission dated 10th October 2024 gives away their well-calculated plot to aid ballot stuffing by exposing the serial numbers of the validating stamp before voting day tomorrow. I call on the National Peace Council, religious and traditional leaders, civil society, the international community, and the election observer missions to call the Electoral Commission to order. From the NDC headquarters here in Accra, for Channel One News, my name is Akwusia Ochi.
Observer missions have been a critical part of our electoral process, usually going through the process and identifying where there are shortfalls and proffering solutions where any. Now, with this particular election, which is the December 7, 2024 elections, we've had some observer missions calling for a free and fair process, calling for a credible election, and most importantly, asking for peace to reign in Ghana. My colleague Samuel Akom has report from some of these observer missions.
At an event in Accra, the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, CODEO, which includes a wide range of election observant civil society organizations, launched its National Information Center and Election Day observation activities ahead of the December polls. Since its establishment in 2000, election observers under the CODEO umbrella have monitored multiple election cycles, providing independent assessments and recommendations that have played a significant role in electoral reforms and the strengthening of Ghana's democracy. Fred Degbe, chairman of CODEO, expressed the readiness of the election observers and emphasized their vital role in the December elections.
Observers will monitor the setup, the opening of the polling station, voting, closing, and counting procedures as the declaration of the vote comes. They will regularly submit observation reports reflecting their findings and provide updates on incidents throughout the day.
UK Ambassador to Ghana, Her Excellency Harriet Thompson, expressed confidence in the work of election observers while officially opening the CODEO Information Center.
Kudeo, to the leadership, to the observers that they have out around the country. They've got a really important role to play in these elections over the coming days, and we have full confidence they're going to do that to an excellent standard. We're delighted to be supporting them and wish everyone all the very best. And now let's open the data centre.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Elizabeth Joyce Veles, co-chair of Kudeo, cautioned against voter inducements and urged all stakeholders to adhere strictly to electoral rules.
To maintain peace in the country. Now, the Electoral Commission and security agents must guarantee the secrecy of the vote and take appropriate measures in case of any attempt to influence voters. The Electoral Commission and all polling stations must fairly and impartially and objectively apply electoral rules to ensure the fair process.
In an interview with Channel One News, Reverend James Nahari, chairman of the West Africa Election Observer Network, shared his expectations ahead of the elections.
Our expectations is to ensure that the Electoral Commission continue to remain unbiased, apply the rules, and enforce compliance from all contenders. And we expect our observers also to be professional.
Both internal and external observers are ready, such as Kudeo, and they say that they are hoping and putting measures in place to ensure that Ghana witnesses a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Samuel Akom, reporting for Channel One News.
You are still watching the Channel One Newsroom. My name is Zoe Abube Eduardo. Still to come. National Communications Authority assures of uninterrupted telecommunication services on Election Day. We'll bring you the details of this and more. Please stay tuned.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world. Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Introducing Rexona Non-Stop Protection 72-hour antiperspirant with breakthrough microtechnology that forms a stronger sweat barrier. Tested to the limit, even during the most intense workout.
Still clean, dry, and fresh for longer.
Try the new Rexona 72-hour non-stop protection for clean, dry, and fresh underarms every day.
Sankofa Natural Spices, 100% natural. DDA.
Fellow Ghanaians, I am Sewami here. As we approach this important election, Sankofa Natural Spices reminds us that no matter who we vote for, we are united as one Ghana. Our nation's strength lies in our diversity, much like the rich flavors that make up our favorite dishes. Together, we create something beautiful. As we cast our votes, let us hold peace close to our hearts. Let us cherish the unity that makes Ghana a beacon of hope and pride. Unlike other spice brands that are imported, Sankofa is made in Ghana, by Ghanaians and for Ghanaians. All we have is Ghana. Hence, we join the millions of Ghanaians to pray that our dear nation is always preserved regardless of our political affiliation. Remember, Ghana is all we have. We are one people, one heart, one destiny. We at Sankofa Natural Spices wish you all peace, safety, and strength during this election season. Sankofa Natural Spices, DDE.
Sankofa Natural Spices, 100% natural. DDE.
Hey guys, so I got this app. It's called Ayoba. It's a chat app that helps me with beauty tips and cooking tips. A super app that feeds me music and the latest sports content. I even use it for my studies. And the good news is, I don't need to use my data bundle because I'm on MTN. Chale, the app just did be.
Ayoba, the all-in-one app that lets you chat, call, read, play, pay, and listen. Use Ayoba at no data cost on MTN. Download Ayoba now.
Every day, people have money emergencies.
This election season, Channel One TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel One Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
You're welcome back to the Channel One newsroom. Still on election stories, the National Communications Authority has announced a partnership with mobile network operators to ensure uninterrupted telecommunication services during and after the election period. To achieve this, the NCA has established a situation room at its broadcasting and monitoring center to oversee media coverage and address communication-related complaints by escalating them to the MNOs. Daniel Odromensa reports.
Earlier this year, 24 countries, including Comoros, Mauritania, Mozambique, and Mauritius, were added to the red list for election-related internet shutdowns. Ghana was not exempt, experiencing a major internet service disruption in March that disrupted banking, academic activities in tertiary institutions, ride-hailing services, and more. This raised concerns among Ghanaians about potential challenges during the upcoming December 7 elections. In response, the National Communications Authority (NCA) reaffirmed its commitment to ensuring reliable services starting tomorrow and extending beyond the election period. The Deputy Director General for Technical Operations at the NCA, Professor Isa Osei-Boateng, made this assurance.
In respect of the elections, we've set up a situation room for obvious reasons, because telecommunications play a very critical role in terms of communication and information dissemination during the electioneering period. And so we have set as NCA a situation room. Now you could see my colleagues doing preparation, because we're starting from tomorrow and Sunday, going into Sunday. And so we would be working in collaboration with our MNOs and other stakeholders, so that if there's any information that we receive by way from the public, we can relay them to the MNOs for necessary action, and also vice versa. If we have any information or reports from the MNOs, then we could also take the necessary action to ensure that we have uninterrupted telecommunications services during this period.
The National Communications Authority has assured the general public of uninterrupted internet service during and after the electioneering period. For Channel One News, my name is Daniel Odromensa.
We've brought you reactions or expectations from constituents in the Greater Accra region. It's now time to bring you a report from the Ashanti, the Western and the Northern regions on how prepared electorates in these regions are and their expectations ahead of December 7.
In preparation for the December 7th election, the Electoral Commission here in the Ashanti region are dispatching material to all constituencies within the Ashanti region. Ahead of that, the regional director of the EC spoke to Channel One News.
Electoral Commission Ashanti region, we are ever ready. We are set to take off tomorrow morning, God willing. Everything is set. I've received all my materials. I've trained all my operatives. The last venue was last Tuesday, where we trained the coalition officials. So as we are talking this afternoon, everything is set so far as Ashanti region is concerned.
Let's talk about some of the concerns raised by various political parties with concerns with the indelible ink. Have you been able to solve all those issues?
The Regional Secretary NDC, I think he drew our attention that he thinks that the indelible inks have some defects. So if we can improve upon the quality, we'll quickly inform Accra, and as we're taking Accra has, make sure that we are going to use quality indelible ink. We are referees, and we always want to be fair to each of the, let me say, opponents or candidates or whatever political parties. We have been transparent to any contestant or any stakeholder, whoever is contesting. We've trained them, so we are going to act professionally. We make sure that I wouldn't say, go and exhibit your political affiliation there. Make sure you work according to the rules and regulations by the Electoral Commission.
The Ashanti Regional Police Command has deployed security personnel for the 2024 general elections. Now, just before the deployments, the Ashanti Regional Police Commander charged them to exhibit utmost professionalism in the discharge of their duties. Still ahead of the polls, a former Peace Council chairman is calling on all stakeholders to ensure a peaceful election.
The main objective is to ensure that there is peace in our country, that we understand one another. But there can only be peace in the country if there is justice in the country, where we do things, nobody is cheated, people's rights are respected, and we do things according to the law. After all, Ghana is a nation of laws, and when we allow the laws to work, justice prevails. Fairness prevails, transparency prevails in the kinds of things that we do, probity and accountability also prevails. Then our development will move forward.
The countdown is on. With just a few hours to the elections, voters will decide who will lead Ghana for the next 4 years. Reporting for Channel One News from the Ashanti region, my name is Eno Safo.
After an eventful night of running up of campaign activities yesterday with exciting music and dancing on the street of Sekondi Takoradi across the 5 constituencies we have over here, the streets of the city actually looks a bit calm this afternoon. But I would want to find out from the key stakeholders with this upcoming election, their readiness, preparedness, and expectations for tomorrow's exercise, starting with the Electoral Commission over here.
All the 17 constituencies from Jomoro to Wasa East, Amenfi East, each and every one of them have their total ballot of papers, presidential, parliamentary, to work with tomorrow, 7th December 2024. Security have been wonderful, just as the media has been to us. Now, what the task force has told us is that now every polling station is going to have a security. Flash points are going to have 2 security at a point in time.
We are ever ready for tomorrow's election day. All our preparations are on course, and the EC's deployment and disbursement we are following earnestly. Though, as everybody knows, the postponement of the special voting really disorganized our program a little. This dawn, for instance, we had to go and see to the distribution of the ballot papers to the various constituencies, and constituency officers had to come here to escort their ballot papers to the various constituencies.
I'm just coming from Elembele. I followed those ones that went on that stretch from Ahanta, where it's about the drive to Elembele. And so on that front, on the ballot boxes, ballot papers, and everything about the EC's preparation and vis-a-vis our expectations, I think that where we are good to go.
For the Western Regional Electoral Commission, they have actually put in all the necessary mechanism and done the right engagement to ensure we have a successful election come tomorrow, December 7th. For Channel 1 TV News, I'm Akose Jenim, Second D.
As the December 7 general election approaches, residents have shown their readiness to exercise their constitutional right, with many voters traveling long distance to their home constituencies to ensure their votes count. In an interview with Channel 1 News, some residents shared their expectations for tomorrow's election, calling for a smooth and peaceful transition.
We are fully prepared, but we are just expecting the whole place should be cool so that after the election everything will come back to normal. And like this about the security, we just need tight security so that everything will be cool.
I came home really, I'm ready to do the election. I came home to vote because it is our right for everybody to exercise his franchise, for us to choose a leader of which we expect the leader to lead us into a very nice future tomorrow, but not somebody who is going to destroy the future of our young ones and generations to come. And from this election, we expect that there should be free, fair, and violence-free election. We don't expect tomorrow, during the election or during the exercise, there's a violence and maybe fight and any other things that might destroy the future of our motherland, Ghana.
The election task force in the Northern Region has deployed security personnel across all 18 constituencies. About 3,000 police, fire, immigration, and other sister agency personnel have been deployed to oversee the election process in the region. The chairman of the Christian Council of Ghana in Tamale, Right Reverend Father Dennis Tong de Bukari, stressed the importance of peaceful coexistence during and after the general elections.
Do not under any circumstances allow yourself, either for your own parochial interests or for the interests of anybody, to destroy the very nation you seek to lead someday in your life. Peace is an important pillar in our development, without which we cannot experience any meaningful development. We cannot afford to become refugees in foreign lands. Therefore, I ask all of us to resist the temptations to fight, to destabilize this country, this beautiful country. We have no place to live that we can call home except Ghana.
Council in the region has also weighed in on the issue of election, calling for a peaceful process from tomorrow onwards, so Ghanaians will still have a peaceful Ghana after the general election. For Channel 1 News, my name is Shawana Yusuf, reporting from Tamale in the Northern Region. Welcome back to the Channel 1 newsroom. It's now time to bring you some other stories. Voters in the Botiano English Amanfo constituency in the Greater Accra region are urging parliamentary candidates to address pressing issues, including the rehabilitation of deteriorated roads such as the Aplaku Botiano stretch, the establishment of a fish market, and tackling youth unemployment. Many residents expressed dissatisfaction with the performance of the incumbent Member of Parliament, Sylvester Tete, of the New Patriotic Party, citing his inability to address these concerns. This sentiment emerged during a visit by my colleague Daniel Odromensa, who engaged with residents to learn about their expectations ahead of the December 7, 2024 general election.
A primary concern for residents is the poor state of the constituency's roads. Eric Nana Minta Buahene, a resident of over 10 years, voiced his frustration with the deteriorating infrastructure, particularly the Aplaku Botiano Road.
When it comes to free SHS, building of schools, hospitals, they've gotten their share. But when it comes in terms of roads, very bad. Here that we are standing on the 15th of November 2023, if you could remember, the Kasua drivers and then Botiano English, they did a demonstration at Gaswa Old Barrier, insisting that if the roads are not being fixed, then that particular day 50, Sly was on Peace FM, Kwame Sefakan show, saying that the road has been given to contract, so we should relax. About 3 months ago, he brought caterpillars and staff to come and grade the road. We thought they were coming to do it. What we are hearing is unless January after election.
Another resident, Rose Dumevi, highlighted the need to replace malfunctioning solar panels meant for street lights in the area.
Any street lights now, I'm only there about just last 2 weeks. Mom, near solar. Solar, light bulbs. Yeah, my light of a solar, no moment, my light of a boy of mine, the solar, and yet, man, the bulb, just last week.
The Botiano English Amanfro constituency lies on the outskirts of the Greater Accra region, bordering Kaswa in the central region. It was established in 2012 and falls under the Gas South municipality, with a voter population of 111,000 recorded in the 2020 elections. The constituency faces significant developmental challenges. It borders the Wejagbawe constituency to the southwest and Domiabra Obom to the north. Key areas in the coastal constituency include Aplaku, Botiano, Oshiye, Kokrobite, Tuba, and parts of Weja. The local population comprises a mix of formal and informal workers, such as fishermen, commercial drivers, civil servants, and public officials. During interactions with fishermen in Botiano, the absence of a dedicated fish market emerged as a significant concern.
Agba, sanama agba, fishermen say. Agbena me Tony, Kame, Nibi na me o panke, Nibi na po na me o kembia. Esani no fiano abachi fiu ya ame. Keke kame ye, keke fi fine. Shibi ane nakano kokra ba. Wa fiu e. Lo unka jaba ana mon bai. Ana me nbi olo.
Wo fe wa e mam. Bi o ba chwon bi e no wo ho wo logic ke wo ne bi fen wo ba agba ye bi e kaje akọ chiche di ne na ama ni no nsi wotala ka gbo wa ni ye mo pole che na ikokopa ni e ba ata ni MPG nke assemblyment ke gbe me mam ni saka ma ba wa wo ye bi e wo bi a wo tun wa me sika ko ta o sika ni wo ye so wo ta po e ko mo to enjole e ko ni de me fine ama agba papa ko ake ha wo be mi ni wo won chu wo ni ye sisi ke ga fe fine on loju wona go won pa fai ka e ba je ba fe loko e kin awo bi ani won be ewe seun kin ha vote obu e ba ku e ni wo we ko ade loko ya ke bi ene le wo ni ya mo bo isoji e fe na e mama agba ka wo isoji e ko me na fe ka ho ni sawo la na e pe hunu no watala.
Since its creation, the constituency has alternated between the NPP and the NDC, making it a swing seat in national elections. In 2020, Sylvester Tete won the parliamentary seat for the NPP, becoming the third MP to represent the area. Residents expressed varying views on the prospects of the different parliamentary candidates.
MP Aba constituency yanka NDC MP yanka NPP MP obi eniwa wabɔ ne ho mmɔden wɔ constituency a ɛkyin honorable Sylvester Tete obi eni hɔ me NPP ni pure but me the NPP for MPs me the NDC for MPs akabom ni ye hwɛ dwuma awaya hwɛ honorable ye ba ye say ye was secondary school
se me de me pade se me wu kra yes me sama ntoma MPP ntoma no kre me meto ma NDC last 8 years man to aba abufu semuntin so se meto aba e be se man to am so me vote that count so ntia se meto aba na so me ntoma MPP no kre because me hu de oya maye nti me de MPP de me ntoma no.
Sylvester Tete, seeking re-election on the NPP ticket, touted his achievements, including the establishment of the Botiano Senior High School. He appealed to voters to grant him another term to complete ongoing projects.
In the next 20 years, we'll still have roads that need to be constructed. So it's work in progress. We are not done. Most of the roads that have been awarded is ongoing. I need to complete them. I need to continue my work to complete them. Today, I know every corner of this constituency and what problems are there. 4 years is not enough to complete all this. So this, you see what I've started. To allow me time to be able to complete the work that I'm doing. That's why I'm asking them to. In my next term, one of the remarkable things that I will do, and even before the elections, here in Botiano, the entire coastal stretch, they are peasant fisher folks.
There's no economic activity here. We are putting the biggest fish market here. Every contractual obligations has been settled. The contractor is expected to move to site, to clear the site and start the construction. It is going to take him about 8 months to 1 year to complete the market for them. Obviously, something I have to follow through in my second term.
Meanwhile, the NDC parliamentary candidate Felix Akwete-Okle pledged to prioritize infrastructural development, focusing on road and drainage improvement throughout the constituency.
Here and there. But general English, simply because we don't have good drainage system. But when it comes to good network layout, Botano English Amount Pro has very good layout, but we are lacking drainage system. Drainage system is one of my areas that I will look at. Our roads are very, very bad. I believe when you were coming, you use some of the road, even this, because of elections, some of the road has been cleared. But hitherto or before today, it was very, very, very bad.
Bad roads, faulty street lights, and a lack of a fish market have been the key concerns of the constituents. Although some say they have already made up their minds as to who to vote, others say a significant development in the constituency could influence their choices. For Channel 1 News, my name is Daniel Oduro-Mensah.
That'll be all for this edition on the Channel 1 Newsroom. This is your Election Bureau, and don't forget to stay tuned to Channel 1 TV as we bring you a comprehensive coverage of the December 7 elections. We'll also be bringing you analysis as well. My name is Zoe Abubedu Ado, and don't forget, this is your Election Bureau. You can also use the hashtag Ghana Post or City Verified on all our social media handles. Thank you for watching.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, safety is as important as the air that we breathe. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response One.
One night, I heard the glass shattering. Armed robbers had broken in. Before I could react, the alarm blared and the lights flashed, and Response One was already on their way. Within minutes, the security was at my door and the armed robbers had fled. I never want to be that scared again. And now I know with Response One, I never will.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response One's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response One. Stay connected, stay protected.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to a brand new episode of Sister Sister right here on Channel 1 TV. And if you're listening, this is 97.3 City FM. My name is Chris Carter, and I'm excited to actually be here with you this evening. And of course, a very big thank you to each and everyone that has sent in their letters and want us to read it on the show. If you're wondering what we are talking about, this is the longest running relationship show on TV, and also It's a show where we help you navigate your problems that you're going through in your relationships. I keep saying we because I don't do this alone. The sisters are here with me, and they actually share their opinions and give advice of what they think you should do to overcome these problems or to, manage whatever problems that you are going through. Remember that this show is brought to you by Cindy and Gino. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be meeting the sisters and getting into our letters.
After this fufu and pepper soup, I'll go score goals like them the dash points.
Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Good for your jollof, stew, soup, shito, spaghetti, and noodles. Kivo hot pepper. Moko show.
I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. It's still Sister right here on Channel 1 TV. And if you are listening, it's 97.3 City FM. Now, my sisters are here, and I need you to get acquainted to them. Hi, ladies.
Hi.
How are you?
Well, fabulous. Thank you.
All right. Rosie, what's been going on? Tell us.
Nothing much.
How's the
looking
week?
For money.
Wow, looking for money.
I
think that's
money.
the
general feel,
feeling these days. Yeah. Olivia?
Yeah.
Looking for money too?
Yeah. Dollars, pounds, sterling, so Charlie, bless me.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Bless us.
Amen.
Gail?
Yes.
Looking for money too?
Of course.
Of course. All right, ladies, I said gentlemen, ladies, you are all welcome to the show. And
thank you.
As always, we want to say a very big thank you to each and everyone that have sent in their letters. If you want to send in yours too for us to read it on the show, all you need to do is send it via sisterislive@gmail.com. So we have 2 letters that we are going to be looking at today. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this. So let's start with our first one. Hi, good evening, sisters. I married my girlfriend 2 years ago, and we have a child. Prior to our marriage, we did all the necessary lab tests on our bloods, and everything was okay. After delivery, I was told my wife is sickle cell positive. Upon hearing this, she overreacted and disclosed it to my mom. She also removed the ring and gave it to my mom. In fact, she disclosed the issue to her family, and her family is convinced for divorce she is requesting for. To be sure, I sent her to 7 different hospitals, and they all tested negative. She now wants to stay in the marriage, but my mom says no, and her family are also saying no. But the 2 of us are glued together. Personally, I should listen to my mom and her family and divorce her. But what do you think I should do?
It's rather unfortunate because you said the first results was negative, positive, and then the other 7 places were negative. So it's rather unfortunate because when it comes to science, sometimes, I mean, you can never, tell what's going to happen. But it's not any of them their fault. Do you understand? And at the end of the day, it's what the 2 of them want that's important. So if his family is saying no, her family is saying no. For me, I mean, it's neither here nor there. The things that if we want to be together, obviously she overreacted, but then who wouldn't? Because this is something you're hearing for the first time. And sometimes when we are not educated on some certain diseases, you can tend to overreact. If they tell you out of the blue you have AIDS, well, how will you take it, or HIV? How will you take it then? Because then it sounds scary. And maybe after a while you can calm down and then talked through it. So I don't blame her too much, you know, because she's human.
And
but
clearly he said she overreacted.
yes, so you see, and now she's changed her mind. Maybe she's had time to calm down. Obviously, when they did the other test, it made her
To give her
realize,
reassurance.
yes. So, and when it comes to relationships and marriages, I always talk about it evolves. You know, once there are two people, two human beings who evolve individually, it definitely will affect the way the relationship will evolve. Relationships never stay the same. It's never stagnant because they are human beings who are, should I say, running the relationship.
Yeah.
It depends on the two of you and how the relationship will go. So there will be so many things that will come up. That's why you choose somebody you feel you're a team with. So if it's a good day, it's a bad day, whatever it is, you guys can tackle it as a team together. Not necessarily doing everything together, but tackling things as a team. So this is just anything that could happen. It can happen to anybody. It could be even something else. You understand? So I think people interfere too much when it comes to relationships, especially in Africa, just because they think that it's a family, so everything you poke your nose. Allow people to make their mistakes. Love is never like smooth like that because, like I said, you are dealing with two different people. Anything can come up. Even something that is positive can also even sound negative to somebody because maybe the person is not used to that. So you should allow them to Charlie, you know, love themselves.
Let them breathe.
Fight, whatever. Then if they need you, then you keep your sentiments to yourself. Be your own relationship. Leave them alone. Nobody died.
Right.
You understand? And obviously they want to be together, but there's too much noise in there. And then you are insisting. You know, you want to decide for them. And one thing that people forget is that there's a finality to life. We are living just to die at the end of the day. Think about that. You are living, you're just moving. At the end of the day, you're going to die. So why don't you allow people to live in the moment? Let them live in their moments. Okay, this happened. Okay, we want to move on. Why are you trying to, if they don't want to be together, it's a different thing. And I'm even surprised because in Africa, usually they'll rather want to keep you in there even when you want to get out. Now they want to be together, you say no. I mean, yeah, that's not fair.
So, Olivia, my own confusion is her family wanting her to leave, even though everything came out right. What do you think is the rationale behind that?
There's absolutely no rationale behind that. It makes no sense because at the end of the day, I mean, like Gail said, if the two of them want to be together, they've ironed out the issue. They've realized that it was not an issue to even start with. So I really don't see why her family now has a big, like, they're making a big fuss about them wanting to come together. If I were her, at least I don't expect everybody in the family to be upset. She should find out one person who has a listening ear. And the guy should also find out one person who has his listening ear to talk to the families and tell the families that they don't want to be doing things behind their families' back. At the end of the day, marriage is about two families coming together. So I also feel like their families are being very immature at this stage. Do you get what I mean? So get their listening ear, let them know that you guys can still come together, whether they say yes or no. You end up being together, but you don't want to do things like that. You don't want to hide your love. You want to be out in the open. So they should support both of you because this is what you want together.
Right.
And I also feel like this should be a learning curve for both of you. Life and marriage is not clear-cut. It's like any marketing product on the market. I say this. There's introductory stage, there is growth, there is decline, it goes through a product life cycle. Relationships go through a product life cycle. You can plateau. You need to invest, reassure the customer that, you reassure your wife that, okay, no matter the troubles that we're going through, I love you, I'm in this to stay, I'm ready to invest in it. Both parties, it doesn't take one person, it takes both parties. Challenges will come. Your touchwood, your husband could lose his job. You'll be the one sustaining the family. What's going to happen? Are you like, is one person going to run because there's a problem? No, this should be a wake-up call that whatever happens, we're sticking in this together, we are praying in this together. We are not obviously going to get families involved because now more than ever, when the next challenge comes, your wife has no business calling her family and you have no business calling your family. It's like, Charlie, we decided on this legal journey together. We are going to make it work. We're going to pray. We're going to stick together to make it work. And I always say a family prays together, stays together.
Yeah.
So when the challenges come, it's not just you. When you add God, make God the center of your marriage, you realize that the problems come and you're like, so was this actually a problem? It just goes just like that. It's like, was this what we're actually worried about? Time has just flown and it's not really much of a big deal. So more than ever, I feel like this is the time whereby you guys should be together. Pray on your marriages, pray on your children, pray on your family, pray on your challenges. Just stay together and tell yourselves that no matter what happens, you're both going to do whatever it takes to make it work. And as much as possible, I've said it again, but I'll say it again. Don't let family meddle up in the decisions that you make. Take a decision, stand by it, stick to it, let it work no matter what. I mean, if it works out, great. But even if the decision you make within the confines of your marriage doesn't work out, people don't have to hear, because at the end of the day, both of you know that it's a problem that didn't work out, but you don't sit on it, you don't dwell on it, you just pick up the pieces, you learn from it together, and you quickly learn to forgive each other, and you quickly just move on. Try as much as possible to make it work.
Right. Rosie?
Yeah, first, the question I'll ask is that how did they find themselves? Was it the two families that found themselves for them, or they found themselves and when they decided to get married, family came in? Family definitely is important, so you should give them some credence. However, marriage is between the two of you. Ultimately, it's between the two of you. Now, people get wrong. My little sister, our very last born, when she was young, we've always known her to be AS. But in recent times, she did a test. She's now a doctor, so she decided to do the test again, and then she realized that she's actually AA and not AS. So her whole life, we've been living knowing that she's AS, and then she's only found out that she's AA. Now, if you've seen what sickle cell children go through, you would understand the horror movie that was in her mind. That's why she did that. To have a child who grows practically on meds, on drips. You know, sometimes, there are people that I know, they'll be with you laughing, like, look, I have to check myself in the hospital right away. I need to go get some drips. They start feeling a certain way. They have to just go to and the hospitals know them. Like, when you get there, it's not like filling form. No. You just go there, sickle cell, they put you on drip, and there's so much medication that's being taken by them. Some of them actually have mental breakdowns because why are they so different from everybody else? So it's not an easy thing to have a child that is sickling. So knowing that she is probably sickle cell, and she probably feels like she's just been lucky not to have gone through all those processes, and maybe knowing that you're also AS, for her, the danger in having a sickle cell child is what stirred her up in the face.
Yeah.
That's why she did what she did. Now, I can imagine that the family gave it energy because they agreed with it. I'm sure the family's insistence on them to stay apart is because the man's family got pissed that the woman's family just left. And when the man's family got angry that why did she just say, okay, maninko, I'm sure the girls were just like, you know what? Let's go. We also don't want it. So I don't think that the woman's family really doesn't want it. It's an ego thing. That now that they found out that she's not sickle cell, it means that they can go ahead and have their bond. Now they want to come back. And the man's family is like, no, you can't come back. As soon as you saw wind, no, you just left. That's how...
The Situation All White Christmas Party is back! It's Christmas Eve, 40th, the usual. I step into a celebration like none other. The Situation All White Christmas Party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy, all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue The Underbridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the Situation All White Christmas party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party! It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve du Vernet, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide. This is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel 1 TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We are here for every step of the journey. Channel 1 TV, your election bureau.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved. After this fufu and pepper soup, I go score goals like them the dash points.
Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Good for your jollof, stew, soup, shito, spaghetti, and noodles. Kivo hot pepper. Moko show.
I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide, this is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel One TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We're here for every step of the journey. Channel One TV, your election bureau.
It's the 5th of December, preparing for the big day, Saturday, the 7th of December, where Ghana goes to the polls to elect that gentleman that will lead the country in the next 4 years. Tonight on election night, we're looking at what would it take for you to vote for whoever for the 2024 elections. What is this election about? This is our special program preparing for the 2024 general and parliamentary elections. My name is Vivian Kailoko. I have a huge panel that will take us through everything for the 2024 elections as we take hold of the ship and drive you to the declaration for the results for this year's elections. When I come back, I'll introduce that panel. I'll take you through what we'll be talking about in a few seconds. Stay with us. This election season, Channel One TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth, data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel One Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide, this is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel One TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We're here for every step of the journey. Channel One TV, your election bureau.
After a busy day at work, consumed by the responsibilities of work, family, church, etc., it's great to get home to a detailed and comprehensive coverage of the day's biggest stories.
This is the Election Bureau. Hello and welcome to Channel One Newsroom.
From our studios at number 5, Owula Hanson Lane.
At Stefano in Accra, my name is Umaru Sanda Amado.
Nana Tufo Boate.
Eno Safo.
Charles Owusu-Kumeen.
Chua Tenkrama Dominic.
Zoe Abubeduado coming up.
For the first time in its history, the Electoral Commission has granted select journalists access to witness the printing of ballots and other election materials,
ensuring that all angles of the various news items are accurately and adequately covered.
Those NDC people who are, walking all over the place, proclaiming, if they know the law, they should now face us in the law.
We want to win elections as political leader, and look at our attitude.
You can't remember one policy. Is it Jumso or is it a confirm or now is it Nkukon Kete Kete?
And indeed, as some people say humorously, they have not only emptied the public purse, they have stolen the purse itself.
NDC for the PP, Omo Kuntopa, Ghana Yomodia, Omo Kancham Namiko Transit.
The Channel One newsroom seeks to leave no stone unturned to bring viewers the best in news reportage.
Banks, specialized deposit-taking institutions and payment service providers lost approximately 88 million Ghana cedis through fraud activities.
The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has announced plans to raise Ghana's projected growth rate, acknowledging the country's progress.
This is the Election Bureau. Welcome to another edition of the Situation Room. My name is Vivian Kai Loco. It's just about 3 days for the 2024 general elections. Today is Wednesday. You have Thursday, you have Friday, and Saturday is the big day. The day all the political parties, 12 of them on our roll, go to see who you will elect to run the country for the next 4 years. Who would it be? Today, our focus is on the Bono and Bono East regions. What does it look like over there? How are preparations going? Is it the MPP or the NDC going to have any surprise in those two regions? We'll be taking you to both regions to see how things are going. Later on, we'll be speaking to both political parties, the NDC as well as the NPP. And if there's enough time, we may speak to the other political parties. And then we'll also speak to our correspondent who's been gauging that region, the Bono region, for the past 4 years in preparation for Saturday. So you want to stay with us. Remember, our hashtag is Ghana Polls 2024. Just log on to that hashtag on any of the social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, even on TikTok, to get the latest around the 2024 elections. I'll take a quick break. When I come back, we'll zoom into Bono and Bono East region. Stay with us. My name is Vivian Kai Loco. You're welcome back to the Situation Room. My name is Vivian Kailoko. Thank you so much for joining us for today's edition. This is the Election Bureau, where we'll give you all you need to know for the 2024 election. So today our focus is on the Bono region as well as the Bono East region. Let me give you a quick idea of how it looked like for the 2020 elections in preparation for the 2024 elections. So if you go to the Bono region for 2020, the party that had it was the Blue, which is the MPP winning. President Nana Akufo-Addo had 292,604 votes, winning that election by 58.23%. His closest contender, former President John Mahama, polled 203,279 coming up to 40.45%. Now, the winning margin for that election was 89,325, the difference being 17.77%. Now, if you look at that region for 2020, the number of registered voters was 653,609. Total votes cast for that election was 515,913. Now, the total valid votes for that election was 502,535. Rejected ballots was so much. 13,000 ballots was rejected for the 2020 elections for the Bono regions. Now, we all know that the Bono region has 12 constituencies. So this is the general look for what the Bono region looked like for the last election. So 58% going to the MPP's Nana Akufo-Addo. Of course, this is presidential. And 40% going to the NDC's former President Mahama. Will these figures change a bit, or would see somebody doing much more than the 50 or another doing much more than the 40? Let me go to my Bono regional correspondent, Michael Infum. He's on standby to delve into these figures. Michael, welcome. I see you with a blue background. Does that symbolize the fact that the MPP won in the last elections?
Oh.
Welcome to the Situation Room.
Thank you very much, Vivian.
Now you've been monitoring this region for the past 4 years. Prior to that, of course, the other elections. But you've been busy for the past 4 years trying to assess what it will look like for this election. That is on Saturday. Briefly, before we go into details, give us a sense of how things are panning out in the Bono region. We know that's an MPP one, isn't it?
Right now, in the intro, the region is heating up.
Yeah.
All the political parties are running up their campaign activities across the 12 constituencies within the region. I must say that it has been an intense one because as we speak, 12 constituencies, 6 for MPP and 6 for the NDC. So the competition is very high, the content is very high.
So for the parliamentary parts, as we speak, it's split.
Maintain their gains they made in 2020, or even recapture some of the seats from each other. So as I say, the competition is very keen within the Bono region as the two major political parties battle it out.
Okay, so I was saying that for the parliamentary part, it's a clear split, 6-6.
Yes, 6-6. And before the 2020 elections, MPP had 11 out of the 12 constituencies.
Mm-hmm. And then
NDC was only having the Banda constituency occupied by Ahmed Ibrahim.
Okay.
But in the 2020 elections, the MPP lost 5 of the seats to the NDC.
Okay. Do we know what happened? What led to that loss in the 2020 elections?
What contributed to the loss? With what we gathered after the election, it was imposition of candidates in some of the constituencies, which the constituents were not happy. So if you look at some of the constituencies like Wenchi, like this, I mean, the youth said they'll vote for the Akufo-Addo, but they wouldn't vote for the then MP, that's Dr. George Bafo. So with what we've gathered, it means the party lost most of the seats because of imposition of candidates. But this year it's quite different because most of the people who picked the forms to contest in the elections were allowed, and maybe that could also help the party to regain the seat they lost to the NDC in the 2020 elections, Vivian.
Okay, so let's go through some of the constituencies. But before I let you even go to some of the constituencies, let's look at the two major political parties, the NDC and the MPP in the region. I'm sure they've been there, campaigned. Did we have any of the candidates, presidential candidates, come to the region, and which areas were they focused?
Yes, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was around. Former President John Dramani Mahama was around. Alan Kwadwo Kyerematen was also around, and the NDP presidential candidate Alhaji Mohammed was also in the region somewhere last week. He was concentrating in the Tyne constituency. So most of them, especially the major two, have been in the region. Beginning of this year, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was here twice. President John Mahama was also in the region twice. So they've all visited. Alan Kwadwo Kyerematen was also here about 4 months ago.
Okay.
And I'm told we'll also be coming to the region to wrap up his campaign within the Bono region.
Okay, let's start with the MPP. What are they selling to the voters in the region?
The major campaign has been, the Bono region is a cashew hub.
Yeah.
In the country, especially when you pick the two German constituencies, German North and German South. It's a major cashew hub in the region. When you pick Wenchi as well. So the campaign message they are selling to, especially those within that enclave, especially the cashew farmers, they are telling them that when they came into government, they've been able to establish the Tree Crop Development Authority. And as we speak, they'll be able to fix the prices for cashew every year compared to years ago where they were being exploited. So, and apart from the cashew, they're also telling them the almighty free SHS and also some of the infrastructure development with the Agenda 111. The region had 3 of the Agenda 111. One at Amesu, in the German, Amesu in the Doma Central municipality. The other one is at Brekum West, specifically at Jinijini.
Okay.
And also Sunyani West municipality also had one of the Agenda 111. They are telling them that this will go a long way to improve health care delivery within the region and also within their respective municipalities or the constituencies.
So depending on who is speaking, you see the push of course, education, free SHS, and then the agriculture part from the NDC side, because of course we know Bono region is one of the main food baskets in the country. But the people of Bono, what are they expecting? What is the local, politics there going around? Is it infrastructure? Is it education? Is it roads, health? What do they want?
Thank you very much, Vivian. The major thing is the road network.
Okay.
Though the region has seen some facelift, if you take Brekum municipality, they have some asphalt. If you take Sunyani, there's also asphalt overlay within the municipality, and a few roads within the region. But the major concern is the road network within the Bono region. Some of the roads are very terrible. If you pick from here to Techimai, which is the Bono East regional capital, the road linking Sunyani and Techimai is very terrible. And with my investigations, it shows that that stretch has never been engineered before.
Wow.
I'm told years ago it was a timber road, and just put it was given a facelift. So it has never been engineered. And they also pick from the road also from Sunyani to Wenchi. The road is very terrible. So most roads within the region are very terrible. Though the region has seen some rehabilitation of some roads within the Bono region, some of the roads are still terrible. if you pick other roads linking Sunyani, the regional capital of Bono, to the Ahafo region, that's a Kenyasi road, Tortoise Road. That road is also in a terrible state, and it connects the Ahafo region. And unless if you want to use the Bechem Tepa road, that place is very far. So the shortest road to Tortoise, what is in the Ahafo region, that road is also very terrible.
So road infrastructure is one of the key things that people in the region will look out for. Will they look out for power? Because I see your lights just went out.
Yes.
Right.
That is it. The lights just went off, and that's the situation we find ourselves in.
I hope your laptop is well charged to last for an hour.
Yes.
Hello, Michael, can you hear us? Yes. I'm saying that I hope your laptop is well charged to last for an hour. So power is also a big thing in the region, right?
Like, it's no, in terms of electricity, it's somehow okay compared to Accra and other parts of the country. Because, the Bui power authorities within the region.
Yeah.
So it's somehow far better compared to Accra.
All right. So road is one of the things. What else do the people want, fixed or done for which reason they will vote for A or B candidates?
They are looking at the economy.
Okay.
Prices of goods skyrocketing within the region. And this year, the rains were very bad.
Okay.
Rains were very terrible within the year. And the Bono region is also the agricultural hub of the country.
Yes.
Because it's within the transitional zone, cocoa, cashew, yam, cassava, whatever you can think of, comes from this part of the region, tomato and other stuff.
Yeah.
So the rains were very bad, and the price of goods and services are also very high. So economy, infrastructure are a major concern of the people within the Bono region.
You have a huge chunk of residents there being farmers. If you go to the hinterlands, what are they expecting? I've heard some of the main candidates promise to change or turn parts of the farming communities, build factories to add value. For example, if you look at cashew and all that, irrigation has been pushed across, all things to make things better, the cocoa farms and all that. What do they want? Is that what they want, or they want other things?
The two major political parties, the NDC and the NPP, promise that they will help within the Bono region, help farmers within the region by adding value to their products, especially with the cashew. There's no major factory within the Bono region where value could be added. It's just shipped outside the country. And they believe that if value is added, especially to cashew, it will create more job opportunities for teaming unemployed youth within the region.
Okay. Michael, stay with us. I'll get back to you, but I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll speak to the communications officer for both the NDC and the MPP. We'll look at their plans towards Saturday, how it's looking for them on the ground as they've been campaigning. And then later, we'll bring you some reports around some critical constituencies in the Bono region, what it looks like for the main political parties in terms of the parliamentary. And then later, we'll go to the Bono East. You want to stay with us as the Election Bureau. We'll be right back.
There it is. It's finally here. Old School Reunion Pop Chain on Saturday the 21st of December 2024 at the Gold Coast Restaurant, Cantonments, Accra. It's going to be an old school reunion extravaganza of live music featuring alumni bands from Achimota, Presec, Infantipim, Adisado, St. John's, and the Christian Alumni Association Ghana's historic all-female band. The guest artist is the US-based Local Crisis, and DJ Pello is on the ones and twos on the night for the after party. Ticket prices are regular 200 Ghana cedis online or by short code *844*344# and 300 Ghana cedis at the gate, and also at the Bachelor Total or BachelorTotalOnline.com. Table packages are also available. Proceeds are to help purchase equipment for the Achimota School Science Labs. Partners City FM and Channel 1 TV. For inquiries, call 0302 799 834. Come, let's jam together. Don't miss this. Iba Big B.
Uncle!
Aww. This Christmas is giving.
It's giving!
Are you ready, kids?
Sis, is the jollof ready?
These your people.
It must be for kudos!
The jollof is ready!
Sakura.
I'll be right there. Sorry, the pepper from the jollof. Thompson, it's been an emergency. We need to step out for a bit.
Oh! 5 more minutes!
Hey, Mrs. Afri, can we get some takeaway packs?
This Christmas, it's giving the best in entertainment on DSTV. Grab a DSTV decoder or reconnect to your existing subscription and be entertained.
Now this is giving. Thank you!
You're welcome back to the Situation Room. This is the Election Bureau. We will bring you all you need to know around the 2024 general elections as well as parliamentary elections. Whichever constituency you want, we got you. Whether it's the northern region, whether it's a Greater Accra region, whether it's a central region, we have reporters dotted across the 275 constituencies across the country to ensure that you have everything you need for the 2024 elections. Remember to follow us. Our hashtag is Ghana Polls 2024, where you can get all the information as well. Today, our focus on the Situation Room is the Bono region as well as the Bono East region. We've taken off with discussions around the Bono region, looking at the presidential race where in 2020 President Akufo-Addo won that race in the Bono region. Later I will take you to the Bono East region as well. Now we are speaking with our correspondent who is on the ground and he understands the politics, everything in that region, to keep us up to date on everything as well. And then later we are talking to the communications officers of both the NDC and the MPP for the Bono region as well, to gauge how things are going for them for the 2024 election. So, if you can hear me, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Vivian.
Right. So we're talking about some of the usage. In the bit, I'm going to bring in the MPP's communications officer, Henry Osei Karikari, and then later we have the NDC's communications officer, Charles Akowa, as well, to give us details. So you were saying that some of the key things people in the region will consider as they go to vote include infrastructure, includes the farming communities, what they expect the government to do, making so much promises, and as well as the opposition party, what they'll offer. And then you also spoke about road infrastructure, and then their standards of living, how things are going for them. So these are the three main things. Anything else to see or to look out for these residents?
Yes. Let me zoom into the some of the constituencies which we expect surprises.
Okay, that's interesting. Let's hear you.
We have Wenchi, Sunyani East, German South, and Tyne constituency.
Okay, if hold on with that, we'll come to the constituencies proper. Let me go to Mr. Henry Osei Karikari, the NPP's Bono Regional Research Officer, rather, not Communications Officer, Research Officer, to pick his thoughts on how things are going for them. Henry, welcome to the Situation Room. Right. How is campaign going? Henry, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes. How is campaign going?
Sister.
Yes. Thank you, my brother. How is campaign going in the region?
It's been great here in Bono region. We're doing so well as a political party. We've engaged in a lot of campaign activities and projects in the Bono region since we assumed office in 2021. Even before that, 2017, we've been undertaking major projects, and it's so far so good here in Bono region.
Right. So in 2020, President Akufo-Addo won that region, presidential. Parliamentary, there was a split, 6-6. Prior to that, I believe you were doing about 11, if my memory serves me right. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Let's start with the presidential. Are we seeing the numbers going up for you, or it will be something else based on what you have seen on the grounds? And be honest.
Yes, that is true. In 2020, we have lost 5 of our seats to the NDC. In fact, before 2020, from 2016 to 2020, we had 11 seats out of the 12 constituencies. I believe strongly that we've engaged in a lot of in-party reconciliation processes and rebuilding of our party, and we are robust here in Bono region. As a political party, we have engaged in certain activities that had actually made us even stronger as a political party, and in fact, things have really changed. And as Michael put it, we are looking at some surprises, and God be so good. He mentioned certain constituencies, Wenchi, German South, even Tyne and German North, that likely the NPP is supposed to add to their seats and making it at least 10 or more.
So you're looking to claim 10 seats for the Bono region this time around?
Exactly. That is the likely thing we're looking at. We also believe strongly that the 12 constituencies, even adding that of the Banda and Doma West, there is a high possibility or probability that we can even take all the 12.
Well, what message have you been selling to constituencies that you believe that they would give you these 10 constituencies that you are hoping to claim?
In fact, we have really engaged in a lot of activities since 2020. There have been a lot of road infrastructure that we've engaged in various constituencies, like Doma Central, like that of Brekum. In Sunyani, there have been a lot of projects we've done in the inner city roads that are very impressive, though there are certain other places that we're still complaining. I heard Michael talk about some major...
Yeah, he says some of the roads are still bad and people are going to consider that in taking their decision. You don't agree with that?
I agree with Michael on that tangent that there are some roads that we still have difficulty with, but we've done more. If the previous government had done what we have done, probably Bono Ahafo would have been far better. We are doing more, and we think that the people understand the conditions. This is a national cake, and we're sharing across the country. Bono region, we've gotten in some fair share of the national cake. Though we believe that you've not gotten what you really deserve, but it's manageable. And some of the roads, like that of the Jinjini from Brekum West constituency to Sampa, which had become the bane of the Bono people, the major problem of the Bono people, is now given to contractor. In fact, the truth is that road was given to contracts by Kofor's administration. It was in 2008. It was abandoned by the NDC. We came to power again and not been able to done it. But God being so good, last 3 months, Rango, the new contractor, is on site and is already doing so well. They've constructed, if they've done the earthwork from Jinjini to Drobo currently, and they are going straight to Banda before they lay the bitumen.
Right. So for road infrastructure, you believe what you're doing now will help you around that. Now, Bono region is a food basket. If things are equal, you would expect that by now we're seeing factories there adding value to products, good roads, irrigation, a lot of key developments to make the lives of farmers better, to, you know, want to really farm, to make sure there's food on our tables. What have you done around the farming communities? Because as Michael said, is one of the areas that will be considered, especially by the farmers, in deciding whether or not to give you their votes for Saturday.
Thank you, my dear. The New Patriotic Party engaged in planting for food and jobs, and it was a national policy, and the Bono region had its fair share of that particular policy. The cocoa farmers here, the cashew farmers here had the various inputs that it's supposed to have, and they have also benefited directly. Apart from that, cashew is one of the major crops here in the Bono region, and the New Patriotic government had also constructed a cashew factory at the Banda constituency. We are yet to commission it, but we believe that it is really something that's going to improve on our fortunes here in the Bono region, especially that of the Banda constituency.
Right.
Apart from the,
yeah, please go ahead.
Apart from the cashew that we've engaged in the factory processing, we also had engaged in a lot of farming activities. The poultry farming, there have been a lot of input that had been given to farmers, which had really helped the farmers in the Doma enclave here in Bono region. There is also a rice factory that had been constructed in the Doma West constituency, which is also helping to prevent post-harvest losses. Yedent is also here in the Sunyani East constituency. Yedent is one of the factories that we collaborated with the private sector. It was already an institution here, but it had been supported by the government, and it's producing a flour. We also did the tomato factory in Brekum West. Currently, it's having some production challenges, but definitely it came in to help, and it's still helping the people of Brekum West constituency. So the MPP government had been of very good help to the people of Bono when it comes to farming activity or agriculture.
Well, if that is the case, we'll see on Saturday. But the final point Info made was on standard of living. A lot of people are not happy with cost of goods and services, for example, rising within the second. What's your thoughts around that as well?
The sentiments that a lot of people are not happy, these are relative. These are relative terms. I can't necessarily confirm that a lot of people are not happy. We have over 6 million people here in Ghana that voted for the NDC in the last election, and they can genuinely complain because they've been in opposition and they want to put people or pressure on the current government. Yes, the economic situation in the entire country and across the world is also known by all of us, but it's not Bono alone. It is expressed across the country. So there isn't any special sentiment, as Michael alluded to, that people are complaining about food prices going up. The assurance is that there's no assurance that the NDC can come and then reduce prices more than what, or the prices of goods will not go down below what we are currently experiencing. The most important thing is that there are other social intervention measures that have been engaged in by this government. This government had engaged in massive road infrastructure projects across the country. We're doing a lot of good things about the education sector, and it is so clear that comparatively, Ghanaians are more convinced with the New Patriotic Party's policies and projects, and we are convinced here too in the Bono region that it's going to serve us well.
Okay, so I'm looking at the 2020 figures where President Akufo-Addo polled 292,604, and then John Mahama polled 203,279. Now, President Akufo-Addo won that election by 58.23% against Mr. Mahama 40.45%. I know that all the political parties, you have your predictions based on what you've seen, the work you've done. Are we seeing this 58% that went to Nana Akufo-Addo going higher with Dr. Bawumia? What are you expecting in terms of the numbers? You've told us for the parliamentary, you are hoping to do at least 10. If it goes well, you may do 11. What's the figure percentage-wise for you for the presidential?
We hope to improve upon. I can confidently say that we will improve from the 57, 56. We should get not less than 57 percentage-wise in Bono region, because the fact text that actually helped us to win the last election, a lot of the infightings that cropped up that caused our parliamentary seats. We've been able to reconcile ourselves, and everybody is going out there campaigning. So we are very optimistic that we can really improve on the presidential seats. Here also in Bono region, as you know, there are a lot of settlers here, though it is predominantly Akan population, but there are a lot of about 27 or more percent settler groups here in the Bono region. And we believe that with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the candidate, most of them are likely to tilt towards that particular position, and we're supposed to improve on our chances or our votes.
All right, thank you very much, Henry. We'll come back to you on Saturday, moving into Sunday, to see whether your predictions come to be with the parliamentary as well as the presidential elections, with a focus on Bono region. So that's Henry Osei Karikari, is the NPP's Bono Regional Research Officer. This is the Election Bureau, and this is the Situation Room. My name is Vivian Kailoko. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll go to the Bono East region to see how things are panning out over there. Before we do that, though, we'll have a report on the Tano North parliamentary seat, a very key contest in that constituency. We'll see what is it looking like, and then later we'll speak with the NDC on how it's going out for them in that region. Stay with us, we'll be right back. This election season, Channel One TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth, data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel One Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide. This is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel One TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We're here for every step of the journey.
Channel One TV, your election bureau.
So yeah, welcome back to the Situation Room. My name is Vivian Kai Loko. This is the Election Bureau. We're bringing you everything around the 2024 elections. This is City 97.3 FM if you're listening to us via radio. And if it's TV, this is Channel One TV. Our hashtag is Ghana Polls 2024. You can use that hashtag not just to follow the elections too, but also to verify the stories. Of course, it's an era of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. You want to check the story or the news card or whatever you're watching to ensure that it is the correct news, it is accurate, it is credible. You can do that by using the hashtag CityVerify. Our focus for today's show is the Bono region. We have our Bono regional correspondent, Michael Infum, with us, giving us some analysis on the region. Earlier, we spoke to the NPP's Regional Research Officer, Mr. Henry Kari. Later, we'll speak to the NDC's secretary as well in that region. But let's go back to our correspondent, Michael, on what it looks like with another region. Okay, before I do that, let me remember earlier I promised to give you an idea of some of the key constituencies that we should look out for. Now, one of that is the Tano North Parliamentary constituency. We have two interesting candidates there. We have the spokesperson for the vice president, also the flag bearer of the NPP, Gideon Boako, and then we also have Pius Opoku of the NDC. Let's see how that seat is going in terms of these two major political parties. Michael Sapo Infum earlier went to that constituency and filed this report. Let's see.
The Tana North constituency in the Afro region has become a focal point for political activity as the ruling New Patriotic Party NPP and the opposition NDC vie for parliamentary dominance. Historically, the NPP has maintained a strong hold in the constituency, securing victory in all elections since 1996, according to data from Channel One TV's research unit. Bordered by the Tano South, Sunyani East and Sunyani West constituencies, the area is primarily agricultural, with farming as a predominant occupation of residents. The key contenders for the seat are Dr. Gideon Boako of the NPP and Pius Opoku of the NDC. With a total of 58,264 registered voters in the constituency, both parties are working tirelessly to secure victory on December 7. Dr. Gideon Boako remains optimistic about his chances.
I know I will win. What I'm so much interested in is to make sure that I get more votes for the vice president. For winning, it's a done deal. Nothing can change it. Not even a miracle. I will win this election. And if there's any miracle, that miracle will be to my advantage.
Similarly, Michael Boache, the communication director for the NDC in Tano North, expressed confidence in Pius Opoku's prospects, stating that the party is poised for victory.
2020 was here. He pleaded on the communities, the environment, the society for them to vote for him. And they told him he should wait. In the mode of waiting, Honorable Pius Opoku couldn't put his hands down. He moved around the community, donating, supporting the community, dwelling water, boreholes, giving a lot of scholarship to Brilliant by Needy, and a lot of people, a lot of work that he has achieved. And the good people of Tano North says he should come, and this is his time.
Supporters from both parties have voiced their expectations for their respective candidates.
The NPP party, they've been in power here for 28 years now. So this year, the youth, we've all stood up. We are rallying behind Honorable Payoso. So he's winning, hands down.
So far, I would say he's the man of the moment. Since he started campaigning, how the youth are being following him is something superb. And we are here purposely to support him to win. Though he's going to win, but we don't want the margin to be very big this time around. And due to what he's doing, in fact, it shows clear that he's going to win and win big. You see, when you come down, looking at the farmers, he's supporting them with coconuts, palm seedlings, and other inputs of making farming. So people are eager to vote for him on the voting day.
His chances of winning is very high. It's very high. I must say that his chances is very high because we've gone from house to house, door to door, and looking at the responses of the masses, I think we are going to win this year.
For Dr. Gideon Boakon's victory is imminent. He's going to win. This seat is our traditional seat. And I can tell you this year, our margin will increase. Looking at what he has done. Our opponent, I can tell you, he has acknowledged defeat. He's not campaigning anywhere. We've gone through all the constituency. We've not met him anywhere. So I can tell you, Dr. Gideon Boakon, the message has gone down and it's resonating with the masses. They have come to understand that politics is all about development, and that is what he's exactly trying to do. He's now our PC, and he has done a lot. When you look at the strategies, everything, I can tell you this year, we are going to increase the margin like we used to do.
So that's a special report from the Tano North constituency filed by regional correspondent Michael Sapon Info. Let's speak to the NDC now. We have Charles Akowa. He's the NDC's Bono Regional Communications Officer. Let's pick his thoughts as well. Preparation, whether it's going to be a done deal for them or what will happen for 2024 per what they have done on the grounds. Mr. Charles, welcome.
Thank you, my dear sister.
How are you doing? How is campaign going? I'm told you are still moving around house to house, door to door, window to window, trying to ensure that it's a green for you for the region.
Yes, as you can see, I'm in the car right now, trying to wrap up our campaign between today and tomorrow.
Okay.
And I can see there are signs all over the walls, the constituency, the electoral areas that the NDC is coming to power.
Okay.
People have worked themselves out, and I believe only that the outcome of this election results in the Bono region will prove to Ghanaians that people are now, moving toward who can solve the problem and who can develop their region. So that is what we are seeing here.
How have people received you so far in the region, going around the region? How have they received you?
We've always come as underdog in the Bono region. Because if you know, Bono region has been done as one of the UP pillars in the Ghanaian political landscape. Because Professor K. Bugia comes from Wenchi, and he was the then Prime Minister. So, Bono people followed the NPP in the past because they believed Bugia was their brother and a cousin or whatever. But compare the development that has took place under the NDC and the NPP. Now, people are beginning to ask questions. that, yes, we belong to the UP, we belong to the Budia tradition. But when it comes to Bono and Ahafo developmental projects, the NPP doesn't even come closer to half to what the NPP has done to this region. Which constituency by constituency, we keep on explaining to the people that it is time we, the Bono people, will start focusing on who will help us develop Bono region instead of, oh, yeah, we'll meet you. I was born in 1928. My family is a UP family like my father. Now all of them are moving towards the NDC direction. So no wonder that gradually NDC keep on improving their electoral results in the Bono region. Started from 2024. That was the first time President Mahama won the Busia constituency, that is the Wenchi constituency.
Yeah.
And in the year 2020, we went into the election with a constituency, that is the Banda constituency, Honorable Abed Ibrahim's constituency. But, oh boy, but we ended up winning 5 additional seats from the NPP, and we got 6 out of 12. So we are hoping to improve upon what we did, but we will not predict and promise to anybody that we are going to win 6 or 7 or 8. So we are working, and the outcome of our work will prove to everybody that we have really worked ourselves out.
Now, Henry was saying earlier that, they lost some of the constituencies in 2020 because of internal wrangling, which they have sorted all those issues, currently you have 6-6. Now, he's saying that based on what they've done and ensuring that all the factions have come back on board, they are hoping to at least have 10 constituencies at the end of the day. Now, people say you won these constituencies, getting the 6 because of the internal wrangling they saw or experienced in 2020. With that in mind, would it be the same, or you still insist you may get or maintain these constituencies?
We are surprised when it comes to some of these arguments. You asked question about 2015 where you asked question about 2015 they took it from us and we got it back in 2020. German North was an NDC and they took it and we got it back. It from us and we got it back in 2020. German North was an NDC. We took it and we got it back. So when you go and argue for NPP-dominated constituency, so you are going to take it back, and if you are going to take all your 5 seats back, you should get 11 seats, not 10. Why are you saying 10 at the end of the day? So I listened to him, but some of us will never tell you what we are going to do. But our MPs have worked themselves out. They've given all they can to their people. The little resources that they've received from the government or from the statutory payment, they've used it to the satisfactory of their constituency. So we believe we are going to maintain our seats and make sure that if God permits, we add something. But I'm not going to give you a definite number.
Okay, it looks like you're a man who doesn't want to go into the numbers. But before I let you go, for the presidential, the NPP's Akufo-Addo won that region for 2020. 2024, according to Henry, he believes they'll do much better. What are you looking at for 2024 for presidential?
We are going all out with our message. We believe the NPP has done better more than any other in the Bono region. We have on record that NDC built the only regional hospital in the Bono region that is taking care of Bono and Ahafo. Okay. That is the Sunyani Regional Hospital. I continue to call it Sunyani Regional Hospital because what the NPP added was to change the name of the hospital to Teaching Hospital. But I've never seen a teaching hospital that does not have medical school attached to it.
Okay.
So, Pro Region, we were fortunate to have the health minister who was responsible for our health, Bokwaji Maimenu. And are you not surprised that he was not able to even complete one district hospital within the 12 constituency, even within the 29 Brohafuden constituency? He was not able to even complete. He was not able to even complete the accident center he was building in Doma Ayinkro in his own constituency, in the Doma Central constituency. But John Mahama does not come from this region, but built a children's ward for the Doma Presbyterian Hospital, a single-story building for the Doma Presbyterian Hospital.
All right, thank you very much, Charles Akoa. He is the NDC's Bono Regional Communication Officer, speaking to us on their prospects there. This is the Situation Room. We have to end today's edition. Our time is up. But thank you for watching. Earlier, you heard Henry Osei Karikari, the NPP's Bono Regional Research Officer. We also spoke to our regional correspondent, Michael Sapon Infum, who gave us all we needed to know in the region. On Saturday, you want to stay with us to give you everything around the Bono region. I promised to take you through the Bono East region, but my time is up. We'll do that probably tomorrow or some other time, but of course, before the elections. My name is Vivian Kai Loko. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye. This election season, Channel One TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth, data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel One Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide, this is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel One TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We are here for every step of the journey.
Channel One TV, your election bureau.
Wake up to your ultimate weekend morning experience with Breakfast Daily Weekend.
Start your Saturday with us as we dive into the news headlines in our news review.
Stay informed with all the engaging discussions and insightful analysis.
Then join us as we discover what's happening around Ghana.
Get all the scoop on all exciting events and happenings in the city and beyond.
Ready to spruce up your home? We've got you covered with home improvement tips.
From gardening to DIY projects, we'll show you how to keep your space shining.
And don't miss our arts and culture segment,
featuring dance, poetry, and soulful acoustic performances.
Your perfect weekend morning starts here. Tune in to Breakfast Daily Weekend on Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. only on Channel One TV.
Situation All-White Christmas Party is back! It's Christmas Eve, 48th the usual, and step into this celebration like none other. The Situation All-White Christmas Party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of